Capítulo 93, Punk Hazard. In the marine ship, Tashigi looked back at the Denden Mushi and was confused. Date Hina-san, found a guy, what happened on that island? While she was still confused, Smoker approached her and saw the expression on her face. What happened? It's like this. Hina-san said she received intel that the Straw Hats are attempting to go after Zephyr-sensei and his Neo-Marines. Zephyr-sensei. Smoker frowned. Like Hina, he was also one of the Marines who were trained by Zephyr in the past. He had also received word that he is now up to something big and even created a faction called the Neo-Marines. Apparently, this group would stop at nothing to kill every last pirate. It was an extremist group of sorts. But what does the Straw Hats want with him? Nevertheless, this was valuable info, so Smoker nodded. All right, we'll head back to the headquarters then. Tell Hina to hurry up and get back. We have work to do. Seeing Tashigi hesitate, Smoker frowned and asked. What? That is, Hina-san said. She found a guy and is now on a date. She said she won't be coming with us anymore. The cigar in Smoker's mouth dropped in his surprise. He had known Hina since way back, and this was the first time he had heard her act like this. Smoker's mouth opened as if to say something but sighed and shook his head. Whatever, Hina shouldn't be in danger. Since that's the case, let's leave. Understood. Tashigi was about to put the Denden Mushi down when a voice rang from it. Hello. Going back in time for a bit. While waiting for Hina and Luna to finish bathing, Lucas noticed the Denden Mushi that Hina tossed to the side earlier. He could still hear faint noises from it. Didn't she end the call earlier? It's still connected. Hina must have been pretty drunk after all. Lucas thought for a moment and sighed as he picked up the Denden Mushi. Hina didn't properly explain and would probably worry them, so he thought he could ease their worries a bit. Anyway, these were Hina's colleagues and friends. He also felt the need to thank them for taking care of her, even though she is a mess in the past 2 years. He coughed slightly and spoke in a different voice. Hello. Who are you? Where's Hina-san? Tashigi asked on the other side. Hina is fine. She is taking a bath at the moment since she reeks of alcohol. Is that so? In the marine ship, Tashigi still couldn't believe that Hina would get together with a guy, and it felt weird to talk to the guy. Beside him, Smoker grabbed the Denden Mushi and asked. Who are you? Is the Smoker. You should be a vice admiral now, right? Congratulations. I asked you a question. Well, you can call me Luke. I heard that Hina had resigned from the Marines, and you two have been taking care of her for a while. What do you want? Nothing. I just want to thank you for taking care of Hina while she is in a mess. Smoker didn't say anything for a while before speaking in a cold voice. If I hear you hurt Hina again, I will find you, and I will make sure you rot in the deepest parts of Impel Down. After that, he didn't say any more and ended the call. Lucas smiled wryly and remembered Smoker's last line. Why does that threat sound so familiar? Shaking his head, he put the Denden Mushi down and started to move the ship to their destination. Wait, I forgot. I didn't know where Punk Hazard is. At this moment, Hina came out of the bath with Luna and saw Lucas with an awkward face. She smiled and walked to the helm. I know where Punk Hazard is. I'll steer the direction you push. Good, let's set sail then. Daddy, can I grab some of Curly Gramps' food? Sure. You can take as much as you want. Yay. Hina watched Luna disappear into the kitchen and asked. Curly Gramps? She meant Sanji. PFD, what's up with that? As the two of them laughed, they set sail towards Punk Hazard. Back in the marine ship, Smoker looked back at the Denden Mushi and sighed as he turned around. He lit up another cigar and puffed some smoke. Smoker-san, do you know him? If he is who I think he is, the world will just get a whole lot messier from now on. Don't mind it, let's hope I'm wrong. Tashigi still couldn't understand, but nodded anyway. Are we going to report this to the headquarters? No need. Hina isn't a part of the Marines anyway. Where she is doesn't matter. What's more important is catching the Straw Hats. Understood. Tashigi saluted and quickly ordered the men to set sail back to the headquarters. Smoker looked back on the island in deep thought. Guardian Wing Lucas, are you really back? Right, Smoker had linked the man called Luke to the former Shichibukai who had shaken the world 2 years ago. It wasn't because their names were similar, but the fact that Hina was acting like this made it seem possible. However, many people had seen Lucas shatter into pieces back then. He and Hina were among those who saw that. After that incident, Hina had changed and had gotten listless. Afterward, Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to have talked to her. Smoker didn't know the contents of their conversation, but Hina had resigned the Marines soon after. She had only been tagging along with Smoker and Tashigi because she had nothing else to do. Smoker let her do what she wants, since he feels like it would be more dangerous to leave her be. Now, she just left and said she found a guy. As for that guy, Smoker sighed and shook his head. Let's hope I'm wrong. Going merry. After a day of sailing, they have finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was an island covered in fire, but if one could look at the other side, it was a land of snow. Lucas carried Luna and smiled. Shall we go? Luna looked excited to see a weird island. Lucas laughed and jumped off the ship. As soon as he landed, the water turned solid as ice as it extended forwards. Hina jumped as well and landed beside Lucas. The three chatted as they walked at a leisure speed. When they reached the flames, Lucas waved his hand and the area around them turned cool. If one looks closely, they would see a thin layer of water orbs surrounding them. Even though the water remained in its liquid form, it was still cold to the touch. Hina looked at the water barrier and smiled. You sure learned some neat tricks, huh? Haha, you ain't seen nothing yet. After a while, they reached the gates with the name of the island on it. Punk Hazard. Lucas waved his hands again, and a stream of khaki-clad water blade sliced the gate in half diagonally. Luna clapped excitedly at his show of power. The three of them then proceeded onwards and looked around. What exactly are we here for? I told you that I went to the past 32 years ago back then, right? I met this person back then who had the ability to send me forwards in time. Before she sent me away, her family was in danger. If I'm right, she should have sent her son and retainers to the future as well. Something like that happened, then you think that they are here. Probably. As they were talking, a loud thud could be heard from behind them. Turning around, Hina's face went pale while Luna's eyes started to sparkle. Lucas, however, just looked at it with disinterested eyes. The creature in front of them was none other than a dragon. Dragons in this world are only thought to be a mythical creature, yet here is one standing before them at this moment. Well, to Lucas, though, this isn't the first time he has seen a dragon. Kaido's dragon form was more impressive than this. He looked at Luna's sparkling eyes and smiled. Do you want to keep him as a pet? Can I? Please, 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 please. Haha, since my little Luna likes it so much, of course you can. Luca's smiling face showed for a moment while looking at Luna, but as soon as he turned to the dragon, his face turned cold and exerted pressure on the dragon. The Emperor's haki could also be used to tame wild beasts. Even this dragon is not exempted from this as long as the haki was powerful enough. In a second, the dragon was kneeling in front of them and no longer looked intimidating. Suddenly, the dragon spoke. Who are you, Bah? It spoke. Hina felt that today had been too full of surprises already. Lucas sighed and jumped up on the dragon's head and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a pair of legs attached to it. Lucas grabbed onto it and pulled it. However, after pulling it out, it remained as it is, a pair of legs. Right, this thing is only legs. Or rather, it seemed to have been cut from the waist down. Who are you, Bah? The legs spoke. Hina's mouth opened and closed, unable to believe what she is seeing. Dragon, fine, they exist. Tame a dragon, fine, Lucas is powerful enough. A talking pair of legs. What happened to the world while Hina was drunk? Is Hina still drunk? Yes, that must be it. As for Luna, a talking legs, how funny. Lucas sighed and knew what was going on. Nevertheless, it would be annoying to deal with these legs. It's also very noisy, and he knew that the reason it could speak was because of his farts. So, Lucas kicked it right between its legs and caused it to writhe in pain. Afterwards, he attached it back to the dragon and commanded it to carry them. Hina looked back at the pair of legs, which was still in pain. What is that thing? It's what it looks like, a human's lower body. But how come it can talk and move? You know about Trafalgar Law, right? He's probably here and sliced that person. With his ability, the sliced parts can still remain alive. Hina remembered Law's ability and nodded. But Hina doesn't understand how it could speak. He's using his farts to speak. Notice how his sentences always end with a ba. Instantly, Hina's face grew cold. She walked towards the pair of legs and kicked it again in between. So it turns out this thing has been farting in Hina's presence all along. Luna looked at them curiously and asked, "Daddy, why do you and Big Sis Hina hit that part?" That part is where a man's treasure is." "Really? Can I see?" "No." Lucas sweated. It really is hard to raise a daughter. At the side, Hina just laughed at them. Like this, they continued to travel to the other half of the island while riding on the dragon's head. As they flew to the other half of the island, a figure could be seen watching them from a distance. The person had light green hair and wings in place of her hands and legs like that of a bird's. She looked at Lucas and the others and licked her lips. Afterward, she flew away. Phew, how interesting. Back on top of the dragon, Lucas looked down on the island and thought. If I remember correctly, in the original story, Brooke met the torso somewhere around that area. Lucas closed his eyes and spread out his observation haki. Found it. Patting on the dragon, he asked it to land on the area he pointed. After a while, he did find the torso. When they got near it, the torso started to swing its sword while keeping one arm on the ground to stand on. Hina moved quickly and used her ability to restrain the torso easily. Seeing Hina's powers, Luna clapped excitedly once again. "So cool, Big Sis Hina is cool." Lucas laughed and patted her head. Afterward, he pulled the legs again and attached it to the torso. Then, he kicked it in between the legs again and asked Hina to restrain it fully. It's not like this guy without a head and ears would listen to him, so might as well shut it up and make sure it doesn't move recklessly. Now, all that's left is the head. It should be in Caesar's building. So far, everything had stayed the same as in the original plot, but Lucas felt that things would be different inside. Heck, they might even meet Doflamingo immediately. If that happens, then it would really be lucky. If that guy is here, I can get rid of him easily. As Lucas moved towards the building together with Hina, Luna, and the headless samurai, another group of people arrived at the front door and buzzed in the doorbell. The person leading the group wore a red open jacket and sunglasses while holding a huge flag. The door opened and revealed a single figure. He leaned on the side of the door and asked, "What business do you have at my vacation house, Revolutionary East Commander?" bellowed Betty. Betty pushed her sunglasses down and asked with a smile, "Trafalgar trash, have that Caesar cunt scram out of here." Capitulo 94, Shambles. Lucas stared at the scene in front of him and didn't know how to react. After getting the samurai's torso and joining it up with its legs, he, Luna, and Hina walked towards the front entrance of the building and was shocked to see two familiar figures. Trafalgar Law, one of the captains of the worst generation. Actually, Lucas wasn't too surprised to see Law here, as it was the same as in the original. But what's surprising is the person standing in front of him. Bello Betty, East Army Commander of the Revolutionary. It's been a long time since he has seen her. At this time, the other two had also noticed him, and the atmosphere became quiet. Lucas coughed to clear his throat and waved at the two of them. "Why-yo?" Law frowned when he saw Lucas and asked, "You are? I thought you died in that battle 2 years ago." Yes, I just got back." "What do you mean you just got back? Got back from the dead? Why are you making it sound like you just went on a vacation or something?" Law's face twitched and didn't know what to say. Before he could say anything more, Betty shot forward and buried Lucas' head on her chest. "Lucas, you're alive." Betty, can you not? Hug me like this in front of my daughter." Lucas' face flushed upon sensing the two soft mounds on his face. On the other hand, The revolutionaries that came with Betty all had their jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe that their commander can act like this. A vein popped from Hina's face as she glared at Betty. Swinging both arms to the side, a black iron cage extended from her hands and circled around Lucas and Betty. Away Spayari. Sensing the cage closing in on them, Betty flashed a smile and jumped back to evade, leaving Lucas being trapped instead. Lucas smiled wryly and turned to water to free himself from Hina's lock. Still as feisty as ever, I thought you were no longer a Marine, black cage Hina. HMPH, Hina doesn't need to be a Marine to have a reason to catch a bitch like you. Lucas saw the situation turning sour and was about to stop when he felt Luna tug on his pants. Daddy, is this another mommy? That's not it. Luna, this is big sis Betty. The emo guy over there is your Uncle Law. Law's face twitched again. Hooray you calling emo. You're the emo, your whole family is emo. Wah, another sister. Hello big sis Betty, hello Uncle Emo. Betty looked at the child, then to Lucas and Hina. You two had a kid already. Hina blushed and shook her head. It's not Hina. Is it that Princess Vivi from before? Maybe Robin? Wait, don't tell me. You slept with that slut Mama Usagi. I know. Lucas sweated. This girl's imagination sure is wild. And why does she have to include Mama Usagi? I hardly interacted with her before. Her mother's Nami. Betty nodded and walked close to Lucas. She whispered to his ear and asked, when am I going to have your baby? Hearing that, Lucas freaked out and felt a shiver down his spine. Seeing his reaction, Betty laughed and patted on his shoulder repeatedly. I'm joking, ha ha ha. Sai, please don't joke around like that, it's bad for my heart you know. Betty grinned at that and turned serious. Then, what's your business here? Lucas raised a brow and asked. You're not going to ask where I've been and why I'm still alive. I'm sure you have your reasons, I don't care about all that. What I'm curious about is why you've appeared here in this place. I'm looking for someone. Lucas looked up and whistled, asking the dragon to land on the ground. The revolutionaries saw the dragon and freaked out. Only when they saw that the dragon was listening to Lucas did they somewhat calm down, though that didn't remove their shock of seeing a real dragon. Betty laughed seeing the dragon as well. A dragon, huh? I wonder what dragon would say if he saw this. That would be interesting. Lucas smiled at the thought, then shook his head. He walked over to the dragon's head and took the headless samurai that was still bound by Hina's lock. I'm looking for this guy's head. Law, where did you keep it? What do you want with him? Law was totally unprepared for the events that keep happening here, but didn't lose his cool. Looking over the situation, he figured the best course of action would be to play along while he figures out their motives for being here. He's an acquaintance of mine. I need to ask him a few questions, but we can't exactly hold a proper conversation without his head. Also, I am looking for a child named Mamanasuk. His head is locked up inside. As for that Mamanasuk kid, I don't know him. Betty puffed a smoke and glanced at Law. What exactly do you want here, trash? Are you working for that cunt Caesar? Betty, can you perhaps minimize your swear words in front of Luna? Why, she's not my kid. Law ignored Lucas' plight and answered Betty's question. What I do here is my business. I don't care why you all are here. Get out. Betty smiled and raised her flag. The revolutionaries behind her stood in attention when they saw the flag was raised. Back when Doflamingo was still a pirate, we didn't care whatever shenanigans he was up to. But now that he's colluding with the world government, we can't allow him to keep producing any more smiles. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. La stared at her coldly and smiled. Do you really think I can't do anything to you all? Room. Holding his palm up, a transparent circle expanded into a dome that covered everyone. Lucas looked at the dome and raised his arm. As if grabbing onto the air, Lucas raised his hand then, clenched it. Crack shatter. The air around them shattered like glass and the dome that covered them was gone. Law's eyes went wide as he saw this scene. Lucas grinned at him. Come now, I can't let you play around with your room if my daughter is inside. Law's Operation Devil Fruit is extremely powerful, and Lucas didn't want to risk his daughter's life as long as she is inside his room. What Lucas did was simply use his haki to break Law's ability. Normally, this would be impossible, but Lucas had trained with the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. His haki was exceptionally powerful. Lucas smiled and turned his palm up, facing the sky. You see, I've been training about my real power while I was on my way here, and to some extent, I can also do this. A transparent circle started to appear on top of Lucas' palm and extended outwards, creating a dome around everyone in the same way Law's ability did. Room. The dome extended all the way to the front door entrance behind Law. Smiling, Lucas circled his fingers and switched the door and a patch of snow behind them. Shambles. Thud. The heavy door landed behind them with a thud. Seeing this, Luna clapped her hands excitedly. Wah, Daddy, was that magic? That was magic, right? Again. Hee, pretty cool, right? Lucas circled his fingers once more, and this time, he switched himself, Luna, and Hina to the snow behind Law. Shambles. Wow. Luna's eyes sparkled upon experiencing teleportation. Lucas dispelled his room and carried Luna over his shoulders as he and Hina started to walk inside. At this moment, Law finally snapped out of it and turned around. Oh, wait, you. I don't care why you're here and what you hope to accomplish here, Law, but I'll be heading in first to find the person I'm looking for. If that Caesar is as smart as they say he is, he'll do well to stay out of my way. Not like I'll ignore him anyway. Lucas chuckled as he thought that. He knew full well what Caesar is capable of. Scum like him doesn't deserve to live. Luna, while riding on Lucas' shoulders, looked back and extended her little arms as well. Room. Shockingly enough, a transparent dome extended once again. Shambles. Suddenly, Betty's group of revolutionaries also switched from Law's place, appearing just behind Lucas and Hina. Ha, Daddy, look, I can do it too. Lucas smiled wryly and patted Luna's head. Dear, it's pronounced as shambles, not shamballs. Shamballs. Law and the revolutionaries switched places again. Not shamballs, shambles. Actually, the name doesn't really matter, but Lucas felt he needed to teach Luna properly how to pronounce some words. Shambles. Switch again. Right, that's right. Yay, shambles, shambles, shambles. Switch. Lucas saw Betty getting dizzy and quickly stopped Luna. Okay, Luna, we'll play that again later, okay? Okay, Tilda. Betty held her head and muttered. The father is a monstrous enough, but his daughter is a monster as well. Maybe I should really bear his child? Our child can lead the revolutionaries in the future. Lucas shivered when he heard that and quickly left the scene. Beside him, Hina was looking at Lucas in wonder, and it could be seen from her eyes that she was thinking the same thing as well. On the other hand, Law started to crouch and draw circles on the snow in his depression. He could still handle it when Lucas copied his ability, but now even his kid can do it as well. What is the point of my existence? Betty didn't care about him and led her group inside as well. Lucas might not be interested in dealing with Caesar, but they need to not only stop Caesar, but also destroy anything related to the creation of smiles in this building. After walking inside a bit, Lucas met some people wearing a gas suit. Lucas didn't even need to deal with them as Hina could handle them by herself while Luna cheered for her. Lucas stretched his observation haki in the building and found the room where the samurai's head is located. Pulling along the samurai's body behind him, they walked further in. They had left the dragon behind since it was too big to go inside the building. Once they were near enough, Lucas used Law's room once again and directly teleported inside the room where the head is. Huh, it's in pieces. Hina frowned when he saw the chunks of the head on the floor. Huh, who's there? Yo, Kinnaman, it's me. Lucas walked over to where the eye was facing for him to see. The head's eye widened in surprise. Is it you, Akyani-sama? In the flesh. Luna climbed back down from his shoulder and looked at the pieces of the head curiously. Woo, is this like a puzzle, Daddy? Yep, go play with him. Yay. Luna happily sat down and started to piece the pieces together. Ah, hey, don't play with me. Damn it, Akyani-sama. Lucas just laughed and sat down leisurely, while Luna formed weird faces using the pieces. Well, seeing you here means that Toki sent you in this time period as well, right? What happened to Toki and Odin? Kinnaman sighed, and his voice became somber. Back then, Lady Toki had used her powers to send us away into the future, including young Master Mamanasuk. When we came to this time, we didn't know what was happening to the current Wano, but we still had allies. We left Kiku to gain intel on the enemy while me, Kanjuro, and Reiz left to gather allies outside. Young Master Mamanasuk had come along with us as well. Where are they? Since we don't have any navigation skills, we soon got shipwrecked and separated from Reiz on our way to Zoo. After that, we washed up on the shores of Dressrosa. It was still fine, but Kanjuro got in some sort of trouble while young Master Mamanasuk boarded the wrong ship. Kanjuro can still handle himself, so I chose to pursue the young master. After that, I arrived on this island where that law guy cut me up into pieces. Lucas frowned when he heard that. From what Lucas remembers of the original story, the reason why Kanjuro had split up with them was that they had met Doflamingo on that island. But with Doflamingo now no longer being a Shichibukai, thanks to the Shichibukai's early removal, there shouldn't be any reason why Doflamingo was still allowed to stay on that island. Then again, Betty mentioned something earlier about Doflamingo being in cahoots with the world government. Come to think of it, Koza said something before about knowing what Doflamingo has been up to lately, but he only mentioned what he has been up to with Caesar and didn't mention anything about Dressrosa. I'll have to ask him to investigate later on. Lucas asked Kinnaman a few more questions before Luna finally managed to piece his head correctly. Kinnaman turned to see that they had also gotten his body. I see you have my body as well, but can I ask, why is it that I keep feeling pain in my lower waist? The enemy kicked you in the nuts. Don't worry, I killed him for you. Hina stared at Lucas with half-closed eyes. This guy sure can lie with a straight face. Kinnaman appeared to have been moved by it and looked at Lucas as if he was his benefactor. Akiane-sama, I can't thank you enough, you are a true friend. Lucas smiled and showed him a thumbs up. Hina continued to stare at him with half-closed eyes. Daddy's so cool. Hina looked at Luna and sighed. Like father, like daughter. Capitulo 95, Mamanasuk. While Lucas was talking with Kinnaman, outside the building, Law sighed and shook his head from his depression. This isn't the time for this. Since things have already gotten this far, there's no need for me to delay any longer. Just as he was about to head back in, he felt a throbbing pain in his chest as he collapsed to the ground. From behind, he could hear a person's footsteps nearing him. GHW, who's there? How many years has it been? You've gotten big, Law. V Virgo. The person who appeared was a man wearing a crisscross jacket and buzz-cut hair as well as a pair of shades. On his cheek, there was a half-eaten hamburger stuck to it. Did you really think he had no idea? We do not trust Caesar, that's why he carefully snuck Monet in here. When did you get here? Virgo looked down on Law and spoke without a change in his tone. Just now, I happened to be in Dressrosa and just came here to have a look. Looks like I made the right choice. Just now, I happened to see something interesting. For you to let the revolutionary in, did you think you can get away with it? Hearing that, Law gritted his teeth while clutching his chest. Back then, in order to stay on this island to investigate Doflamingo, he made a deal with Caesar. He would keep his secretary, Monet's heart, in exchange for his own heart. Having no other choice, Law chose to gamble on it and gave him his heart. Actually, he had already planned how to take it back from Caesar, but he didn't think that Caesar would give his heart to Virgo. Still, judging from what he said just now, it seems Virgo didn't see Lucas arrive earlier. If so. Virgo removed his hand from his pocket and showed a cube with a throbbing heart inside it. Giving it a squeeze, Law felt pain from his chest once again. With Virgo having his heart, Law could do nothing but glare at him hatefully. Inside the building, Lucas, Luna, Hina, and the newly completed Kinnaman started to look for Mamanasuk. Lucas could recall that in the original story, Mamanasuk was found in the garbage storage room beneath the building. Still, Lucas wanted to look in other places, first just in case. While on the way, Lucas and the others had encountered some of Caesar's men, but Lucas was too lazy to bother with them, so he directly put them to sleep with his emperor's haki. None of them even had time to see Lucas, much less report what was happening, so Caesar still had no idea. All he knew was that there was a commotion at the entrance and went there to have a look. Only after finding Law and Virgo there, who had explained the situation, did he know that the revolutionary was inside the building. Casually picking up a gas mask, Lucas wore it and continued to look for Mamanasuk. You are wearing a mask. Come to think of it, you had also worn a mask back then. I only recognized you because of your voice. Ah, yeah. Well, I am supposedly dead already, and it would be troublesome if people know I'm still alive. Anyway, remember not to call out my name later. Lucas figured it was okay to trust Kinnaman, and told him his true name earlier, and that Akyani was just an alias of back then. Kinnaman nodded. Hina heard their discussion, and also kept in mind not to call out Luca's name later on. As for Luna, she was also playing around with a gas mask and wore it. Soon, they reached a wide room filled with children's toys. It seems like some kind of playground for children. Inside, there were dozens of children in all sorts of sizes. There were regular-sized children and also giant-sized children. Hina frowned when she saw the number of children. Hina has heard there were numerous children disappearing in the surrounding islands lately. Could it be? These are probably those children. Caesar is working on an experiment to turn people into giants. These are his products. Kinnaman gnashed his teeth upon hearing that and hurriedly looked around. Mamanasuk-sama, where are you? K. Kinnaman. Turning over towards the voice, they saw a small shadow appear from behind a large stuffed bear. Looking closely, that shadow was a dragon. It was a small oriental dragon having a snake-like body, instead of the large one that they saw earlier. D-Dragon. Kinnaman, it's me, Mamanasuk. Kinnaman was shocked to hear that from the dragon's mouth. He wondered if this was a trap that was set up to capture him or not. After all, the Mamanasuk he knew wasn't a dragon. Before he could continue to think wildly, Lucas patted his shoulder to calm him down. Calm down, that must be Mamanasuk who ate a devil fruit. Devil fruit? Kinnaman calmed down somewhat and looked back at Mamanasuk. Are you really, the young master? Kinnaman, it's me, but I don't know how to turn back. At this time, Lucas took out a sea-stone cuff that he got earlier. He only took it in case he needed to capture Caesar if he runs into him. Of course, Lucas still plans on killing him, but Betty seemed to want something from Caesar. After Caesar spits out whatever information he can, then it won't be too late to finish him off. Tapping the sea-stone cuff to Mamanasuk, Mamanasuk felt weak all of a sudden, and his transformation wore off. Young master. Finally seeing Mamanasuk, Kinnaman shouted in excitement. Lucas let the two of them reminisce for a while as he looked around at the various kids in the room. These kids have been poisoned with drugs to get bigger. If only Chopper or Kaya were here. Well, for now, I can send them to the floating island base and have Dr. Kuraha look after them. Since dealing with a bunch of kids is too troublesome, Lucas unleashed his haki once again to make them all sleep. Daddy. Luna tugged on Lucas' clothes when she saw the kids fall asleep. Smiling slightly, Lucas patted her head. Don't worry, I just put them to sleep since they are sick. Once they are well, you can play with them, okay? Luna smiled brightly and no longer asked. Turning towards Mamanasuk, Lucas lifted his mask for a bit to show himself. Yo, it's good to see you're still alive, Momo. Ah, Uncle Lucas. Mamanasuk separated from Kinnaman and tackled Lucas with a hug while crying. Wow, mother, my mother, she. Lucas sighed and patted his back to soothe him. Momo, you are the son of Odin Kazuki. What do you think your father will say if he sees you like this? Mamanasuk looked up at Lucas and saw him looking at him as well. Don't worry, I promise you. I will get revenge for Odin and Toki. Uncle. But you also need to promise me to be strong. Your little sister is still out there. You need to be strong so you can protect her, okay? Mamanasuk wiped away the tears and snot on his face and nodded. I will. Then he turned to see Luna peeking at him from behind Lucas. This is my daughter, Luna. Luna, this is Mamanasuk. Suddenly, Lucas felt his daddy senses tingling as he glared at Mamanasuk. I'm saying this now, don't you dare make any moves on my daughter. Mamanasuk, who was still hugging Lucas, quickly escaped and hid behind Kinnaman with a pale face. I won't. HMPH, you better not. Snorting, Lucas smiled again and patted Luna's head. Luna, just treat this guy as your older brother, okay? If he makes any moves on you, tell Daddy and I will send him back to his parents. Okay, Tilda. Luna didn't mind it that much and was simply excited to have an older brother. On the other hand, Kinnaman and Mamanasuk both paled in fright when they heard that. Lucas, his parents are in the afterlife now. Are you going to kill him? Meanwhile, Hina crouched down and patted Luna as well. Luna, do you want a little brother, or maybe a little sister? Both. Okay. This time, it was Lucas who sweated when he heard the conversation between the two. What's with that look of determination for Hina? What are you planning? Lucas vowed to himself that he will sleep beside Luna from now on. If Luna's in the room, Hina won't be able to do anything. Right. Boom. While Lucas was planning for the nights to come, they heard an explosion from outside. What was that? Mamanasuk asked. Lucas stretched his observation hacky and saw it was Betty and the revolutionaries fighting against Monet, the snow woman. Monet had turned into a huge winged snow demon, and there was a blizzard roaring around them. The explosion came from the revolutionaries attempting to fire their weapons at her. Betty was waving around her flag clad in armament hacky as she fought against Monet. Lucas smiled and waved his hands. Suddenly, the snow melted and turned into water which surrounded Monet, trapping her in a water orb prison. Betty was shocked, but then smiled when she figured out who was helping her. She smiled in his direction and blew a kiss, as if knowing that Lucas was still looking at her. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. Come on, let's go and see. Lucas led the others to where Betty and the revolutionaries are. As for the kids, they should be safe for now, so he simply left them there. Seeing Lucas enter the room, Betty waved at him. Thanks for the assist, but I had that. Sure you do. HMPH, naughty boy. When Kinnaman and Mamanasuk saw Betty and her getup, the two of them showed lewd faces. How cruel, she doesn't even have proper clothes and only has a jacket. She must have been robbed. Pretty sister, are you not cold? Kinnaman was looking away, but would keep looking back every now and then. As for Mamanasuk, he acted like an innocent kid to pretend to get close to Betty. Betty glanced at the two and asked, Hooray, these trash. Woman, what did you just call me? Kinnaman was angered and shouted, but Betty didn't care. Trash, stop breathing the same air as me. Lucas sighed and stopped Kinnaman, who was about to get himself killed. All right, stop it. Betty, you should really not trash talk all the time. Fine, there's a fly here. After saying that, Betty kicked at Mamanasuk, who had a lewd face and was still trying to get closer to Betty. Lucas sighed again and shook his head. Forget it, there's no fixing this woman. After dealing with Kinnaman and Mamanasuk, Betty started to argue with Hina again. Lucas was already bored seeing them fight all the time and simply turned his attention to the harpy Monet. Removing the water prison, Monet gasped for breath as she landed on the ground. Seeing her form, Luna's eyes sparkled. Wah, Daddy, it's a bird lady. This is called a harpy. Harpy. Yep, they are people with bird wings and legs. Luna nodded excitedly and walked over to Monet to play. As soon as she was close, Monet turned into a snow demon again to scare her off and take her hostage, but contrary to her expectations, Luna didn't get scared. Instead, she smiled at her like sunshine in a snowy storm. Big sister, you're very pretty. Monet paused and didn't know how to respond. She even forgot about her plan to take Luna hostage. Lucas smiled at the scene as well, but his face froze after hearing what Luna said next. Do you want to marry my daddy too? If so, I can have a harpy little sister or little brother. Silence filled the room as everyone stared at Luna dumbfoundedly. Lucas was especially shocked. Capitulo 96, Real Power. Who knows what was going on Monet's head, but she seemed to be entranced by Luna's cuteness that she nodded. Okay. Hearing Monet say that, Lucas could feel a deathly glare from Hina. Lucas coughed to snap everyone out of it and quickly pulled Luna away from Monet. All right, Luna is just fooling around. Anyway, are you still going to fight, Monet? Husband, I wouldn't fight anymore. At the side, a vein popped up on Hina's forehead, and her killing intent gushed out. Without a word, she used her ability and restrained Monet with the sea stone cuffs on her feet as well. Monet showed a pitying look as she spoke. How rude, I said I won't fight anymore. You shut up. Since Luna took a liking to you, you will be her pet from now on. Hina snorted and tossed her to the side. Lucas smiled, wryly seeing how pissed Hina was. He can only comfort her a bit. Okay, just leave her alone for now. If I'm right, Law still has her heart. Later, we can just take it from Law and we can let her play with Luna. That's good, Hina will keep her heart then. Hina nodded in satisfaction and no longer looked angry. Betty approached them and asked, Found your guy? Yeah, we're good to go on our side. How about you guys? We still need to find Caesar and the SAD factory so we can destroy the damn thing. SAD is, from what I remember, is supposed to be one of the components to create smiles, right? That artificial Zoan devil fruit. Lucas thought as he recalled some details in the original story. The SAD was also Law's goal for infiltrating this place and sought to destroy it as well as kidnap Caesar. Betty nodded and continued. Yeah, Caesar's producing these and gave them to Doflamingo to create more smiles. Before, I heard that he has been collaborating with Kaido and providing his crew with hundreds of smiles. With the Shichibukai system abolished, Doflamingo isn't able to hide in plain sight anymore, so he started to collaborate with the world government secretly and provided them with a lot of smiles. I hear they have been testing the products in the independent country of Wano. Lucas frowned when he heard that. Testing, what do you mean? It means, despite the amazing ability of being an artificial Zoan devil fruit, smiles aren't perfect yet, and there is a high chance of failing. As soon as he heard that, killing intent released from Lucas as he thought of the fate of Wano. Lucas only knew a bit regarding smiles, so he didn't know about the situation in Wano. Knowing that Odin's people are being experimented on, Lucas had already made up his mind. Doflamingo, Kaido, world government. Lucas vowed in his life that he will see to it that they are all dead beneath his feet. Exhaling deeply, Lucas looked back at Betty. Let me deal with Caesar. You guys take care of the children they captured in the other room. Take them out of this building and as far away as you can. Once I have Caesar, I'm going to blow this whole place and send it to hell. Betty looked at Lucas in the eye for a while, then nodded. All right, I trust you, let's go. She gestured over to the other revolutionaries and quickly made their way to the other room. Lucas pointed to them where the children are. Lucas and his group made their way to Caesar's room. He had already used his observation haki to see where he is. While Hina dragged Monet to follow them, Lucas waved his hand, which turned into a black blade, and a straight path was cut on the walls to lead them straight towards Caesar. Caesar at the moment was mocking Law, who Virgo had captured and tossed in a cage made of sea stone, when suddenly the walls at the side was cut open. Virgo was surprised as well, and his body turned black as he covered himself with armament haki. However, it was a futile effort. Lucas stretched his hand, and a black blade appeared in his hands. The blade is actually just a blade of water, which was also clad in armament haki. He swung the blade and used Law's ability to directly sever Virgo's body without killing him. Lucas continued to swing a few more times and cut him into pieces that scattered on the floor. Though he was like this, he was still very much alive. Caesar finally snapped out of it and released gas followed by a spark, using an instrument in his hands. Gastanet. The spark ignited the gas and caused it to explode. Caesar snorted as if he had already won. HMPH, though I have no idea who you are. Are you done? Hearing the casual voice and seeing the unharmed look on Lucas, Caesar's jaw dropped to the ground. My turn. Lucas used Law's ability to teleport right in front of Caesar by switching himself and the air in front of Caesar. Then he placed his palm on Caesar's chest and pushed. Maze. A cube-shaped heart was pushed out from behind Caesar. Picking the heart up, Lucas squeezed on it tightly, and Caesar started to squeal in pain. Lucas clicked his tongue. Sure enough, Law's ability is so damn op. Looking at Law, who looked dumbfounded while still locked up, Lucas asked, "How is it you still lose with such a cheat ability?" "They got my heart." "Ah." Lucas looked around and saw another cube heart on Virgo's pockets. "Let's trade then, your heart for Monet's." "Why do you want her heart?" "My kid seems to like her, and I don't trust her." Law hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lucas slashed at the cage around Law and tossed him his heart back. "Actually, I don't have her heart anymore. Caesar has it." "I'll just take it then." Lucas clenched Caesar's heart again until he handed off Monet's heart. "Take it, just take it. Please spare me." Monet looked annoyed and disappointed seeing Caesar willingly give out her heart just like that. After Caesar presented Monet's heart, Hina took it and clenched it to make sure. Immediately after, Monet also squealed in pain. Kinnaman and Momonosuke saw the hearts and was amazed. "What is this sorcery? Is it a forbidden jutsu? Amazing." Meanwhile, Luna watched all this and tilted her head cutely. She spread her arms to Lucas, asking to be carried, so Lucas smiled and carried her in his arms. Suddenly, she patted on his chest and lightly pushed. "Maze." A cube-shaped heart appeared behind Lucas. Luna quickly jumped away and took Lucas' heart. "Hee hee, I have Daddy's heart." Everyone was silenced and didn't know how to react. Lucas sweated hard at how his daughter was just as cheaty as him. "El Luna Tilda, my sweet, beautiful, clever girl Tilda, please give Daddy's heart back." "Hee hee, nope, I like it. I will keep with me forever, Tilda." Lucas was in tears. "You can play with it all you want, just don't drop it, please." At the side, Caesar laughed at Lucas' predicament, making Lucas pissed off, so he started stomping on his heart. Caesar squealed even louder. Lucas sighed, then carried Luna away. "Anyway, it should still be safe as long as Luna has it. This child is so cheaty, so nothing will happen to her. As long as she safe keeps it properly, Lucas has nothing to be afraid of. Later, he'll just have to keep trying to sweet-talk her into giving his heart back. He'll just let her play with it for a while first until she's satisfied. Else, if he takes it and she cries, God knows what will happen then." Monet's already been freed from her cuffs, since Hina has her heart, so she could only obediently follow. The cuffs were given to Caesar instead to keep him solid, as Kinnaman pulled him along. Even though Lucas has his heart, he didn't want to let Caesar off easily, so he was still being pulled roughly. Seeing Lucas and the others leave, Law called out to them. "Wait. We still need to destroy the factory." "Oh, don't worry about that. It's not too late to destroy it once we're outside." Lucas shrugged and didn't continue to explain. Law hesitated for a moment before following them out. "What are you going to do with Caesar?" "Hand him to the revolutionaries. They seem to have use for him." Law thought for a moment and spoke. "Let me have him for a few more days. With him, I can draw Doflamingo out. We'll talk later. For now, let's get out of here." After that, Lucas no longer spoke to him and simply carried Luna as they walked outside. The large dragon was still waiting for them outside. After seeing Lucas, it immediately flew down and lowered its head to let them ride. "You tamed this dragon?" Law asked, but Lucas continued to ignore him. Then, he remembered that the dragon doesn't have a name yet. Smirking, Lucas patted the dragon and spoke. "From now on, you will be named Igneal." "Yep, a fire-breathing dragon named Igneal sounds about right." Lucas chuckled and got on top of him while the rest followed. Once everyone was on board, Igneal flew off to the skies. Looking down, Lucas saw where Betty and the other revolutionaries are and ordered Igneal to head there. They were all in a ship, already a few distances away from the island, along with the kids they found. Lucas looked back at the island and patted Luna on the head. "Luna, do you want to see some fireworks?" Luna nodded as her eyes sparkled in excitement. Lucas smiled and pointed to the sky above the island. Suddenly, numerous yellow dots appeared. He was copying Kizaru's ability to control light and condensed numerous light lasers to gather above Punk Hazard. With a swing of his finger, all the light dots started to beam down on the island as if it were a rain made of light. Then, boom, a loud explosion occurred on the island. By the time the light faded, the whole island was riddled in large holes. Actually, Kizaru might not be able to replicate the same result. This was the product of Lucas trying to test out his powers. With this experiment, Lucas was even more sure now what his powers were, and the thought of it made his shake in fright, but also in excitement. Just the idea of this power was completely nonsensical. It was too overpowered that it didn't make sense at all. Lucas continued to wonder how this ability of his was even able to form or even exist. His power wasn't copying, absorbing, upgrading, or adapting. It was his wish. Right? This power of his seems to come from his deep wishes. When he first arrived in this world, he knew that he didn't have the power to go toe-to-toe with the people here who had special abilities or strong physiques. But he wanted power, so he started training his body. He was weak, so weak that he couldn't even do a few push-ups. He wanted to continue, but his body couldn't handle it. That time, in the deepest depths of his heart, he wished he could continue. And then he did. A warm sensation covered his body, and he was no longer exhausted. After that was being sucked dry by crocodile. Lucas knew that if he could only have some water, he could still remain alive. As he was slowly dying, this wish was in his deepest thoughts as well. That was when he gained the water logia ability. Logia abilities can actually only control the element that is connected to their body. But for some reason, he can control the water outside of his body. Before, he didn't think much of it and thought that he might just be special, but thinking about it now, it was because his wish probably didn't exclude that. The wings as well. He had gained them because he wished for it as he was falling. He thought that having wings would be cool. Then he did. When he was frozen by Aokiji, because he kept limiting himself into thinking that he only had a water logia ability and a few others, he worked around it and thought of gaining a hot water ability. If he had wished to get fire abilities, he would probably have gained it at that time. Everything that happened, every new ability he gained, was because he had wished for it in the deepest of his thoughts. It may have been unconscious, but the thought was still there. Then, when he was about to die in that war 2 years ago, Lucas could vaguely remember wanting to see Roger in the afterlife. The result was a bit different, but he did see Roger after that. For some reason, his ability had shifted himself backward in time, in the time of Roger. But Lucas also recalled that he tried willing himself to time travel as well. How come he couldn't do it? There must be something else, something he's missing. Thinking for a moment, Lucas tried to experiment more with his power. He patted on Ignil's head and closed his eyes as he recalled the image of Ignil that he knew of in the anime called Fairy Tail that he used to watch in his previous world. The next moment, Ignil's body started to glow a faint red light. When the light subsided, his whole body had changed into an even larger and more robust red dragon. Roar. Hearing the lively roar of Ignil, Lucas started to laugh. Ha 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 ha, what a damn broken ability this is. Woo, Daddy Igshan became more awesome. Luna exclaimed when he saw the magic happen. Lucas chuckled and looked back at the broken remains of Punk Hazard. He will continue to experiment more on it later on. For now, he decided to finish the matters at hand. Lucas lifted his hand up and clenched his fist. Instantly, the water surrounding the island suddenly rose and closed in on the entire island, as if it was swallowing it whole. After that, the island was no more. Watching all this, Caesar's face was completely white and he was badly afraid. Hoo, just what sort of god did I offend? He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Monet also saw everything and looked at Lucas thoughtfully. Maybe it's not bad to follow him after all. Hina saw her expression and quietly clenched her heart. Monet cried in pain while Hina snorted. HMPH, don't even think about it. Hina came first. Both Kinnaman and Momonasuke's jaw dropped to the ground. In their hearts, they were crying. Lady Toki, why can't you just keep him for a while? With him, we could have killed Kaido. Mother, why did you have to send Uncle Lucas away? Even if you cheat on father, I won't mind it if it's Uncle Lucas. If Lucas knew what was going on in Momonasuke's head, who knows what he'll do to him? Actually, forget it. If Odin was still alive and knew what Mamanasuk was thinking, he'll probably drag him down with him to hell. Plot twist. Toki sent him away cause she was afraid she was really about to cheat. Of course that's just a joke, P. As for Law, everyone seemed to have forgotten him already. He was crouching on a far end while drawing circles on the dragon's back. Lucas ignored their reactions and asked Igneal to hover beside Betty's ship. Lowering its head, Lucas walked down to her ship and greeted her. Yo, are the kids safe? You really are a monster. Betty's cigarette had long dropped to the ground without her notice, as she was too dumbfounded with what just happened. She sighed and shook her head. Now I really am interested in bearing your child. Fine, we'll talk about that later. The kids are all safe, but I've had the doctors aboard check on them. They seem to have been drugged heavily. Lucas sweated. What do you mean we'll talk about that later? Are you really that hell-bent in bearing my child? After a while, Lucas sighed and nodded. All right, for now I'll have them hide on my island and get some treatment. Here's Caesar's heart. Lucas motioned at Kinnaman, and he soon threw Caesar on the ship as well. Wait. Suddenly, Law shouted. Let me have Caesar for a few days. I need him to lure out Doflamingo. Betty frowned and asked, What do you want with that bastard? Revenge. Betty continued to frown and looked over to Lucas. Since he was the one who caught Caesar, she'll let him decide. Lucas looked at Betty and asked her, Why do you guys want Caesar? To stop that bastard's supply. All right, killing Doflamingo will also have the same effect. I'll stick to this emo and make sure Doflamingo is dead. I also have something I need to vent against him. Emo. Law muttered but shook it off. No matter what, having this guy with him will raise his chances of success by a whole lot. He was also thinking of having an alliance with the Straw Hats too. Betty thought for a moment and nodded. All right, he's yours then, but on one condition. What? Law asked casually, but Lucas had a bad feeling about this. Betty grinned and placed both her hands on her hips, further displaying the impressive rack on her chest that was only covered by an open jacket. I'll be coming as well. Capitulo 97, Doflamingo. A few days have passed. Two figures appeared in the area above where Punk Hazard used to be. One of them was rather large, and his body was covered in chains. What's peculiar was that there seemed to be something rotating around his head. Looking closely, it was a propeller-shaped hair. This man is one of Don Quixote pirates who ate the Guru devil fruit and became a rotating human. Buffalo. Due to this, he could actually use the propeller to fly in the sky, as long as he also rotates his feet to lift himself up. Standing above him was a slender woman wearing maid clothes with a short skirt and a pair of goggles. She was also carrying all sorts of weapons behind her that were larger than her own height. She is also a pirate of the Don Quixote pirates, Baby 5. After eating the Buki devil fruit, she became a weapon human. The goggles on her eyes started to accumulate water from her tears. That bastard Doflamingo, he blasted my precious fiancé, even destroying the whole town together with him. I won't forgive him. I will definitely kill that bastard when I get back. Hearing Baby 5 swear on top of him, Buffalo sweated. What fiancé? Just because an old beggar gives you flowers and confesses to you, you actually accepted him. Young master just cares for you like a younger sister. You should start learning how to refuse other people. But he needed me. When someone asks you, you're unable to refuse, you should do something about that. Ordering 50 different newspapers is nonsense. And you lend too much money, and you buy too much. How much is your debt now? Buffalo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Baby 5 seemed like she couldn't get his point. Shut up, it's only 98 million berries. By the way, lend me 2 million. Hey. He needs me. But I don't have money right now. Baby 5 stopped thinking and asked, when do you need them? I want to have fun in the casino when we get back. Okay, I'll prepare them as soon as we finish the mission, but I'll definitely kill Doflamingo first. Buffalo can only shake his head in his mind. Why else would the young master keep killing all of your so-called fiancées? At this rate, if anyone asked to sleep with you, you would still agree. Anyway, are we there yet? How's the Vivre card? Baby 5 searched her pockets and found a piece of paper. Just as she was about to check if they were near, the paper suddenly disappeared. It's gone. What's gone? The Vivre card, Virgo is dead. Baby 5 exclaimed. Just a while ago, Doflamingo had received an SOS from Virgo, who was chopped up and unable to move. Only after much difficulty was he able to move his severed hand to his pocket and take out a small dendon mushy which he used to contact Doflamingo. After knowing what had happened, Doflamingo feared for the worst and sent Baby 5 and Buffalo to look for them ahead, while he and his crew got ready to leave on a ship. Buffalo fell silent for a moment, then called out to Baby 5. Contact the young master, Virgo is no more. Aren't we going to take a look? How are we going to reach there? That Vivre card is the only pointer we have to Punk Hazard. Virgo had the eternal pose which leads to there. Baby 5 nodded and contacted Doflamingo. After receiving the news, Doflamingo fell silent, then ordered his men to stop preparing to leave. Quietly, he took out another Vivre card, which was meant to locate Caesar. If Caesar was still alive, it meant that whoever killed Virgo was after Caesar and needed him alive. So as long as they can find Caesar, they can find whoever was responsible for Virgo's death. Seeing that Caesar's Vivre card was still intact, he clenched his fist and pounded the table, instantly destroying it. He didn't shout in anger. He was still calm. The act of destroying the table was simply to vent his frustrations. After a while, he pulled another dendon mushy and contacted Monet. On board the Going Merry, Lucas and his group were sailing towards Dressrosa when suddenly, Monet's dendon mushy rung. Lucas had already sent the kidnapped children to Dr. Cureja, who was on his floating island, and explained the situation to her. She promised that she'll do what she can to help remove the drugs in the children's system. Law also helped with this a bit. As for the revolutionaries, Betty had instructed them to go back and report to Dragon, but Betty herself had already called him beforehand. It was more of them just reporting they are back instead. Right now, the people on board the ship are Lucas, Luna, Hina, Monet, Betty, Kinnaman, and Mamanasuk. Oh, there's also Law. Hearing her dendon mushy ring, Monet glanced at her heart, which was still being held by Hina, and to Lucas, who nodded at her. Monet, you are still alive. Yes, young master. Good, it seems those bastards took down Virgo. They probably have Caesar too. Do you know who these bastards are? Lucas showed a shush gesture to her. No, I'm afraid not. The man wore one of the gas masks in the lab so I couldn't see his face. Are they still on the island? Seems like news of the island being destroyed, until nothing was left still, hasn't made way to him yet. Lucas nodded at Monet. Yes. Good, now listen to me. In the third laboratory lies another weapon. That 4 years ago was used to destroy the first and second lab and their island. If you push the trigger button, the only one able to survive will be Caesar, since he can resist the poisonous gas. Monet showed an expressionless face as she listened to what Doflamingo was saying. She already knew what he wanted her to do. Doflamingo continued to speak. Sorry, please die, and take everything with you. Understood, young master. Afterward, Monet ended the call and continued to remain silent. Lucas sighed and didn't know what to do to console her, so he could only pat her on the back before walking away. Law shook his head. This is the kind of man Doflamingo is. Once you are no longer of use, he disposes of you. Monet shot him a look. It doesn't matter. In the past, my life belonged to the young master. Whether I live or die, as long as the young master wills it, I would gladly kill myself. But now, I can't even die if I wanted to. Monet looked at Lucas back and sighed. Going against that man is futile, that power he showed. Even the young master cannot do anything about it. I'm sorry, young master. With him around, you can no longer become the Pirate King. Back in Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the dendon mushy in deep thought. Then, he picked up Baby 5's dendon mushy and called her. Say, you guys should be near Punk Hazard by now, right? Probably. The Vivre card disappeared before we could see the island. Did you see if there were any big explosions in the area? Baby 5 paused for a moment, then answered. No, everything's clear here. I see. Doflamingo ended the call calmly. However, a vein popped up from his forehead and his expression grew grim. He pulled another Vivre card. This time it was Monet's. Sure enough, it was still intact as well. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and left. Without another second left to lose, he flew to the skies using his ability by attaching thin strings to the clouds as he pulled himself forward in the sky. On the Going Merry, Lucas saw that Luna was playing with her new sisters and started to test out more about his powers. After some tests, he found that he can copy any devil fruit ability he knows except for Toki's time fruit, since he couldn't return to the past. I think Toki also said that she could only travel to the future, but that would be problematic, so let's not do that for now. Lucas also tried to create something from nothing. He tried to go big immediately and imagined a warship to appear beside them, but nothing happened. So creating stuff from nothing is impossible too, or maybe there's something I'm still missing. Lucas scratched his head as even though he tried to create small things, it was still not possible. Too bad, if I can just wish for a death note to appear, all my problems would be solved easily. While he was trying to see if he could do more, he felt something approaching from the distance in the skies. Lucas saw who was approaching and grinned. It was Doflamingo. Lucas didn't disturb the others and directly teleported over in front of him. As Lucas floated in front of Doflamingo and his wings spread behind him, Doflamingo's eyes widened in surprise behind his sunglasses. You. I thought I was going to see the real you. Turns out this is just one of your string clones, huh? Lucas ignored his shock and shook his head upon observing Doflamingo closely. Since that's the case, just die. With a snap of his fingers, Doflamingo suddenly burns into flames. The string clone didn't mind the fire around its body as he glared at Lucas hatefully. This isn't the end. Don't worry, we'll be coming to Dressrosa soon. Once we do, it's already checkmate for you. Lucas waved his hands and the remaining embers exploded, leaving nothing left in its place. The next second, Lucas returned back to the ship and acted as if nothing had happened. That night, Lucas received a call from Luffy and the others that they have also finished dealing with Zephyr and are on their way to meet him. Since Lucas had left a Vivre card on him, there should be a way to find them somehow later. Still, Lucas told them that they are on their way to Dressrosa and to meet up there instead. The days passed by peacefully after that. Hina kept a tight watch on both Monet and Betty, especially during the night. Every time, she would lock up my door with her ability to prevent Betty from sneaking in. Luna sleeps with Lucas as well, so Lucas didn't mind. Since Luna is with him, even if they do sneak in, they can't possibly do anything to him with Luna around, right? As usual, Hina and Betty are arguing while Monet cooks their dinner. Law is minding his own business, and Momonosuke and Kinnaman seem to be training. Luna is playing with Igneel as they fly in the skies. Suddenly, Luna shouted at them from above. "Daddy, I see a big ship. It's glittering." "Hi." Lucas flew up as well and looked at where Luna was pointing. There is indeed a huge ship there, and it's shining bright in the night sea. On the front, there were two huge turtles pulling at the ship forwards like a horse pulling a chariot. Lucas blinked in surprise as he saw the ship. Isn't this Guild Tesoro's cruise ship, that gold guy from the movie? What the hell is this guy doing here? Anyway, this is none of my business. It's better to steer clear from such an annoying thing. However, Luna was already looking at him with glittering eyes. "Daddy, I want to go. That place looks like a lot of money." "Nami, we really need to have a talk when you get back." Capitulo 98, WEGO. Betty saw the sparkling ship at the distance and frowned. "Grand Tesoro, that should be Guild Tesoro's ship. It is said that his wealth accounted for around 20% of all the money circulated in the world. I hear he also has dealings with Doflamingo as well." Beside her, Hina snorted and puffed out a mouthful of smoke from her cigarette. Since Luna likes the ship, Hina thinks we can just kill him and take the ship. "Hina, you're really starting to act more and more like a pirate now." Lucas showed a wry smile at Hina's behavior. This straight-laced Marine to actually become a pirate, is this his fault? Lucas didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Anyway, her words hold some truth in it. Since Luna likes it, Emma take it. Plus, he can make use of the money as well to fund his and Koza's operations. That entertainment ship is also good for getting various information. Kinnaman and Mamanasuk saw the dirty looks Lucas was giving on the ship and shivered. They don't know much about this Tesoro guy, but it really is unlucky for them to have crossed their path. Let's go then. Go. Luna copied her father's pose as they pointed at the ship with greed in their eyes. Law was dumbfounded at their actions. What the hell are these guys doing? Don't they know we still have Caesar on board? Not to mention, there's also a revolutionary woman and Doflamingo's little bird here as well. Oi, stop fooling around. We still need to deal with Doflamingo. Relax, Law. We'll deal with him after dealing with his cash cow. Then what about this Caesar? Are we just going to bring him along? Lucas just gave him a side-eye and didn't bother much. You chain him up and keep watch on him on Igneel. Just fly around the area and wait for us to call you back. Law was taken aback and said unwillingly, You want me to stay? Why, I thought you didn't want to come and waste time here. I'm just going to chain him up and come with you guys. And no fair, I want to come as well. I've been wanting to visit this place, but Doflamingo won't let me. Caesar protested, but no one cared about him. Law then pointed at Monet and asked, How about her? You may have her heart, but that won't limit her if you can't see her. She's coming along. Anyway, Doflamingo already came here earlier and saw her here. He'll just treat her as a traitor. Monet asked, The young master came. Yeah, well, just a clone of his anyway. I burned him into ashes already. Monet seemed like she was about to say something but sighed and didn't speak anymore. Lucas just shrugged and waited for the ship to reach Grand Tesoro. Oh, since we're boarding a fancy ship, it's best we dress for the occasion. Lucas remembered that Kinnaman had the ability to change clothes or something. He decided to copy the idea and snapped his fingers to dress everyone properly. Lucas wore a white suit with a black shirt and a red tie. Apart from wearing red sunglasses, he no longer bothered to hide his face. Since he already showed Doflamingo who he was, there was no use to hide anymore. Previously, he was still hesitant in hiding his identity, but after learning his new abilities, he figured he should have enough strength now to go against anyone who will try to do something against him. It was time the world remembered his name once again. Beside him, he dressed Luna in a cute white one-piece dress and a red rose clip on her hair. Hina wore a shoulderless golden evening dress that glittered under the moonlight and highlighted her flawless white neck and shoulders. Betty wore a somewhat loose golden dress which highlighted her chest very much. That type which drapes over her shoulders and only covers the important parts of her chest and freely exposes her cleavage and sides. Monet wore a jade backless dress which suited her current physique of a harpy. She also had a long white feather boa wrapped around her. Law wore a black suit and white shirt that wasn't buttoned to the top and folded out of his suit. Kinnaman wore a black floral shirt and a red scarf around his neck. Mamanasuk wore a blue suit and a red bow tie. Kinda looks like a certain child detective. Everyone looked surprised at the sudden change. With another wave of his hand, Lucas controlled the water to flow in front of them to create a mirror for them to look at. Lucas grinned at them and asked, How is it? I can still make some changes if you want. Hina looked at herself and then to Lucas. Can you cut this part here? Hina wants to be able to move her legs freely. Lucas snapped his fingers again, and a cut was made on her shirt, which showed her long and beautiful legs. Hina nodded in satisfaction, then whispered to Lucas. Later, I want to take a picture with your phone with you. All right. While they were on their way to Punk Hazard before, Lucas had shown her his smartphone, and they took a bunch of pictures already. Betty then approached him with a teasing smile. The dress you gave me is beautiful. Did you want to look at my chest that much? I just wanted what you would be comfortable in. Lucas thought that since Betty seemed to like to expose her chest so much, this shouldn't be a problem for her. As expected, she liked it very much. Betty grabbed onto his arm and whispered on his other ear, without caring for Hina, who was close by as well. Later, I can show you much more if you want Tilda. To be honest, Lucas was tempted. But he has a daughter now, so he can't be so irresponsible. Thankfully, Hina was there to save him. Hina started to pinch his ear and dragged him away from Betty, who just laughed at her antics like an older sister, looking at her little sister playfully. Ignoring them, Luna was the happiest with her new clothes and started to hug her father lovingly. At this time, Going Mary finally reached Grand Tesoro and is about to enter inside. Lucas saw the falling flakes of gold inside and frowned. Remembering the movie, Guild Tesoro had used these golden flakes to control the people inside. Using his gold devil fruit's ability to control gold, it would be easy to deal with anyone who lets themselves be attacked by the golden flakes. Lucas waved his hand, and a thin layer of water covered everyone. The water was so thin that you wouldn't notice it with the naked eye, but it is enough to prevent the golden flakes from attaching to them. When they entered the long tunnel at the entrance, as expected, golden flakes started to pour down. Wah, so pretty. Luna stretched her litter arms upwards and played around as if the golden flakes were snow. Betty frowned and warned everyone. Be careful, I heard Guild Tesoro has the ability to control gold at will. These are probably. It's fine, I already placed a thin barrier around you all. Nothing will happen to you, just go and enjoy. Lucas calmed her down so she wouldn't be too high-strung and nervous later. Betty smiled and nodded. All right, dear Tilda. The tunnel at the entrance is quite long, so while they waited to enter, Luna and Mamanasuk were playing around. Kinnaman was still in awe with how much gold there is, while La just sighed and shook his head. By the time they reached the end of the tunnel, they could hear some cheering and music. It seems Guild Tesoro is performing a concert at the moment. Seeing Guild Tesoro dance on the stage while singing, Lucas clicked his tongue. This guy sure can move. Luna seemed excited hearing the song and seeing the fanfare as she was jumping and dancing around as well. A bit irritated that Luna was paying attention to another man, Lucas muttered to console himself. HMPH, I can do better than him. A, really, Daddy? J. Lucas sweated. How come this little kid actually heard him? It was just a joke. But now that she asked, and looking at her sparkling eyes full of expectation for her dear father, Lucas could only follow up on his lie. Oh, of course. On the stage, Guild Tesoro also noticed the new arrivals and saw the mark of Straw Hat on the ship. He paused for half a second before continuing his song. He didn't actually hear what he said or see so far away, but since they had the mark of the Straw Hat Pirates, they are worth checking out later. Lucas knew he was noticed, but didn't mind. They waited until the song was over before parking and having a look around. However, after Guild Tesoro was done, instead of going backstage, he held his golden microphone and created a platform of gold from the stage towards their ship. As he neared them, Guild Tesoro frowned seeing that Straw Hat Luffy doesn't seem to be here. Are you not the Straw Hat Pirates? Where is Straw Hat Luffy? You can just consider us as a part of his fleet. What do you want? Lucas raised a brow at Guild Tesoro, who suddenly came to their ship. I just wanted to welcome the famous rookie. Since you are part of his fleet, then I shall welcome you to my Grand Tesoro with open arms. Guild Tesoro spread his arms wide arrogantly. Did you enjoy the show? Lucas couldn't be bothered with him. In his mind, he was deliberating if he should just beat the guy and be done with it. However, his little daughter seems to have other plans. Daddy said he can do better. Gah. Lucas nearly choked when he heard that. Damn it, this is really what they call digging one's own grave. At that moment, Lucas regretted lying to his daughter earlier. Guild Tesoro raised a brow and looked at Lucas. Oh, is that so? Actually, your face does look familiar. Have we met before? No matter. Since this cute little girl says you can do better, I wonder if we can have the honor of listening to your performance. Guild Tesoro raised his golden mic and said this as if he wanted everyone to hear. Sure enough, the audience grew curious. Lucas didn't care about them, but seeing his daughter look so excited at him, he knew he can't turn him down. In his mind, he was already swearing at Guild Tesoro. You bastard, just wait and see what happens later. I will melt you down, turn you into a golden toilet, then ship you off to Kamabaka Kingdom. After some deliberation, Lucas grabbed his golden mic and showed a fearless grin. Fine. Behind him, Hina and Betty shared a look of concern. Is Lucas really so great at singing? Wouldn't he embarrass himself? Lucas took the mic and walked on the golden platform onto the stage quietly. Since he's doing this, might as well do it big. As he walked, all of a sudden, music filled the entire area. The musicians at the side looked at each other and saw that none of them were playing any instruments. Then what is causing this music? Lucas heard the music and sighed in relief. At least his ability worked for this. It was just his imagination, and he didn't actually know if it will work. Thankfully it did. Although it's pretty useless, but at least he can show off. As the music played, he walked leisurely to the stage and stabbed the mic on the hole on the stage. He started to sing. Tgthegood, we can't just stay still, we can't let ourselves stop. Yokka asukute, Tilda, we're growing impatient at the late arrival of dawn. Ikai nai sunshine yan, we gu tilde. 1 2 3 san sunshine 4, we go. Right, our shameless main character is simply singing the 15th opening song of One Piece, We Go. As he continued to sing, he controlled the golden water as visual effects, even turning them into golden beauties and had them dance all around the stage. Luna was jumping up and down on the ship excitedly, while the rest had their jaws to the ground. Lucas can sing, and so good. Actually, Luca's voice isn't so good, but he's using his cheaty ability to make it sound good. That's right, our main character is simply just that shameless. Lucas smiled when he saw Luna was happy. He stretched his arm and controlled Luna to have her fly to him. As he held her tiny hand, she danced around the stage with him as he sang. Oritachi wa, Koko made kitazi tilde, we have come this far. Oritachi wa yuku, yumno erikai, we are heading, for where our dream is. Dermo oitakanai tilde, we are heading, for where our dream is. Tilde titai One Piece. Ikaben nori, no doubt One Piece will lead the assault. Yumameru kokoro wa, chu dekai tilde, our dreaming hearts are ridiculously vast. Same nai kodo ga tilde deji tilde, but what's important is to make sure that they don't wake up. Tto dekanai tamaranai tilde, we can't just stay still, we can't let ourselves stop. Yokka asukute, tilde, we're growing impatient at the late arrival of dawn. Ikai nai sunshine. Lucas smiled, then passed the mic to Luna. Ikai nai sunshine. Then he carried her, and they sang together on the mic. Ikai nai sunshine yan, we gu tilde. Lucas raised the mic, and the crowd understood his intentions. We gu tilde. And the crowd goes wild. Oza. Capitulo 99, Casino. Watching the spectacle in front of him, Guild Tesoro grimaced. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his earpiece regarding the identities of the people on board. Heart Pirates Captain, Trafalgar Law. Don Quixote Pirate Officer Monet. Former Marine Captain, Black Cage Hina. East Army Commander of the Revolutionaries, Bello Betty. Guardian Wing Captain, Straw Hat Pirates member, former Shichibukai. Now most famously known as the Reaper of the Seas, Lucas. Though there's no information on the others, just the identities of these 5 are enough to shock Guild Tesoro to death. Especially the last 2. No, just the last one is an even more shocking reveal for him. After all, this man had once stood beside the strongest human Whitebeard and very nearly destroyed Marineford. He was supposed to be dead. But now, Guild Tesoro saw the figure on the stage, and his face went pale. However, his mouth curved into a grin. Even though he looked in fear, he also shook in excitement. If I can get this guy to work for me. Just the thought of it excited him. If he had Lucas by his side, who else does he have to fear? Doflamingo, the world government. Guild Tesoro wasn't an idiot. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Lucas into submission. But it's a different story if they are inside his domain. Even if he can't do anything to Lucas, there's still that kid who calls him father. In his mind, Guild Tesoro was already running multiple scenarios to make Lucas his own slave. After the song, the audience cheered and clapped. Lucas and Luna both went back to the ship, where Lucas tossed the mic back to Guild Tesoro. Satisfied? Ha ha ha, of course I am, you have really widened my views, that was a nice song. Lucas simply rolled his eyes. By his side, Luna was still happily singing We Go, while hopping around. Hina looked at Lucas and nodded. Hina didn't think you were a good singer too. What else can't you do? Betty laughed and clung to him, which made Hina irritated. Ignored the two who were glaring at each other, Lucas turned back to Tgthegood. Well, are you gonna continue staying here or what? Haha, let me show you to the parking space so you can park your little ship. Luca's face twitched. This damned gold shit had to emphasize on little. As they parked Mary in a free space, a red-haired beauty with nice curves approached them. She took off her sunglasses and placed them on the spot between her chest, which made Kinnaman and Mamanasuk both ogle at her. Tgthegood smiled and introduced her to Lucas and the rest. This is Baccarat. She's the concierge for VIP guests. Since you are part of the Straw Hat Fleet and you are also great in singing, we have already considered you as VIP guests. She will show you around my city and my place. Grand Tgthegoud, though a ship, is also a city and a country of its own, which is recognized by the world government. Which is to say, Tgthegoud is also a king himself. After introducing Baccarat, Tgthegoud made up some excuse to leave. Hina looked at him, leaving, then whispered in Luca's ear. Hina thought you would beat him up and take the ship. No rush. This guy seems to be planning something devious. I want to see what that gold shit can do. After Tgthegoud left, Baccarat reintroduced herself. Good day to you all, I am Baccarat. It's a pleasure to meet such famous people. Law frowned and had a bad feeling. You know us. But of course, all government heads, marine leaders, and famous pirates are on our VIP list. I am especially a fan of Mr. Lucas. As if she didn't emphasize it enough, she also drew near Lucas and hugged his arm. Lucas felt the softness in his arm, but didn't further entertain her. This woman is bad news? Seriously, her ability to steal luck is annoying, though it probably won't work on me. Though he thought that, Lucas still made it a point to steer clear from this bad luck woman. Lucas broke free from her grasp and didn't pay her much attention. Luna looked at Baccarat and tilted her head cutely. Auntie, my daddy is already married. You can't touch him. It seems Luna felt something from her as well. Lucas smiled at Luna and patted her head. A vein popped out from Baccarat's forehead when she heard the word auntie. Who's the auntie? I am still young, you know. Still, she kept her smile and bent down to look at Luna. The moment she bent down, her cleavage was in full view to the rest. Kinnaman and Mamanasuk both had blood on the nose, while their eyes nearly popped out. This little sister, you can call me Big Sis instead. No. Another vein popped out on her forehead. Just then, Mamanasuk came to the rescue. Big Sis, you are so beautiful. Oh my, thank you, cute little brother. Baccarat seemed as if she found a way out from her embarrassment, so she hugged Mamanasuk dearly. While being burrowed in between the cleavage, Mamanasuk turned his head to Kinnaman and grinned smugly. Kinnaman's face darkened. This damn perverted brat. Hina and Betty just looked at the two of them with half-closed eyes. In their mind, Mamanasuk's appearance was no longer cute. Luna also stared at him with half-closed eyes. I see, so this is a pervert that Mommy mentioned. At the side, Law just sighed and shook his head. Why did I have to come with these fools? As for Monet, she just quietly followed behind Lucas with a half-smile on her face. Please, this way. After a while, Baccarat motioned for them to sit in a luxurious car, which is powered by muscle turtles, instead of a normal car engine from Lucas' previous world. Lucas knew that these turtles are basically being forced, but didn't say much to it. Wow, so fluffy. Luna was the first to hop in and felt the soft carpet in the car. The rest followed and sat there. Lucas didn't really want to sit next to Baccarat at the front, so he asked Kinnaman to sit there while carrying Mamanasuk. Anyway, those two are perverts who wanted to get close to Baccarat, so they didn't mind. There's a drink bar there too, so you can drink whatever you want. Lucas took a look and grabbed a random alcohol as he poured one for him, Betty, and Hina. He just gave fruit juice to Luna. The seating arrangement was Kinnaman and Mamanasuk at the front with Baccarat. Law and Monet sat behind them with the backs turned to them. Then Betty, Lucas, and Hina at the back, as Lucas enjoyed the two beauties sitting on both sides of him. Luna herself is sitting on Luca's lap while happily drinking her juice. City of Grand Tesoro, let's go. Baccarat smiled and turned the key. The turtles on the sides were electrified, and they started to pump on the engine for the car to move. Smoke exited the exhaust pipes at the sides, then stopped as the car moved in a comfortable yet fast speed. First is the downtown area. The car passed through a street filled with lights, music, and dancing. Kinnaman and Momonosuke, who sat at the front, were surprised to see such a view and were enjoying it. Lucas looked around and simply felt nostalgic. This place is probably the closest to the normal city view from his previous world. He let himself drown in nostalgia a bit while drinking the glass of wine. This is really a wonderful place. Kinnaman exclaimed in surprise. Baccarat smiled and shook her finger. No, this is still the plain area of the city. Seriously? This ship is approximately 10 kilometers long. It's fully equipped with hotels, a shopping mall, and a casino, as well as pools, an aquarium, a theater, and a golf course. This giant ship itself is its own independent country, officially recognized by the world government. Both Kinnaman and Momonosuke's jaws dropped to the ground as they listened, while those sitting at the back didn't have a change in expression. Baccarat continued. The front of the ship is also equipped with giant turtles, allowing it to travel to anywhere in the world regardless of any sea or wind currents. As he listened, Lucas just sneered in his mind. Travel anywhere? Can it travel to Fishman Island or any Sky Islands? Anyway, this whole thing is going to be mine. Lucas chuckled and didn't care about Baccarat's boasting. The luxurious area is coming up next. The car went through a huge arched gate, and it was like they were in a different world. To sum it up, while it still looked like a regular city before, now it looked like they were in Las Vegas. Lucas thought as he looked around. I haven't been to Vegas before, but it looks like this in the movies. Only, this place has way more gold. The buildings were golden, the statues were golden, heck, even the trash can is gold. In the middle of the city is a tall tower. The top of the tower looked like that of a hand pointing to the skies. Lucas looked around and saw there are also video dendon mushies that works like a surveillance camera. This is certainly impressive. I agree. Kinnaman and Momonosuke both exclaimed. Looking at their appearance, Lucas wanted to smack their faces. Why do these fools look like they don't want to return to Wano? It was a good thing Odin and Toki aren't here. Otherwise, they will definitely cry. Nah, Odin will probably fool along with these guys, and Toki would just quietly laugh at them from the back. Lucas shook his head and no longer bothered with the two at the front. Shall we go to the casino? Go, let's go. Baccarat asked, and Kinnaman happily answered. Lucas really wanted to punch that guy in the face. Isn't he the one who wanted to deal with Kaido as soon as possible? Baccarat smiled and drove to the casino, which was located on the tall tower at the middle of the city. Let me present to you the Riaro. Inside the Riaro was a huge casino. By huge, it meant there are even slot machines about 10 times as large as a normal slot machine, and roulette that is also large enough to build a house on it. The casino offers a wide variety of games and attractions. Feel free to ask any questions you have. I'll be your guide. Then, a server approached them with a suitcase on hand. Baccarat motioned for him to open the suitcase, and it revealed rows of chips with a golden center and black and blue stripes around it. For now, we'll lend you 20 million berries worth of chips. 20 million. Kinnaman's jaw dropped. Apart from him and Momonosuke, Lucas and the others didn't show any reaction at all. Do you know how to even play, Kinnaman? Oh, of course. Lucas smiled and tossed him 5 million berries worth of chips. Afterward, he took the briefcase and tossed it to Monet to hold on. You and Momonosuke go play then. Take Baccarat with you, we'll have a look around. Really? Kinnaman looked happy to go and play, and Momonosuke was happy to have Baccarat tag along. Baccarat didn't want to go with them, but Lucas didn't let her say anything else as their group left. Baccarat stomped her feet and pouted. Beside him, Kinnaman approached with a dirty smile. Hee, Miss Baccarat, can you tell me how to play that one? Of course, I will show you. Baccarat's face cramped, but she still smiled and did her job. Lucas smiled in his mind. Let those two perverts deal with that woman, while I go rob this place of its money. How to rob, simple really, just win everything. Slots win. Blackjack win. Roulette win. Lucas and his group visited every game and attraction. He let Luna play most of them and simply supported her from behind. At first, Lucas wanted to test out the ability using Baccarat's lucky ability, but he wanted to try not cheating first. However, even though he didn't do anything, they were still winning. Was Baccarat using her ability to help them, or is it something else? But when they met up again with Baccarat a few hours later, Lucas could see her face became tense when she heard they won 1.5 billion berries already. Lucas concluded that it wasn't Baccarat who's doing it. If so, Lucas turned to look at Luna. Hee, my daughter is really lucky, Tilda. She certainly is. The person in question, Luna, didn't know what was happening behind the scenes, but was extremely happy to have a lot of money. Lucas wondered what Nami would say if she knew that her daughter just won 1 billion berries. Lucas smiled as he imagined her dumbstruck face. As for Kinnaman, they also didn't receive any losses and won 10 million berries. Nicely done, everyone. Perhaps you'd like to visit the VIP room next. VIP. It's high risk, high return. Win and you're a multi-billionaire. Are you game for some special gambling? Kinnaman hummed and looked at Lucas. Lucas showed a fearless grin. Why not? My daughter hasn't played enough yet. Hearing this, Baccarat swore in her mind. Haven't played enough yet. She just won 1.5 billion. I was still afraid you won't dare to go in the VIP room, but you still think this isn't enough. Baccarat sighed in relief in her mind and continued to smile. That's great, wonderful. Baccarat led them to a golden elevator. It only showed 4 levels: B for basement, casino, VIP, and hotel. However, when the arrow pointed at the VIP, the doors didn't open. Baccarat knocked on the door and suddenly a huge head appeared on the door. Sorcery. What sorcery is this? Kinnaman asked in surprise. His hand grasped the handle of his sword, ready to slash at the demonic thing in front of them. Lucas raised his hand to stop him and calmed him down. This is Tanaka-san, head of the casino's security. Tanaka bowed his huge head and smiled. Welcome. He has the power of the through devil fruit, Nuke no Mi. He can pass through any non-living object. Tanaka walked towards the group and presented his hand. Take my hand if you would. Lucas turned to Kinnaman since he didn't want to touch this huge head. Kinnaman held Tanaka's hand, followed by Momonosuke, Monet, Betty, Hina, Lucas, then Luna. Lucas could simply use his own powers to get through the door, but he didn't want to reveal everything just yet. After passing through the door, they saw a square-shaped room with 3 levels. On the bottom floor, there sat 2 giants and a huge, thick metal cup between them. The special gambling that Baccarat mentioned seemed to be a simple dice game where you bet even or odd. Hina seemed to have felt something and turned her head to the side. The moment she did, she saw a familiar person turning her head towards her as well. Lucas was curious and turned to look. When he did, his face froze. Jay, it's that Momosagi. Betty saw her as well and showed a slight smile. Oh, isn't that little rabbit? It's been a while since Alabasta. What the hell is a revolutionary commander doing here? And what's a vice admiral doing here? Are you looking for a sugar daddy? A vein popped out on Momosagi's forehead. She wanted to retaliate, but a colleague of hers quickly calmed her down. Baccarat smiled at them. The world government recognizes Grand Tesoro as a special neutral area. The Marines can't go make any arrests here. That's the rule. Tusk. Momosagi clicked her tongue at Baccarat's explanation, as it seemed like she was trying to remind her instead of explaining to them. She glared at Betty, then looked at Hina. So this is why you resigned. Hina is a pirate now. Momosagi sighed, then turned to look at Lucas. So you're still alive, huh, brat? Seems like it. Lucas shrugged and didn't mind being exposed. Momosagi turned to another Marine officer with them and whispered some commands. The Marine officer saluted, then left the room. She saw Baccarat was giving her a look, so she explained. Relax, I just had him report the situation. Grand Tesoro may be a neutral area, but if the world government knows you are harboring this man, well, if I'm lucky, I can go and let loose here. Baccarat frowned, but didn't say any more. Then they saw a round of the game being played. A large blonde man appeared and tossed the 2 metal dice on the cup. Then he grabbed the metal cup and did a backflip to flip the cup on the ground and hide the contents of the dice. Next, he took a large axe and jumped. He swung the axe down and used its force to spin his body multiple times before hitting the metal cup with his head. Yes, the axe is meaningless. Kinnaman and Mamanasuk overreacted as usual. The metal cup broke into pieces from the impact with his head, and the dice were revealed. 2-6 even. The man who hit the large and thick metal cup with his head trembled from the pain with a smile. Feels so good, Tilda. Lucas pointed at that man, then talked to Luna. Luna, see that guy? That guy is a masochist. They're bad people. Never ever get near those kinds of people. I understand, Daddy. Hina stared at the scene with half-closed eyes. None of that made any sense. Capitulo 100, colluding together. Shall we start betting? Baccarat asked with a smile. Kinnaman looked towards Lucas, since he was the one holding most of the money. Kinnaman and Mamanasuk had only won around 10 million, but Lucas had 1.5 billion. Law looked around and frowned, as he felt this place was suspicious. No matter what, Guild Tesoro won't simply let them win a huge amount of money. Something was definitely fishy about this whole thing. Hina didn't say anything and simply stood beside Lucas. Lucas patted Luna and asked, "What do you think, Luna, odd or even?" Even. Even it is, all in. All it took was one word from Luna and Lucas had betted the whole 1.5 billion. The dice were tossed and revealed, snake eyes even. Just like that, he now has 3 billion berries. Well done, you are really lucky. Baccarat tried to keep up her smile and act natural. She definitely can't let these people leave without losing their money. Kinnaman and Mamanasuk both swallowed a mouthful of saliva upon knowing that they had won big. If they can get all this money back to Wano, they can reclaim their land. Suddenly, people around called out behind them. Lucas didn't need to turn around to know that Guild Tesoro had finally shown himself. Well, are you having a pleasant time? Hess, not bad. After winning 3 billion, I feel like going home already. Lucas chuckled and scared him a little. Guild Tesoro didn't seem to react as much and simply smiled. Oh, you seem to be having a lucky break. How about one more game? I'll even match your wager. Lucas turned his head to the side and looked at Guild Tesoro. Behind him, there was a slender beauty in shades. She had short indigo hair with a red rose stuck on it. She was also present when Guild Tesoro sang earlier on the stage. This is Karina. Lucas remembered the girl as someone who had grown up along with Nami supposedly. They are both thieves. From what he remembered in the movie, Karina was after the so-called Tesoro money, which is worth 500 billion berries. Naturally, Lucas didn't even think for a second of helping her achieve that goal. If there is such a thing as Tesoro money, then he would be the one taking it for himself. But he wouldn't do anything against her on account that she's Nami's friend. Anyway, for now, Lucas still wanted to scam Guild Tesoro some more. I don't know. I think I'm pretty satisfied with 3 billion. How about this? If you win, I'll pay you 10 times the wager. Isn't it exciting? Heck, fine, but you better hold up on your words. Don't look down on me. I will naturally uphold my promise. Guild Tesoro smiled. He exchanged looks with Baccarat, who smiled and nodded discreetly. He then walked over and sat on a cushion on the ground. Betty tried to stop Lucas, but he had already made his decision. He carried Luna to the other cushion for her to sit down. Guild Tesoro looked at the child and asked, "Is this young lady the one I'm betting against?" "That's right. Whatever my Luna says, that's what I'll bet." "Odd." Luna happily shouted, looking quite excited. After hearing her bet, the dice were tossed once more and landed. Before the cup was broken to reveal the result, Baccarat walked over with a smile. "My, this little girl is really cute, isn't she?" She held out her hand, which no longer wore a glove and patted Luna's head. Lucas didn't do anything to stop her, as he feels that luck won't matter if he can cheat. However, when Baccarat touched Luna, an unknown power seemed to have invaded her body and caused her to cough up blood. The next moment, the cup broke and revealed the dice. 6-5. Odd. The whole crowd was restless. They actually won. Lucas had won 30 billion from Guild Tesoro. Guild Tesoro's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly looked at Baccarat, who had coughed up blood. Actually, Lucas was also confused. He was prepared to cheat with his ability and make it look like the result would be odd no matter what the result was. With him cheating, it won't matter if they were lucky or not. He didn't think that Baccarat's ability to steal luck from other people would actually not work on Luna. Rather, it even backfired. Such a thing was possible. Was Luna's luck so heaven-defying that Baccarat's ability can't steal it at all? My daughter is really so op. The title of this story could even be, I have an overpowered daughter in the One Piece world. Lucas looked at Luna in a new light. She was simply the little goddess of gambling. He was afraid that if Nami knew about this, she would definitely drag Luna along to all casinos around the world. Lucas shook his head and looked back at Baccarat with a concerned expression. Are you all right? What happened to you? Why you? What did you do to me? What do you mean? I didn't do anything. Lucas waved his hands and acted innocent. Luna just tilted her head cutely and didn't know what happened. All she knew was that she won. If she won, then it means more money. When she thought up to that, she started to cheer and hug Lucas in excitement. Guild Tesoro's expression was dark. He clenched his fist but didn't dare to retaliate for now. Do you really have some good luck? Ahaha, we were just lucky. Shall we bet again? Guild Tesoro gritted his teeth and had the urge to continue betting, but he knew when to pull out. Before he can figure out what really happened, he won't continue to throw his money. This was the first time that Baccarat's ability didn't work. He can't treat this incident lightly. I'm sorry, there are still some things I need to take care of and can't continue to play. Too bad. All right, you go do your stuff. We're gonna stay and continue betting. Damn it, can't you get the cue and leave? However, he couldn't just make them leave without a good reason. There are plenty of VIPs around watching, so he can't embarrass himself further. Everyone, how about we pause the games for a while? Karina here will show you all a special performance. Using Karina's performance as an excuse, he paused the games and stalled for time. Lucas knew what he was thinking and scoffed. Oh, you guys can stay and listen. Luna, should we play some more in the casino below? We'll come back after that girl finishes singing. Play. Lucas' logic was simple. Since they can't continue to bet here, he would continue to get more money in the casino and come back here after Karina finished singing. A vein popped out on Guild Tesoro's forehead. He wanted nothing more but to rip Lucas into pieces. Mama Usagi, who was watching from the sides, snickered upon seeing such an interesting scene. She had long been irritated about not being able to make any moves against Guild Tesoro, so seeing this scene was quite refreshing. Not bad. It seems that Hina girl at least found an interesting man. If only he wasn't a pirate, it would have been better. Guild Tesoro said nothing. He no longer cared about the consequences. He held out his hand and controlled the gold flakes around their body to solidify them, but nothing happened. Lucas turned around halfway and smiled. That won't work. How? This is impossible. Guild Tesoro's eyes widened in shock. Everyone should have been showered by the gold flakes when they arrive in Grand Tesoro. There's no way they could have removed those flakes. The only way was to use seawater to wash it off. But since they arrived, they have been under surveillance and Baccarat was also with them. There was no way they could have washed it off without their knowledge. To begin with, there was no way Guild Tesoro would have seawater where people can access it easily. So how? Since Guild Tesoro had already started making a move against him, Lucas no longer needed to act nice. He passed Luna over to Hina first to ensure her safety, before walking towards Guild Tesoro. What do you want? Lucas didn't bother answering him and continued to walk. Guild Tesoro gritted his teeth and stretched out his arm as he controlled the gold in the surrounding area. The golden dragon coiling on the pillar seemed to come to life as it flew towards Lucas. Lucas glanced at the gold dragon, and suddenly, it turned and shot towards where the Marine vice admirals were sitting. Suddenly being attacked, they all jumped away and drew their weapons. Lucas shouted, "Nice one, Tesoro, hit them again." After he said that, the dragon flew to the skies, then dove back down on Momosagi. When the Marines heard Lucas shout, their expressions changed as a certain thought was played out in their heads. They were being tricked. These two were colluding from the start to act against them. "Tesoro, what is the meaning of this?" "It wasn't me." "Good, continue to trick them and attack." Lucas gave an evil laugh as he spoke and controlled the golden dragon at the same time. Right, Guild Tesoro was no longer in control of the gold dragon. It was simply Lucas controlling it instead and attacking the Marines. Not only that, he decided to use the other gold dragons on the remaining pillars and attack the other VIP guests. Lucas really looked like an evil pirate now as he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha, none of you are getting out alive." "Tesoro, you bastard. Get me a Dendon mushy quick, we need to report back. This casino king is just a sham. In the end, he is still a pirate." Momosagi gritted her teeth and stared at Guild Tesoro and Lucas hatefully. She was really angry this time. "Tesoro, don't think you can still remain a part of the world government after this." "It's really not me. Fuck, Lucas, how are you doing this?" Lucas looked at Guild Tesoro with a wronged expression. "What do you mean? You're the one who has the gold devil fruit. I'm not doing anything. You said that I will get 30% of the spoils if I act accordingly." Hearing more evidence coming out of Lucas' mouth, everyone was angered. Guild Tesoro panicked and tried to explain, but Lucas sneered at everyone else. Of course, everything was an act. After all, with Baccarat's ability to steal luck, do you think we could really win if it isn't an act? You idiots, you were being played from the start. Guild Tesoro's face started to turn pale, especially when he saw countless VIP guests using their Dendon mushies to report what was happening. Actually, everyone here knew more or less the dark inner workings of Grand Tesoro, but turned a blind eye to it as long as Guild Tesoro wasn't being excessive, and it doesn't concern them directly. But now that they were being schemed against, and even their lives were in danger, how can they still turn a blind eye? It isn't that they had completely believed Lucas either, as all of this was suspicious. However, the fact was Lucas should really be incapable of controlling gold, as this was the ability of someone with the gold devil fruit. Maybe if he had the lightning devil fruit, that could also work, as Enel could more or less control gold back then. But this isn't something that most people knew. Lucas' point regarding Baccarat's ability was also a good point, so they believed him even more. Watching all these happening, Hina, Betty, Law, and Monet were dumbfounded. If they didn't know better, they might have really believed that Lucas was collaborating with Guild Tesoro. Kinnaman and Momonosuke stared at Lucas in shock. Lucas is an enemy. And no way. Hina and the others stared at them and shook their heads. They couldn't be bothered with answering at all. Lucas didn't care about their reactions at all, as he was having fun playing the bad guy. Wahahaha, turn them into golden statues and sell them to their families. Bastard. Everyone else attacked Guild Tesoro, thinking that by attacking him, the attacks would stop. Guild Tesoro tried to defend himself, but found out that he couldn't properly control the gold anymore, so he could only take the beating while Baccarat and his people tried to help. Karina was also dumbfounded as she watched the development. Let's get out of here first. She directly ignored the fact that her boss was being beaten up and disappeared somewhere. Lucas saw that the situation was more or less chaotic enough, so he slipped out and took the others with him back to the elevator. Naturally, he passed through the doors as well while they all held hands. Inside the elevator, he carried Luna again and hummed. Well, that was fun, right? Haha. Luna seemed excited too. She was swinging her little fists and cheering at the sides earlier while the others were being beaten up. Betty sighed and shook her head, not bothering to even comment. Kinnaman looked at Lucas and asked, "That was all an act?" Lucas looked at him and wondered, "Is this guy joking?" After a while, they left the casino, and found a restaurant to eat, since Luna said she was getting hungry. As they ordered some food, a person approached their table. Lucas recognized her and saw that she had already changed outfits, as she wore a round black hat and a white shirt with suspenders. Her shirt had about 4 buttons unbuttoned at the top, showing her cleavage. "Is there something you need from us, Miss Karina?" "Shishishi, I just want to see the person capable of scamming the casino king." Lucas shrugged. "Now that you've seen me, is that all?" Karina smiled and didn't mind that Lucas was being rude. "I heard you are with the Straw Hats. Do you know Nami?" "Mommy." Lucas was about to say no, but Luna had already spoken. Karina looked at Luna in confusion. "What did this girl say? Mommy, who's the mommy?" Lucas sighed and no longer bothered to hide it. He patted Luna on the head and smiled. "This is Luna, she's mine and Nami's daughter." "What?" The sudden news was too much for Karina, and she couldn't help but shout when she heard it. Realizing that she had raised her voice and the other people in the restaurant were looking at her, she covered her mouth with her hands and sat back down. "You're saying that cat burglar, Nami, is now a mother, for real?" She still couldn't believe it, so she asked again. Luna tilted her head and looked at Karina curiously. "You know Mommy?" "WL, yes, we can be considered as friends, I guess." Karina sighed. "I can't believe that That Nami would actually become a mother one day." She turned her attention back to Lucas and looked at him curiously. "Should I try stealing her man this time?" Lucas was speechless. This girl is indeed Nami's friend, a thief through and through. Capítulo 101 came. "And, can you tell us what you are really here for?" Lucas felt the topic was going off the rails, so he quickly returned to the matter at hand. Karina looked as if she was hesitating for a moment before speaking. "The truth is, I'm only working under Tesoro in order to get close to him and case out this place. After a long time, I finally got a replica of the key to the giant vault at the top of the tower. So I assume you came here because you wanted us to help you steal from Tesoro." Lucas chuckled and continued to eat. Karina nodded. "That's right. As long as we're successful, the Tesoro money, 500 billion jewels will be ours." "500 billion." Kinnaman and Mamanasuk's jaw dropped to the table. They simply couldn't imagine such a large sum of money. Law frowned as well when he heard about it, feeling suspicious about the whole thing. Lucas didn't show any reaction and simply sipped on a glass of wine. "Oh, how are you even sure that the money is all in that vault?" "It's definitely there. I have seen it with my own eyes." The moment she said that, the air around Lucas suddenly changed as he sent a glare towards Karina. Karina was shocked by the sudden pressure on her body. Her face turned pale and she started to sweat from the pressure. "Don't lie to me. The only reason why you are alive right now is because you are Nami's friend. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky." "Why you?" Lucas glanced at her for a few more seconds before looking away. The pressure around Karina also disappeared at this point. Lucas didn't care about her condition and spoke. "Let me tell you what's actually happening here. Tesoro was mad that he could rip me off with his money, so he sent you to us to entice us into going along with your plan when actually, he is setting up a trap in that vault you mentioned. Am I right so far?" But what Tesoro doesn't know is that you are also fooling him and would set up a counter trap of your own in order to make the most out of this. Your real plan is to steal this whole ship. Isn't that right?" Karina's widened for a second, but returned to normal. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. I only asked if you want to join me since you are a Nami's." "Save the explanation. Anyway, neither you nor Tesoro will get what you want. There is only one outcome in this." Lucas grinned. "Me winning everything." To this bold declaration, Karina opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she closed her mouth and sighed. She looked at Lucas's confident face and thought in her mind, "No wonder that Nami could fall in love with this man." She shook her head to clear her thoughts and smiled. "And how exactly are you going to do that?" "Simple. Can you get me a muscle turtle from a turtle car?" Karina and everyone else looked confused. In the end, Karina left to look for a muscle turtle. She was curious just what kind of miracle this guy would do. After a while, the group arrived at the Rioro's front entrance and saw Karina standing by the turtle car. Lucas smiled and took one of the turtles and placed it in his pocket. Came. The turtle looked confused upon being taken away and shoved in a pocket. Lucas thought for a moment and decided to take 2 more turtles with him just in case. Lucas ignored the confused gazes of everyone else and walked inside the building. Take me to the top. Let's meet Tesoro face to face again. Karina still looked confused but still nodded and led them to the elevator. After arriving at the top, the doors opened and they saw Guild Tesoro in a bathtub with 3 gorgeous beauties around him. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he's still wounded from the fight earlier. Oh, so you still survived that, huh? And you still had the galls to take a bath surrounded by beauties. Lucas chuckled condescendingly. What happened to Mama Usagi and the rest of the VIPs? Did you kill them? Bastard, you dare to come here. Guild Tesoro pushed the beauty beside him aside and stood up. But the instant he did that, Lucas waved his hand and the water from the bathtub rose up and shot straight to his crotch in high pressure. Ew. Guild Tesoro's knees bent down as he covered his crotch from the pain. Pervert, my kid is still here, yet you dare to show your small stick. You. Forget it, I really don't need to waste any more words with you. Lucas raised his hand, and a transparent dome covered everyone. Seeing this, Law's face twitched in annoyance. This guy is using my ability again. Lucas ignored him and pointed at Guild Tesoro. As he did, a heart popped up from his chest. Lucas smiled and took out one of the muscle turtles in his pocket and did the same to it. Guild Tesoro saw what was happening and had a bad premonition. What are you going to do? What do you think? Luna dear, care to do the honors? Shambles. Luna waved her little hand excitedly, and the 2 hearts that popped out from Guild Tesoro and the muscle turtle suddenly switched. Lucas laughed and rubbed her head. That's my girl, so smart. Hey Tilda. After the switch, Guild Tesoro looked around in confusion and tilted his head. Came. Meanwhile, the muscle turtle in Lucas' hand started to shout hysterically. Came. Translation, why you bastard, what did you do to me? Lucas laughed and waved his hand again. Suddenly, a chunk of the gold floor rose up and formed into a golden cage in front of Lucas. Lucas opened it and tossed the turtle in his hands inside before closing it again. The turtle inside grabbed the bars and shouted. Came. Translation, what did you do to me? Bastard, give me back my body. Yeah, no. Lucas ignored the ramblings of the turtle and walked towards Guild Tesoro. Everyone else looked so shocked by what just happened. Law's face kept on twitching nonstop. How come it looks so easy when Lucas does it? Betty started to laugh wildly, causing certain waves to keep flowing on her chest. Kinnaman and Momonosuke were shocked with the ninjutsu that they just witnessed. Monet's body shivered. She was already starting to pity her former young master Doflamingo. Hina's mouth curved into a smile and looked proud. Luna was playing around with the turtle, raising the cage up and down or twirling it in her hands. She was a smart girl, and she knew that the turtle is actually a bad guy, so she didn't show any restraints. As for Karina, her mouth was so open that it could fit 3 Coca-Colas. Yep, it can fit 3 cola bottles. The 3 girls around Guild Tesoro looked confused as they interchanged their gazes towards Tesoro and the turtle. Only after a while did everything click in their minds. Does this mean, are free? While everyone was still sorting out their thoughts, Lucas approached Guild Tesoro and patted his shoulder while unleashing his Emperor's haki. Listen up, from now on you are Guild Tesoro, and you will obey my every order, understood? Came. Speak properly. Why yes, came. Guild Tesoro nodded quickly with his face pale and sweat pouring on his body. Though the turtle is now in a human body, in essence, he was still an animal and can be tamed with a powerful haki. As for the language, it seems the turtle is still having a hard time getting used to not saying came all the time. It's different for Guild Tesoro though. He can only say came, now no matter what he is yelling. After that, he looked back at Karina and smiled. And that's how you win everything. Karina felt completely defeated. Lucas had actually managed to steal everything from Guild Tesoro, and even owned Guild Tesoro himself now. Well, time to tie the loose ends. Lucas stretched his observation haki to find Guild Tesoro's people. The others are mostly just grunts, so he only needed to find 3 people. Dice, the large guy who was breaking the metal, cups back at the VIP area. Tanaka, who is the head of security. Bakura, who is the concierge for VIP guests. At first, the 3 were confused when Guild Tesoro suddenly summoned them. Then, when they entered the room, they were shocked to see Lucas and the others here as well. Lucas didn't waste time with words, and directly switched the personalities of Dice and Tanaka to the other 2 muscle turtles he had. After tossing the 2 to the golden cage, he looked towards Bakura, who looked frightened with what just happened. I've run out of turtles to use. Karina, can you get me another one for this one? Or wait, maybe a fish is also good. Tilda. Karina laughed and nodded. After the initial shock, everything was quite funny in her eyes. Mamanasuk was also playing with the turtles now, while laughing. When Bakura heard what Lucas said, her face went pale and she quickly begged. Please wait, there's no need to do this to me. I'll be loyal. From now on, I'll listen to you without any questions. My body and soul will be yours to command. Lucas was surprised by the sudden begging, then laughed. Why on earth should I want you? There are already plenty of beauties around me, what's the use of keeping you? I can still entertain guests properly. Think about it. People will get suspicious if they see Tesoro, Dice, Tanaka, and I act completely differently. I can help you fool them. Lucas rubbed his chin in deep thought. What she said was not without a point. If Lucas wanted to gain control of Grand Tesoro, having someone from Guild Tesoro's side aid him would indeed make things smoother. After deciding as such, Lucas walked towards Bakura and placed his palm on her soft chest. Then, with a light push, a cube-shaped heart popped out from behind Bakura. Picking up the heart, he clenched it a bit, which made Bakura yelp in pain. Fine then, you can stay human for the time being, but since I don't really trust you, I'm going to take your heart as consolation. Should you have any ideas against me, well, you know what will happen. Why, yes, I understand. Bakura clenched her teeth and nodded. Good. Lucas nodded and looked back to Hina and the others. Well, you guys can relax now and have fun. We'll wait here for the other Straw Hats to arrive first before going to Dressrosa. They should be arriving soon. Earlier, while Lucas and the others were waiting for Karina, Nami had called with a Denden Mushi and said that they are coming back. Since Lucas had left a Vivra card to them, there should be no problems with getting here. Lucas smiled as he imagined the look on Nami's face when she sees this place. He then remembered that there were still 3 girls on the bathtub wearing bikinis. Ah, right, you 3, you can leave this place as well if you want, or stay and continue working here. Things won't be the same now, and no one will be forcing you to do anything. You're free. Lucas just said that casually, but didn't expect the 3 girls to suddenly break into tears. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lucas was a bit overwhelmed with their reaction, but then remembered that they were actually being forced by Guild Tesoro back in the movie. Slightly pissed, Lucas flicked the turtles in the cage a few times in annoyance. The turtles started to shout, came angrily. Lucas sighed and walked towards the window, overlooking the city covered in gold beneath him. Later, he'll have to ask Koza to restructure the whole place and arrange trustworthy workers to make sure this golden city will truly be paradise. Wouldn't this be interesting? A neutral ground where the world government, Marines, pirates, or the revolutionaries can gather. Lucas felt like he should change the name too. Grand Tesoro sounds too annoying. The City of Gambling? No, gambling sounds bad. Let's just call it City of Dreams. Capitulo 102. Mine, mine, mine. Somewhere in the Grand Line, a huge ship with a lion's head as its figurehead was sailing. A young man wearing a straw hat sat on the lion's head while holding onto his hat to make sure the wind didn't blow it away. Shishishi, I can't wait to see what surprise Lucas said he would show us. Luffy grinned with expectation. Earlier today, they called Lucas to let him know that they will be back soon, and he also told them that he had a surprise waiting for them. It must be meat. He probably found the kingdom of meat. On the deck, Nami saw the drool on Luffy's mouth and rolled her eyes. This guy must be thinking about food again. She sighed and looked at the horizon with a smile. It feels weird not being with Luna for a while. I hope they had fun. I'm sure Lucas is taking care of her well. Beside her, Robin smiled as well and looked forward to seeing Lucas again. I just hope they're not damaging Mary. That guy can be quite destructive. Usopp muttered while Kaya just chuckled. Then Sanji arrived while carrying plates on his hands, head, and foot. Ladies tilde, I made some dessert tilde. Luffy tilde, say ah tilde. Hancock quickly took one and ran over to Luffy's side while feeding him. Sanji froze from the blatant display of affection. While he was frozen, the other girls had already taken their desserts from him and walked away. Zoro opened an eye and smirked. Beside him, Kuina sat down with a dessert on hand and also presented it to Zoro. Ah tilde. Sanji took a critical hit. It was super effective. Brooke took a cup of coffee and sipped on it while watching the scene. Ah youth, back in the day I had also given my heart to the ladies, but now I don't have a heart, yo-ho-ho-ho. J. Oi, why are you being depressed by your own joke? Brooke initially laughed at his joke at first, but then thought about it. It was quite depressing. Frankie was speechless. Guys, look, what's that? Suddenly, Chopper shouted from the lookout. Everyone looked up first to see Chopper pointing to forward, and they all redirected their gazes to where he pointed at. It was currently noon. The sun was about to set, so the sea was colored orange from the sun setting. On the horizon, they saw something sparkling as it reflected the sunshine. Usopp used his goggles and zoomed in on it. That's a ship. Eh? Everyone was confused. How is a ship sparkling? Nami took out Luca's Vivre card and saw it was pointing forwards. It seems to be pointing to where that sparkling thing is. As they got near, they were able to make out more of what it was. Sure enough, it is as Usopp said, a huge, golden ship. Ew. Everyone was surprised and excited about what they were seeing, especially Nami. When they got close, they saw two huge turtles pulling the ship. At the front, there was a string of letters. City of Dreams. Woo-wah, let's go forward. Luffy shouted while pointing forward. They entered a long tunnel at the front, and suddenly, golden flakes started to fall down on them like golden snow. Is this gold? Usopp was shocked as he looked at the golden flakes, using his goggles to take a closer look. Nami's eyes had already turned into Golden Berry's sign and spread her arms to the sky, as if wanting to take in more gold while laughing weirdly. Kaya tilde, mine, guhehehe. Zoro walked to the edge of the deck and looked down as he saw the golden water. Are these all gold? We're rich. Usopp and Chopper rolled on the deck floor, which was now covered in gold flakes. Brook took out his guitar as the gold flakes stuck to his bones. Let's go, my new single, Golden Boness. As Brook sang and strung his guitar in the background, everyone was in a good mood. Robin stretched out her hands as well to catch the gold flakes. Is this what Lucas meant by a surprise? Kaya, I love you, Lucas. Nami's eyes were still stuck like golden berries, sign as she twirled around while bathing in the golden rain. Behind her, Frankie struck his signature pose while covered in gold. Gold robot. WOAHH. As the rest of the crew celebrated and had fun, they soon reached the end of the long tunnel and saw a huge clearing with a stage. On the stage, a woman with indigo hair was dancing together with a group of women in the background, while a familiar white-haired man was singing in the front while holding the hand of a little white-haired girl. Luffy and the rest paused as they were shocked to see who was singing on the stage, but soon started to dance as well. As the song was ending, Lucas raised the mic and everyone shouted together. We are. The audience cheered and clapped. Lucas smiled bitterly as he didn't think he would be performing a second time. But since his little lady Luna had requested it, there was nothing he could do. He saw that Luffy and the rest had also arrived. so he carried Luna and spread his wings to fly towards their ship. As he landed, he grinned and released Luna. She quickly found Nami and jumped into her embrace. "Mommy." "Luna." Lucas smiled as he saw the two together and chuckled. "Did you enjoy the show?" "Shishishi, yeah, it was fun." Luffy laughed. Robin looked around them as asked the billion-dollar question. "Lucas, this is." "Oh, it's mine now, this whole ship." "WHAT?" Everyone looked like their jaws would drop to the ground. Lucas scratched his head embarrassingly and coughed to clear his throat. "It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later. Anyway, long story short, I managed to steal this whole thing, which should cost about 500 billion berries." There was silence for a few seconds, followed by a scream and a tackle. "Kaya Atilda, Lucas, I love you so much." "Ear Nami dear, there are kids watch. Hey, stop touching that." Suddenly, Lucas felt a warm breath on his ear as Nami whispered to him. "Take me." Lucas' mind went blank for a second before exploding. "I really want to, but now's not the time." Lucas coughed and quickly separated from Nami before his dragon flew up. "Well, I'm sure you all have a lot to ask. Come on, let's dock the ship somewhere first, then we'll talk in the restaurant." Hearing the word restaurant, Luffy cheered. As they docked the ship and left, a woman approached them with a smile. She had an indigo short hair with a golden headband and wore a beautiful violet dress. Nami saw her and was surprised. "Najiko, you're here too." "Hi sis, since Lucas owned this whole place, Koza and the rest of us came down and helped reorganize it. I'm on my break at the moment, so I thought I'd drop by and see you guys." Najiko chuckled and hugged Nami. Nami saw her dress and asked, "Such a beautiful dress, where did you get it?" Najiko rolled her eyes and laughed. "Haha, didn't you hear me? Lucas is now so freaking rich, he bought me this dress." "Really now?" Nami turned and glared at Lucas, who simply turned his head away. Najiko smiled and hugged Nami's arm. "Come, I'll show you guys around." Everyone followed as they walked towards someone. A beautiful redhead awaited them with a smile and her back on a long car. Bakura smiled and bowed slightly, causing her twin peaks to sway and almost spill out. "Hello everyone, my name is Bakura. I'm the concierge for VIP guests." Sanji's eyes turned into hearts and quickly made his move. "My lady, your hair is as beautiful as a rose. Can I?" "Bakura, just drive slowly. We'll be at the back." "Yes, master." "Jay." Lucas ignored Sanji, who looked frozen again, and got inside the car at the back, while the rest followed. Robin looked at Bakura, then to Lucas. "Master." I own the place, so she's calling me that." While the car drove off, Lucas began recounting what happened after they separated. When he told them about the dragon, they didn't believe him at all, so he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge red dragon flying while following them, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Luffy's drool was dripping while mumbling something about dragon meat, while Zoro and Kuina were holding their katanas with a grin, seemingly wanting to cut the dragon. Lucas had to stop them and say that the dragon is now their friend. Luffy was the happiest after gaining a new nakama, which is a dragon. Then, when Lucas told them about the kidnapped kids, Nami and Chopper were worried about their condition. Najiko helped calm them down and told them that Dr. Kureha is already curing them back on the floating island. They will soon be sent back to their families once they're back to normal. Chopper said he wanted to help as well, so he would be going there later. After that, he told them about this place, and they soon began talking about its specialties. "This place has everything. Hotels, shops, cinema, swimming pool, hold it there, Sanji. I know you're desperate to see gorgeous women in bikinis, but don't jump out of the car yet." Lucas quickly held Sanji back, as he was about to jump out already. "There's also several attractions and rides here as well as a casino. Later, you all can play as much as you want. For now, let's have dinner." "Food." Luffy cheered again. "Oh, and let's not forget. Since you're all here, you should dress the part as well." Lucas snapped his fingers, and instantly their clothes changed. They wore the same thing as they did in the movie, while he had to imagine a bit for Hancock, Kaya, and Kuina. Hancock wore a red Chinese dress with a golden dragon embroidered on it and a circular hole on her chest, which showed her deep cleavage. Kaya wore a white one-piece dress with frills and a white flower clip on her head. As for Kuina, Lucas originally thought of a kimono, but figured that he should save that for when they go to Wano, so he just gave her a black dress with floral designs. Whoa. Lucas, you can do this now. Hee, I can do it too. Luna laughed and clapped her little hands. Suddenly, Nami's clothes changed into a beautiful golden dress that hugged close to her body and highlighted her figure. Everyone's jaws dropped again. I say, these two are getting more and more unreasonable. Zoro sighed and shook his head. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Bakura, while Nijiko just laughed. Soon, they reached a restaurant and got inside. The others were already waiting for them. Koza, Kushiro, Bellamere, Kureha, Lucci, and the rest of the former CP9 were there. Let me introduce the others. I'm sure you all know her already. This is Black Cage Hina, former Marine captain, but now she's following me. Hina just nodded curtly and didn't say anything after being introduced. This is Below Betty. She's the commander of the Revolutionary East Army. Her boss is Dragon, your father Luffy. Yo, nice to meet you pieces of trash. Ignore her, she's usually trash talking everyone else. Lucas coughed and moved on. This half-bird, half-woman is Monet. She used to work for Doflamingo, but she's following me now. Hello. Monet smiled and bowed, with her right wing on her chest. Everyone seemed surprised to see such a creature, except for Sanji, whose eyes had long turned into hearts. Mellorine tilde, Mellorine tilde, Mellorine tilde. No one minded the fool with a bleeding nose, as Lucas continued. This emo here is Law. I think you've already met him before. Stop calling me emo. Law's mouth twitched in irritation. Lucas ignored him and moved to the next one. This is Kinemon. He's a retainer of a friend of mine from back then. He's a samurai from Wano. Also, he's a pervert. Hey, that was uncalled for. Next to him is the kid of a friend of mine from Wano. Momonosuke, don't be fooled by his cute looks. He's a lecher like Kinemon. Uncle, I'm nothing like him. Momonosuke shouted, but Lucas ignored him as well. Lucas pointed at another woman who wore a bowl hat and sunglasses. Nami, I think you know this one. This is Karina, a thief. Shishishi, Nami, it's been a long time. No way, it's you. Nami looked surprised to actually see Karina here. After the introductions, the food had arrived and everyone started to eat. Though the place was wide, it was essentially divided into two. On one side, there's the guys. On the other side, there's Lucas surrounded by a lot of women. Around Lucas, it was also divided into several groups. There's the area of Hina, Khalifa, and Bakura. They seem to be arguing something about who is better to be beside Lucas as his secretary and confidant. Then there's Nami, Karina, and Nijiko, the three girls from East Blue. Nami and Karina were arguing about stealing Lucas while Nijiko was trying to calm them down. There's also Robin, Monet, and Betty. The 3-1-sans were simply chatting and giggling while drinking wine. Lucas decided to stick to Luna and just ignored everyone else since it was giving him a headache. On the other side, Zoro, Kaku, Kuina, Kushiro, and Kinemon were talking about swords, as usual. Luffy, Usopp, Frankie, and Momonosuke seemed to be having fun and would stick 2 sticks on their nose and mouth while making funny faces. Koza, Law, Bellamere, Lucci were simply chatting along with the rest of the former CP9 members. Kureha and Chopper discussed about the kids from Punk Hazard. Brook watched on and felt a warm feeling inside him as he looked at the people around him. He started to sing a song while playing on the piano. Soon, the others started to dance and have fun. After a while, Nami approached Lucas and glared at him. So, how is it that while we were away, you picked up not 1, or 2, not even 3, but 5 women? Didn't I just explain earlier? This and that are different. How else was I supposed to explain it? Lucas started to sweat. Capitulo 103, The Old and the New. Where am I? Lucas looked around him in confusion. The last thing he remembered was Nami cornering him and dragging him to a room. After that, Anyway, he could still remember doing it. But it seems when both of them got exhausted, he fell asleep. The next thing he saw when he opened his eyes is that he's now in a strange room, or rather, a theater. The theater didn't look like the one in Grand Tesoro, now named City of Dreams. He tried to stand from the seat, but found himself strapped with the seatbelt. Lucas tried to turn into water, but that also didn't work. Impossible. Even if the entire seat is made of sea stone, that stuff doesn't work on me. Maybe this was just a dream. Lucas looked around and saw Luffy and the rest of the crew minus Hancock, Kaya, and Kuina. They were also strapped to a seat on his right. He looked to his left and saw Luna beside him, still asleep while also strapped to a seat. Just what is going on? Seeing as nothing was happening, Lucas could only wait it out. After a while, the rest of the gang started to wake up. "My daddy, where?" Luna asked while still quite drowsy. "Luna, I'm not sure where we are. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to you." And Luffy and the rest also started to wake up. Where are we? I was holding my meat just a while ago. How come I can't stretch? Where is this? Did we get kidnapped? No way. Nami freaked out immediately upon seeing the unfamiliar place. Lucas tried to calm her down. "Nami, it's all right, calm down." Who are you?" Lucas was shocked. "Where is this? Did you kidnap us? I'm warning you, I have 10,000 men waiting for me." "Wah, don't kill me. My bounty is just 100 berries." "Oi, you dared to hit on our Nami swan." "Zzzz. What an interesting place. It seems we're about to get sold. The men will be forced to labor while the women." "Oi, Robin, I'm super freaked out now because of what you said." "Don't kill me, but I'm already dead though. Yo ho 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 ho." Lucas looked very confused. He simply can't understand what was happening. These guys are acting as if they've never met him at all. Before he could say anything else, a spotlight shone on the stage in front of the huge screen. Below the spotlight, there was a man who stood wearing a white faceless mask. On the mask, there is a word writ. Author. Hello, I'm the author of Ultimate Fruit. To celebrate the 100 chapters, and also since I want to do it, we're having a special chapter. The author spoke as if he wasn't used to being the center of attention all of a sudden and looked quite awkward. "Hey, I'm not awkward." "Suyur." Anyway, let me explain the situation to you all." The author looked over at Luffy and the others first. "I'm sorry for pulling you out of your world, but this will only take a moment, and I'll return you all back where you came from. To put it simply, someone suggested it would be interesting to have the original characters from One Piece to watch the fanfiction that I wrote, which is called Ultimate Fruit." Luca's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing such a thing. Wait, does that mean that Luffy and the others are the ones from the original timeline? Yes, Lucas, they are from the original One Piece world. What the heck is going on? Didn't I just explain? Well, whatever. I used some of my author know me powers to turn the novel into an anime, so enjoy the show. Oh, you won't be able to move from your seats, so just tell me if you need popcorn or something. Right after he finished speaking, Luna jumped out of her seat and ran towards Nami. "Mommy." Yeah. Lucas turned towards the author and asked, "What is it about not being able to move again?" Luna is op as ever. Maybe it was a mistake to write her character. At that moment, the author regretted creating such an op existence. Meanwhile, Nami was still confused when a little girl suddenly came to her calling out, "Mommy." Sanji looked like he's about to puke blood. Oh, never mind, he already started to cough up blood. The author coughed in embarrassment and waved his hand. Anyway, the show is about to begin. Enjoy. Like that, he disappeared and the huge screen lit up. A baby was crying in a dark room, and there were a young boy and an old man standing by his side. "Master Bruce, you still have young Master Lucas. You have to be strong." "I know, Alfred, I know." Lucas looked confused seeing this. Suddenly, the author appeared again. "Oops, wrong fanfic." He waved his hand again and made sure it was the right one this time before disappearing again. The first opening song of One Piece played out, and everyone looked amused hearing it. Yo ho ho ho, what a good song. ZZZZ, MH, where are we? Only now did Zora wake up. Since no one else apart from Luna was able to leave their seats, they could only look at the screen and watch. The first scene was Luffy grabbing Lucas off the sea while using his Gamu Gamu no fishing. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Huh, I don't remember doing this. Look, Vivi is there too. From that guy's explanation earlier. This seems to be an alternate world where that guy Lucas exists. Robin had pretty much understood what was happening now. The story continued to unfold. Ooh, that guy helped out with Crocodile, huh? Impressive. It seems dealing with Crocodile was smoother than back then. Nami muttered, while still hugging the cute little girl claiming to be her daughter. After the Alabasta arc was the Skypia arc. Shishishishi, so he joins our crew, huh? Then a huge turtle appeared and everyone was frightened. Nami had clung to Lucas and felt something poking her from below. Why am I hugging him? No way, his. Why, don't look. Lucas tried to get out of the seat to cover their eyes, but he still couldn't leave. Luna looked at the scene and only tilted her head in confusion. Damn you, author. Then the large shadows appeared. The Lucas on the screen started to speak, and the Lucas watching it started to turn pale. Nami, whatever happens, remember that I am here. GAH, stop it, this is too embarrassing. Lucas felt like wanting to die. Oh yeah, the things he had done in the past, the dark past. Lucas started to tear up, as he felt like he was being punished in hell or something. He looked towards Nami and the others, and saw them looking back at him with empty eyes. At least blush or something. Why do you have to look at me with pity? Daddy, so cool. Hoo, at least my Luna is still the best. Hold on, what did you call him? T then, that means. Nami's face turned pale when she heard Luna call Lucas her daddy. Anyway, the story continued. On the screen, Robin and Lucas were talking. What? Nothing, I'm just very curious about you. Hess, careful there, you might just fall in love with me. Robin watched this and turned to Lucas with empty eyes again. GAH, stop it already. Lucas felt pain in his heart every single time. My darkness I locked up in my heart is being unsealed. Author, Chuni. Fuck you, author, this is your fault. The story continued. They saw Nami take countless pictures of herself in various positions. Nami blushed furiously when she saw this. Why would I do something like this? Nami Swan, why did you have to hit me? Next, they saw Lucas kill Blackbeard and was surprised. Luffy looked a bit shaken. If that guy is dead, then does that mean Ace? Yeah, Ace is alive in my world. Lucas sighed as he revealed that. The author reappeared again and waved his hand. The next moment, Ace appeared on one of the seats. What's going on here? Ace. Luffy. Luffy wanted to leave his seat and give Ace a hug, but was unable to leave. As a result, he could only cry happily while in his seat with his arms stretched out. Ace was confused with how Luffy was acting and turned to Lucas. It seems that Luffy is from a different timeline where you had died. Hoo, assy. I don't really get it, but stop crying already. Look how ridiculous you look right now. Ooh, I don't care, I get to see you again. Looking at Luffy acting like this, Ace could only sigh and shake his head with a wry smile. Everyone looked on the two of them warmly, then looked back on the screen. They met up with Montblanc Cricket, trashed Bellamy and his crew, and flew to Sky Island. They saw Lucas push everyone away, and was blown by the lightning along with Mary. They saw him gain wings, and helped Luffy defeat Enel. Then, they left Skypia and returned to the surface. That's when they encountered the Foxy Pirates. While everyone else dealt with the Foxy Pirates, they saw Lucas encounter Aokiji instead, and how he nearly died fighting him just so Aokiji would not attack the others. Ultimately, Aokiji struck a deal with Lucas to become a part of the Shichibukai. In return, the admirals won't target the Straw Hats personally. Ooh, what a real man. Frankie cried out his manly tears when he saw this. However, Luffy was glaring at him. What the hell, Lucas? You're supposed to be part of my crew, I can't forgive you for this. It seems after watching Lucas, he had already considered him as his nakama for real, even though he's not the Luffy in his timeline. Robin looked at Lucas in deep thought. I see, so that's why. Lucas was confused about what she meant by that, but he could only ignore the others as he didn't really have any explanation for them. They then saw Lucas arguing with Zoro and Sanji about the same thing on the screen. That was when Lucas told them about his plan. Luffy was still angry as he couldn't understand, but the others seemed to understand what this was about. They knew from their timeline that the Marines were planning on taking on Whitebeard, and that Lucas' plan must be related to that. Then, Lucas saw that Robin had actually eavesdropped on their conversation and couldn't help but smile wryly. In the next scene, they saw Nami dragging Lucas by the ear to the cabins. Lucas' face started to turn red. Author, get back here, you bastard. Luna is here. Show THISSS. Everyone looked confused by what he meant. Only after they saw Lucas being pushed to the bed and Nami straddling on top of him, did the others finally understand. KYA, what am I doing? Stop. Ga enno, MYNGMISWEN. Nami was blushing, and Sanji had spat out blood. I'm just going to fast forward this. The author appeared and waved his hand. The next moment, it was the scene where Lucas took Nami to the skies with his wings. One day, someday, I will take you to see the whole world. Promise me. I promise. I've sealed this promise. You can't take it back, otherwise you will have to pay with your life. I won't break it even if I die. GODDAMIT author, you just skip this part as well. Lucas' face was burning from embarrassment, and Nami was also blushing furiously. Lucas remembered what he said and noticed something. Come to think of it, isn't this a death flag? No wonder. Lucas really wanted to smack his past self and teach him to think about his words properly. They then entered Water 7, and Lucas started to confront Luffy. Fight me. If you win, you're not leaving, Lucas. I challenge you to a duel. Usopp felt this scene was quite nostalgic. Didn't something like this happen to them as well? Only it was him and Luffy that time. Lucas blew Luffy away and won the duel. Goodbye, Luffy. Thank you for picking me up. Lucas felt awkward recalling this scene. He looked at Luffy and the others cautiously and saw they were all crying. Ooh, Lucas is a really man. To save his crew, he had to go against his captain and become his enemy. Why? Luffy was silent as he watched this. Lucas didn't know what he was thinking. On the other hand, Ace was still confused with what was happening. The following scenes happened similar to what they remembered. They faced the Aqua Laguna, and they went off to Anai's lobby to take back Robin and Frankie. They saw Lucas defeat the rest of CP9 with ease, and someone called in the Denden Mushi to report about Luffy and the rest. Stop wasting time, what's the report? Yes sir, Straw Hat Luffy has defeated half of our people. We request for immediate backup. This man can't be stopped. Keep up the good work. Ozay. Ha, keep up the good work. Lucas smiled bitterly when he saw everyone watching and laughing out loud. The Straw Hats fought the CP9. Buster Call was made, and Lucas managed to protect everyone. When the crew left Anai's lobby, Lucas met with Aokiji again and showed them that he could swallow an entire island with his water abilities. He took in Lucci and the rest as part of his crew, the Guardian Wing. Then, Lucas and the others returned to Water 7 secretly without Luffy and the others knowing. When he was about to leave, Nami and Robin met with him again. Author fast forward now. Nami and Robin flushed when they saw what was about to happen. Thankfully, the author managed to skip it again in time before Luna saw anything. Sanji's eyes had started to bleed. Chopper saw this and panicked. SANJI, hang in there. Doctor, is there any doctor here? The next scene was Garp appearing. Lucas had also left along with Hina, who was monitoring Lucas on behalf of the Marines as they go towards Alabasta. On the way, they met below Betty, who started to follow along as well. Sanji's eyes had already turned to hearts when he saw her. Are you really not gonna button up your jacket? Do you want me to? Seeing as Lucas didn't say anything, Sanji, Brooke, and Frankie turned to him and gave him a thumbs up. Good choice. They were welcomed by Vivi and Karu. Lucas took Vivi for a spin with his wings and carried her as they flew. When King Cobra saw the guests, he looked surprised. A Shichibukai, a revolutionary commander, a marine captain. It was certainly an odd combo. Lucas waved at him and said, "Don't mind them, just think of them as a statue and a pervert." The others laughed again when they watched this. In the next scene, they saw Vivi kissing Lucas, Lucas giving Betty a massage as she let out erotic sounds, and Hina barging in and starting an argument. It was a night full of trouble. Sanji was coughing up blood again, while Nami had started to glare at Lucas. Luna saw Vivi kiss her daddy and clapped. "Wah, I have another mommy." Lucas wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. They continued to watch the anime, in front of them with varying emotions. They saw how their adventure had changed, so much even, though only a single man had been added in the story. They couldn't help but wonder how exciting and fun it was if they had also met Lucas. They saw Lucas make changes that were simply unimaginable to them. He recruited their friends in the past who were in East Blue, and also dealt with a hidden enemy that almost destroyed their homes. Then they saw how Lucas returned, saved Ace in Impel Down, and reunited the three brothers, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Then they saw how Lucas stayed behind in Marineford, along with Whitebeard to save everyone. Say, how does it feel to be a father? Gyururara, better than being a pirate king. When Nami heard what Lucas asked, she felt like Lucas must have known that she was pregnant with Luna at that time. He knew, yet he is still going to sacrifice himself. Stupid Lucas. Lucas pretended not to hear what she said and looked at the screen. They saw Lucas and Whitebeard unleash their powers, and how Lucas shattered into a million pieces. Luffy turned into a crying mess once again. Ooh, Lucas, hoo 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 hoo. Stop crying already. Don't you see that I'm still alive? Still. Suddenly, the scene showed Lucas dropping in a room where they saw a white-haired woman, a brown-haired woman, a blonde guy, a reindeer, and a snowman. The author reappeared again and waved his hand. Nothing to see here. This isn't canon. Lucas was confused. Was that Elsa from Frozen? What did the author mean by it's not canon? Tell me, damn it. The scene changed again, and they saw Lucas appearing before Roger, the Pirate King himself. Ace looked surprised, as he didn't think he would see this man here. So this is my father. Everyone watched in surprise as they saw Lucas going back in time and actually meeting the legendary Gall D. Roger. What was more surprising was Robin seeing her mother, Alvia. When Robin saw how close Alvia was with Lucas, she couldn't help but turn to him in suspicion. Lucas avoided her gaze and pretended not to notice. They then saw how Alvia left them. Lucas started to be trained by Roger, and how he met Whitebeard and Odin. Oh, Odin is also here. Usopp exclaimed. Odin went along with Roger, while Lucas traveled with Whitebeard as they sailed for Wano. When Lucas reached Wano, he stayed there and waited for Toki and the others to return so he could use Toki's power to be sent to the future. But since Toki was unable to do it, he stayed there and fought Kaido. The battle lasted for a long time, and everyone was quiet as they watched. Finally, before they could have their next decisive battle, Toki sent Lucas away back to the future. They watched as Lucas arrived on Fishman Island and waited for them to enter the new world. Lucas and Nami got married, and Lucas also gave a ring to Robin. After watching everything, Luffy and the rest didn't know what to feel about it. Everything seemed so surreal. Like even though they knew it wasn't them, it still feels like they had lived the same lives. They all looked back at Lucas with complex emotions. Finally, Zoro spoke. Give my regards to Kuina and Sensei. After that, he closed his eyes and no longer spoke. The others also chatted with him for a while. Luffy grinned at him. I'm not sure about the Luffy of your world, but I'm glad to have you as my crew. Thanks, Luffy. Nami pouted and hugged Luna for the last time. Lucas, you better take care of Luna. Otherwise, I'll find a way to get to you and send you to hell. Nami is still the devil, all right. Capítulo 104, Dressrosa. Lucas woke up with a weird headache. When he opened his eyes, he saw a naked Nami on his right side and a naked Robin on his left side. What was Robin doing here? Oh yeah, she joined in midway. More importantly, that sure was one hell of a dream. Lucas chuckled wryly as he recalled his strange dream of meeting the Straw Hat crew of the original timeline, and had them watch his life here in this new timeline. Lucas shook his head and threw that dream out of his mind. He was about to sit up when he felt something heavy on top of him. Hi. Confused, Lucas pulled the bedsheet over him and saw a pink-haired woman lying on top of him. W8, Hina. When did she? Oh right. Hina, she joined in after Robin. It seems that dream had messed up my memory for a bit. That and we might have drunk one too many wine last night. Luca's head started to hurt seeing all three women lying naked on his bed. Well, at least no one else had joined in. No one else joined in, right. Lucas sweated as he really can't remember much of last night. The three seemed to feel Lucas wake up, so they all opened their eyes as well. My good morning, Lucas. Morning, Lucas. Good morning. Having all three women say good morning while naked was a wonderful feeling. Lucas cleared his throat and replied good morning as well. Hina seemed to have felt something below. You're still, Hina is amazed. Forget it, come on, let's go and eat breakfast. Lucas felt like he needed to leave now before they started another round. Are you kidding me? At this rate, I'll be squeezed dry. Robin chuckled when she saw Lucas flee and wear his clothes. Even though you were so wild last night. Right, stop acting like a shy girl. Nami rolled her eyes as well. Lucas could only chuckle bitterly at that. Soon, they all wore their clothes again and left the room. Luna was being taken care of by Najiko and Bellamir. When Lucas met up with them, he could tell that the two of them were glaring at him. Lucas said nothing and quickly left while taking Luna along. They met Zaro, and Kuina leaving their room as well with Zaro seemingly tired, and Kuina looked like she was glowing. Zoro met Luca's eyes, and the two of them nodded at each other. It seems he wasn't the only one who was squeezed dry last night. Kuina is unexpectedly fierce. The day passed by as everyone enjoyed themselves in the City of Dreams. After the day had passed, they finally decided to leave. After all, they still need to head to Dressrosa and take care of Doflamingo. Karina stayed on the City of Dreams to help manage it along with Baccarat and Koza. Going Merry has docked once again inside the Million Sunny, and they left the City of Dreams. Their crew has once more expanded with Betty, Monet, Law, Kinnaman, and Momonosuke joining in. As for Caesar, he is still on the dragon. Luffy wanted to fly on the dragon, so Lucas had Caesar thrown in the prison cell that Frankie had built in the ship. It was a cell made of sea stones, so Caesar wouldn't be able to escape. After that, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper hopped onto the back of Igneel as they took off to the skies. Woohoo, I'm going to be the Dragon King. Soy, what happened to being the Pirate King? Monet is helping out in the kitchen with Sanji, who is absolutely delighted to have the company of a beautiful woman. Kinnaman was with Zaro and Kuina as they spared against each other with their katanas. Lucas was quite amused by seeing them. Kuina with her one-sword style. Kinnaman with his two-sword style. Zaro with his three-sword style. I don't know, it just felt quite satisfying seeing them together. Lucas chuckled at the thought. Law settled with Chopper and Kaya, and they were talking about medicines and such. What was more amusing was Hancock and Betty. On one side, Hancock had her back curved as she looked down on Betty in arrogance, while Betty raised her head slightly and planted her flag beside her. They two of them were spouting insults against each other. It looked so amusing that Lucas had recorded the whole thing with his phone. Momonosuke seemed to be trying to sneak into the women's bath, but was evidently kicked out harshly. Lucas smiled and returned to his room to continue training as he wanted to keep testing the limits of his powers. After a few days, they finally reached Dressrosa. We're finally here. Hey, this is enemy territory, don't be so loud. Usopp quickly shouted at Luffy, who shouted first. Chopper looked at Usopp. Usopp, you're even louder than him. Law then started to lay out his plan, but Lucas stopped him. There's no need to plan. We just need to bust Doflamingo, right? We can deal with that piece of shit. Betty also nodded. Law wanted to say something, but remembered how insanely powerful Lucas was. He no longer spoke. Damn, this cheaty bastard. How are others supposed to live with him around? Frankie jumped off the ship and looked back at Sunny. Still, some need to stay and guard the ship. Igneel can do it. Roar. Igneel roared in agreement as it landed on a rock nearby. Lucas then waved his hand and created a barrier around the ship. This barrier was similar to the barrier devil fruit, but he didn't need to cross his fingers to leave it like this. Their problem solved. Law's face twitched. At least a disguise. We can't just run around so simply like this. Lucas snapped his fingers and changed their outfits. The men suddenly grew beards and wore shades, while the women had a black hat and shades to hide their faces. Lucas stroked his beard with a smile. This will do. After a few more discussions, everyone finally stepped foot on Dressrosa. They all agreed to split up into teams to look for their objectives. Betty, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Brooke, Kaya, Hina, and Kuina went off to find the Smile Factory and destroy it. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Hancock, Law, Monet, Kinnaman, and Momonosuke took Caesar and went to look for Doflamingo to kick his ass. Lucas took off with Robin and Luna as they took a stroll around and acted on their own. Lucas actually wanted to go with Luffy and the others, but Luffy refused, saying he wanted to fight with Mingo on his own. Robin joined in with him to accompany him along with Luna. As they walked the streets of Dressrosa, they could see there are actually living toys among them. Robin was quite curious about them and even wanted to take them apart to see how they can move. Thankfully, Lucas managed to stop her from doing anything. Lucas can actually try to bring them all back to normal, but he stopped himself for now since Luffy said he wanted to deal with Doflamingo. Oh yeah, come to think of it, there should be a coliseum here. Lucas remembered that the prize in the original story was the flame devil fruit of Ace. Now that Ace was still alive, he wondered what the prize was. Come on, let's go and have a look. Lucas held Robin's hand and led her to the Coliseum. Unknown to them, a dancer with white hair was watching them. The lower half of her face was covered with a piece of cloth. Soon, Lucas and Robin reached the Coliseum, and they saw the devil fruit prize being unveiled. Behold, the devil fruit of the man once known as the Admiral, Akinu's fruit, the magma devil fruit. Woo-wah! The crowd cheered when the fruit was unveiled. Everyone wanted to get this prize. Gaining it was equivalent to gaining the power of an admiral. Lucas looked surprised seeing the fruit. Since it was Akinu that died, it was his fruit that reappeared now, Lucas chuckled at that. Robin turned towards Lucas and asked, "Are you interested?" "Me? I don't really have use for that fruit, but I'm not letting just anybody take it." His voice wasn't particularly loud, but everyone around him heard it. They turned and saw him with a beard and jeered, saying that he was too old and had gone senile. Lucas ignored them and walked towards the registration. Robin just smiled and looked for a free seat and sat down with Luna. On the way, Lucas encountered a strange toy soldier with only one leg. He knew who this person was, but didn't say anything and simply passed by. As he was registering, he was asked what his name was. "Luke, why Lucy?" Lucas was about to say his real name, but remembered that Luffy used a different name when he signed up in the original story. Since he was registering now as well, might as well use that name too, since it was quite similar to his name as well. Upon entering the contestants' waiting area, he could see the contestants all had huge bodies. Seeing Lucas, who had a small body and seemingly lack of muscles compared to them, the other contestants mocked him. One of them even tried to attack him to kick him out before the battles started, but Lucas held that guy's wrist and flung him to the wall with ease. When they saw the guy embedded on the wall, the other contestants' jaws dropped to the ground. Now, they can't even turn to look at Lucas anymore, afraid that they will anger him and be thrown out as well. A personnel was about to admonish them for fighting within the waiting area, but saw Lucas' power. He froze and looked away, pretending not to see anything. Lucas looked around the place and saw some familiar people. Oh, Bellamy. Huh, do I know you? Hee Tilda. Lucas raised his sunglasses and removed his beard for a bit so only he would see. Instantly, Bellamy's eyes widened in shock. Why yo you? Hee, don't go and say it now. See you later. Lucas laughed and waved as he left, leaving Bellamy looking pale as white. The first round is about to begin. The battle was simple. All in all, in blocks A, B, C, and D, the contestants are to duke it out in a battle royal. In the end, only 4 people will be left to fight amongst themselves. Lucas remembered in the registration that he was allocated in Block C. A personnel then led them to the battle preparation room, which was filled with all kinds of armor and weapons. Only firearms were not allowed. Lucas looked around and only took a shield and a helmet to cover his face. The shield was just a bit of fun. He walked around the room and saw a woman with long pink hair getting ready as well. This must be Rebecca. She was wearing, well, basically what you'd call a bikini armor. Lucas felt dubious seeing it in person. Are you really all right wearing only that for armor? You are. Lucy, Block C. I see. I'm Rebecca, Block D, and to answer your question, I don't mind wearing only this. If I add more, it would restrict my movements. At least wear a shirt over or a skirt, you know. That's not very gladiator-like. Soon, they announced the winner for Block A. Lucas turned to look who it was, and saw a familiar figure wearing a hat and fake beard to cover his face. Isn't that Ace? When Ace turned around, he saw the name written behind. S. What the hell is this guy doing here? Capitulo 105, Resolve. Lucas waited for Ace to return to the waiting area before approaching him. On the stage, the fight for Block B has started, which included Bellamy and Bartolomeo. Lucas ignored the shouting and cheering on the stage and walked straight towards Ace. Hey, fancy meeting you here. You, Luke. It's Lucy. Ah, right, haha, who knew that we would meet here as well. Ace laughed, and the two of them walked to a secluded corner. Lucas asked, So, what are you guys doing here? I assume the rest of your crew are also somewhere in Dressrosa, right? Yeah, well, we received news that Akinu's magma devil fruit is here, so we came hoping to get it. As annoying as it is, Akinu's pretty damn strong with that power, and we didn't want to have the enemies have it. Aren't you the same? Lucas chuckled and shook his head. No, I just found out about it and came to have fun. We're here to kick Doflamingo's ass. Well, Luffy is anyway. Ace laughed as it was very Luffy-like. Lucas thought for a moment and warned him. Things are going to get pretty heated up on this island. The Revolutionary is also here and working with us. Huh, the Revolutionary. Did Luffy's father actually start to look for him? No, I met the East Army Commander Bello Betty before going here. Her goal is to destroy the Smile Factory and stop Doflamingo from supplying artificial devil fruits to the world government. Since our goals are the same, she tagged along as well. Ace nodded and frowned. So he's working with the WG. No wonder he can still brazenly become the king of this place, even though he's no longer a Shichibukai. Yeah. All right, sounds fun, will help too. Lucas smiled wryly when he heard that, and couldn't help but pity Doflamingo. That guy sure is unlucky. Luffy, Ace, the Revolutionary. I don't think I need to make a move on him anymore. Lucas chuckled at the thought. And how about this magma fruit? Haha, this and that are different. May the best man win. Ah, but of course you still need to win in your block. If you lose, that would be too embarrassing, right? Ha 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 ha. Ace laughed out loud while Lucas rolled his eyes. Oh, you said it. If I don't sweep the floor with you later, I'd be too ashamed to face Roger and Whitebeard. Lucas and Ace grinned and shook each other's hands. Then, they separated. Lucas watched the match and saw it was nearing its end. The Prudence King let out his king punch and directly blew everyone on the stage. However, there was still one man left standing. The man who ate the barrier devil fruit, Bartolomeo. That fruit reminds me of that time in Wano. Lucas sighed as he recalled his time back in Wano. Back then, he had also faced a devil fruit user of the same power, then he fought Kaido. Now that Bartolomeo has this ability, it meant that the previous host had died. Lucas turned to look at the stage. Bartolomeo was able to easily defeat the Prudence King, who was already weak from releasing that punch. It was said that he could only use that ultimate move of his one time during a fight. The winner of Block B is, damn, Bartolomeo. Hehehehata, go to hell everyone. The crowd booed at him, but Bartolomeo didn't care and simply laughed while cursing everyone. Lucas shook his head. Towards this guy who is actually a huge fan of Luffy, he couldn't care less. Still, he is quite strong, so it wouldn't harm taking him in as an ally. After their battle, the injured people were sent off to the infirmary. Bellamy was being dragged by 2 employees and passed by Lucas. When he did, he turned his head to the side and didn't want to face him. Lucas didn't look at him as well but spoke. You've changed, Bellamy. Is that a compliment or ridicule I hear? Lucas pretended not to hear that and asked. Have you been there, the Sky Island? Yeah. How is it? Bellamy grinned. It's like a dream. Lucas grinned as well and placed his hand on his shoulder as he used his ability to heal him. If you have nowhere to go, come find me. Thanks, Lucas. After saying that, Lucas left and headed towards the stage. It was time for his battle with Block C to begin. Bartolomeo, who was also leaving the arena, happened to overhear a bit of their conversation. Lucas. Lucas stepped foot on the arena and stood at the center. He closed his eyes patiently and waited for the start of the battle. Without further ado, let the battle begin. The moment right after he said that, Lucas opened his eyes and smiled. Let's take care of the small fries first. A huge burst of Emperor's haki was unleashed and covered the arena. A large portion of the contestants rolled their eyes up, and foam started to appear in their mouths as they fainted. Those that survived had pale faces and sweat trickling down their spines. What monstrous haki? Who the hell is this guy? Ace, who was watching this from the sides, cursed it in his mind. This damn bastard, using such tremendous haki in a simple fight. The audience watching this was also surprised, as they didn't know why the majority of the contestants had fainted. They didn't experience it themselves and didn't know who did it. Only those few experts who were watching immediately stood up and gazed at the man who stood in the middle. Lucas looked at the remaining contestants and chuckled. He saw there was a giant participating and grinned. Let's start with you first. The giant, Hadrudin, gritted his teeth as he knew he met a powerful opponent. He raised his shield and prepared to slam towards Lucas. Lucas held out his hand and caught the shield with his bare hands. Just as everyone thought that he would break, the ground beneath Lucas cracked, but he was still standing still. Then he raised his hand and tossed the giant. The giant flipped over. How is this possible? While everyone looked shocked to see the giant fall so fast, the other contestants started to move. They acted as if they had agreed beforehand to take out Lucas first. Actually, none of them discussed anything. They just knew that with Lucas on the stage, it would be impossible to win. The only option was to band together. Lucas didn't mind and laughed as he faced them at the same time. Destroying Canon Idio, the Flower Country Gang, Sai, Boo, and Don Kinjao, Gene the Robber, the Funk Brothers. The first to arrive towards him was Idio. He had protrusions on his shoulder, and his punches also seemingly exploded upon contact somehow. Lucas was reminded of an old move he used in the past. Seeing as he was close, Lucas pulled his fist and prepared to hit him as he clad his fish with his own haki. Idio seemed confident of his own punch as well, so he pulled his fist to match Lucas. Hake-ho. Boost punch. Boom. 2 explosive punches met and exploded. When the dust settled, the one on the ground was Idio, while Lucas looked as if he didn't have a scratch on him. Then, Gene the Robber finished stealing the weapons in the arena and started to throw the swords towards Lucas. On another side, the Funk Brothers combined as the smaller brother used his ability as a jacket human and had the larger brother wear him. He similarly charged at Lucas on another side. Lucas smiled and didn't move as he caught the fist of the Funk Brothers. The sword thrown by Gene passed through his body and stabbed the Funk Brothers instead. Gah. Logia. Jean cursed, and he started to charge at Lucas, while imbuing armament haki on the swords. Lucas flipped the Jean brothers over towards Jean and stretched his palm at them. Jiajin Karate Ogi, Buraken. The Funk brothers and Jean both felt an immense force crash towards them before being flown away off the arena. The crowd was alarmed and excited. This time it's Fishman Karate. Just who is this man? Watching this, Rebecca was also surprised. She didn't think that the guy who talked to him earlier was this strong. Still, she must win. Lucas looked towards the remaining people left in the arena, the Flower Country Gang trio. Don Kinjao jumped and fell down with his flat head pointed downwards. This was the man who was well known for his hard head. Both Sai and Boo rushed towards Lucas on both sides and prepared to attack. Lucas snorted and settled Sai and Boo first. He punched both his fists to the sides, and a tremendous force rushed out. Jiajin Karate, Karakusagawara Seiken, double. While Sai and Boo were flown to the sides, Don Kinjao was about to land over him, as well as his head was clad with armament haki. Lucas grinned and clad his fist with armament haki as well, and punched towards Don Kinjao's head. The two of them unleashed their emperor's haki as well, and black lightning sparked upon contact. The whole Colosseum felt the pressure the two of them released, and they all broke a sweat. Don Kinjao landed and chuckled. Boy, for you to have the emperor's haki, are you trying to be a king? Ha, king, sorry, that seems too troublesome for me. Is that so? Who taught you that haki? If I tell you, you'd be shocked. Don Kinjao snorted. If you don't want to say, then I will make you speak. He clad his arm with armament haki and punched. Lucas grinned and met him with his punches as well. Perhaps annoyed that this wasn't getting anywhere, Don Kinjao used his hard head again and smashed his head forwards. Lucas punched as well. This time, instead of meeting it head-on, he punched at the front half of his flat head. Then, Don Kinjao's head suddenly grew long. Don Kinjao's eyes rolled upwards, and he fainted to the ground. Lucas chuckled. Old man, I gave you your pointy head back, so don't hate me. He shook his head. This guy, Don Kinjao, used to have a pointed head, and he had treated it as his most powerful weapon. However, during a fight with Garp in the past, his head was struck and it was flattened by Garp, causing him to hate Garp's family for 3 generations. The whole Colosseum was silent. Finally, they all snapped out. He won. The winner of Block C, Lucy. Oi, look, that guy. He hasn't taken a single step since the beginning. When one of the people watching noticed this, everyone also took notice. They looked back at the stage and saw that Lucas was still standing in the middle of the arena. Though the ground beneath him had cracked, he was still in the same spot. You're right, damn, how monstrous is this guy? He just took down a legend. How strong do you think he is? Robin and Luna watched Lucas while smiling. Daddy, so strong. Foo-foo, he's strong, isn't he? Ace sighed when he watched the battle end. However, he was also excited. I'm all fired up. However, just as he was getting excited, someone approached him from behind. Ace turned around and was surprised. Huh, you are. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lucas found Robin and Luna and waved towards them before leaving. After he left, it seems the arena was no longer able to hold itself and crumbled into pieces. The whole crowd was shocked. It was as if the arena would have long been destroyed if it weren't for Lucas. But because of this, it would still take some time to replace the arena, so the fight for Block D could only wait for now. As Lucas left the arena, the people around him made way for him like he was some sort of plague. He saw Rebecca approach him with a smile. Congratulations, you're very strong. Thanks. As they walked, Lucas noticed there was a cafeteria here as well, so he might as well eat. When Rebecca saw where he was looking, she smiled and took out her purse. Let me treat you to a meal. Lucas glanced at her suspiciously, but nodded. Thanks then. Afterward, she led him to an area in the Colosseum, the gladiators' quarters. However, some call it prison instead. As the two of them sat at the side, Rebecca started to chat with him while he ate. Your battle is amazing. I didn't think you were so strong, Lucy. It's all right, how about you? Feeling confident in your fight? If I remember right, that Cavendish guy is also in Block D. He's pretty strong. Rebecca revealed a sad smile. It was obvious that she wasn't feeling very confident about herself. Suddenly, hands appeared at the bars of one of the quarters behind them and grabbed onto Lucas. Lucas knew what was going to happen, but didn't react as much. "Rebecca, I got him, quickly do it." Rebecca gritted her teeth and held her sword. She charged towards Lucas, preparing to stab him. Lucas sighed but didn't move. Stab. Blood dripped down from Lucas' body as the sword went through him. He didn't bother using his Logia ability and just let her stab him. Anyway, this much wouldn't kill him at all. He didn't have a change of expression as he looked at Rebecca. "And, supposing you could kill me, what's your plan to deal with the winners of Block A and B? How can you win in Block D?" How come you can still talk like that? I stabbed you." Lucas shook his head, and with a bit of force, he was able to break free from the people holding him. As for the sword stabbed on him, he pulled the sword and wiped his blood. Rebecca's eyes widened when she saw the wound was already gone. "How? Girl, plenty of people stronger and larger than you want me dead. Did you really think you can deal with me just like that?" Hearing the harsh truth, Rebecca's sword fell to the ground and she fell to her knees. She had a blank expression on her face and looked like she was about to cry. Towards this girl in front of him, Lucas didn't know what to do and scratched his cheek. Lucas raised his hand towards Rebecca. The people in the quarter saw this and hastily shouted, "Rebecca, run. No good, he's gonna attack." However, Rebecca didn't move at all. She saw a hand come down on her, and she simply shut her eyes to prepare herself. "You can do anything you want to me. I accept my punishment." Lucas' hand froze, and his mouth twitched when he heard that. He sighed and placed his palm on her head. "Hey, a lady should say such things, you know. Otherwise, it could easily be misunderstood." Rebecca felt the warmth on her head and was surprised. She looked up and saw Lucas grinning at her behind his fake beard. "I know you have your reasons for joining this tournament, but you don't need to worry." What do you mean?" Soon, Doflamingo will be defeated. After all, when my captain says he wanted to kick his ass, he'll definitely do it." Rebecca's eyes widened. She didn't know why, but there was something about Lucas that made her believe him. "So there's no reason for you to fight here anymore. Just be a good girl and forfeit. Afterward, you'll see Doflamingo will be brought down." Rebecca fell silent. After a while, she stood up, picked up her sword, and wore her helmet. She wiped the tears in her eyes and turned away from Lucas. "Thank you, but I don't want to be protected all the time. This time, I want to fight as well." Lucas looked at her back and smiled. "That's fine as well. Good luck." Thank you." Rebecca turned her head slightly and nodded at him before walking back to the area with resolve. Capítulo 106, Finals. The instant Rebecca stepped foot on the newly placed stage, the crowd booed on her arrival. Hearing the jeering and boos from the audience, Lucas sighed. He can already imagine Rebecca biting her lip to force herself not to show any emotions. After Doflamingo became king, it seems the people started to hate Rebecca's grandfather, the previous king. Speaking of the previous king, Lucas frowned and expanded his observation haki. As expected, all the previously injured participants are now dumped in the basement below. While the battles in the Colosseum continued, the rest of the crew were also moving about. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Hancock, Law, Monet, Kinnaman, and Momonosuke were originally together along with Caesar, who they are pulling along. But somewhere along the way, Zoro went missing somehow. Sanji noticed and said that he would go back and fetch him, but he passed by a beautiful dancer and was smitten by her curvaceous body. The dancer pretended to be a damsel in distress, but was actually working with Doflamingo to trap and capture the Straw Hats one by one. Sanji, being Sanji as he is, didn't hate the dancer at all, as he couldn't bring himself to hurt a woman. Perhaps moved by him, or just figured that it was idiotic to do anything to him, the dancer double-crossed Doflamingo in the last second and helped Sanji escape. She revealed herself as Viola, the former princess of Dressrosa. Using her Glare Devil Fruit ability, She helped Sanji find Zaro, who was together with the toy soldier with one leg, then met up with a bunch of miniature people, the Tontata tribe. Betty, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Kaya, Hina, and Kuina, who originally set off to find the Smile Factories, also met with this tribe by coincidence. Usopp, the Great Liar, had cooked up a story for the Tontata tribe and said that they were relatives of Norland, who had met the Tontata tribe in the past. At this moment, Luffy and the others had arrived in Green Bit, where they had a showdown with Doflamingo and his other crews. Fujitora, the new Marine Admiral, was also present and wanted to capture everyone including Doflamingo, but after receiving a message from the world government, he could only grudgingly help Doflamingo get rid of the Straw Hats. Over at the Straw Hats ship, Jorah, a member of Doflamingo's crew who had the Art Devil Fruit ability, arrived and intended to seize the ship and deliver it to Doflamingo. However, there was a barrier in place, which she was unable to destroy. Igneel, who was flying around it, naturally saw them as well. Without a moment to spare, he breathed out a fire breath towards them. Jorah and her followers can only flee while their hairs are on fire. Everyone began moving as planned. As for Lucas, he was leisurely watching the battle which was about to end. "Yo, so you're here too." Lucas heard a familiar voice and turned around. Behind him, he saw a blonde-haired guy wearing fancy clothes and a top hat with a pair of goggles. "Sabo, what, you're here too?" Lucas smiled. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Seems that they are all together again here in Dressrosa." Lucas realized something and raised a brow. "It can't be you're interested in this magma devil fruit as well." "Haha, not really. We're here in case Betty needed backup. I heard Ace was here, so I came to have a look. Didn't think I'd see you here as well." Sabo chuckled and walked beside Lucas to watch the stage. "So where's Ace anyway?" "He should be around. Haven't seen him again since earlier." "Oh, right. Since you're here anyway, help me out with something." Lucas smiled mysteriously, while Sabo just looked confused. Sabo listened to what Lucas wanted to do and looked surprised. Afterward, he nodded and agreed. "Oh, something interesting just happened." Lucas turned back to the stage and saw Cavendish suddenly fall asleep. Sabo looked as well and frowned. "I've heard rumors about him." The instant Cavendish fell asleep, his eyes opened and his mouth turned into a grin. He had awakened his other personality, Hakuba. They say that Cavendish is a genius with the sword, but Hakuba is even better than him. Not only that, Hakuba is capable of extreme speed and would look as if he is just a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, he had slashed every single competitor in the stage. Rebecca, who had noticed his peculiar situation, managed to dodge in time and only knocked her helmet off her head. After that, Hakuba fell asleep again and turned back into Cavendish. Only, he was still asleep as well. Just like that, in a surprising turn of events, Rebecca had won. Sabo smiled as he saw that. To be able to see through Hakuba's movements, that definitely wasn't luck. Hey, she's a stubborn woman for sure. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. He started to stretch his neck and waist. "Well then, time for the last battle. I'll go deal with things on my end as well. Don't beat up my little brother too much." "Haha, I can't guarantee that. I still need to beat him enough for all the pain and suffering his fathers gave me." Sabo was speechless. After a period of rest, the winners of each block started to appear one by one. The winner of Block A, the mysterious combatant, ASC. The winner of Block B, you all hate him for it, Bartolomeo. The winner of Block C, he didn't move a single step, Lucy. The winner of Block D, by some stroke of luck, Rebecca. And finally, our very own, Mr. Diamante. The announcer riled up the audience as the contestants emerged one after the other. Just as he was about to announce the start, a bunch of contestants from Block D started to protest. "Stop this fight. Get Rebecca out of the ring. Redo Block D." Lucas turned to look at them and shook his head. Before he was about to do anything, Diamante stepped forward and stopped them. "You don't know when to give up, do ya? Results are results, morons. Get out of our way." Diamante grabbed his cape and covered his body as Batman would. The angry contestants charged and swung their swords at him. However, their swords actually broke upon hitting his cape and even producing a metallic impact sound. Bartolomeo was intrigued, as it looked similar to his barrier ability. Though it might be fluttering in the wind right now, this cape is steel. Diamante then pulled out a strange, bendy sword and swung it forwards. As he did, the sword twisted and changed form into a raging bullhead. I ate the flutter devil fruit. Anything I touch will flutter like a flag. He swung the bullhead sword towards the contestants. Corrida glaive. Gah! The contestants were thrown back and started to drip blood. The blood passed through the crisscrossed platform they were on and dripped into the water. You might want to take a few steps back. For the finals, fighting fish befitting the occasion have been released. As if on cue, a huge blackfish with a bull-like head started to charge towards the injured contestants. They're quite sensitive to the smell of blood. Diamante grinned. Boom! The fighting fish charged at them like a bull and tossed them to the water beneath the stage. Diamante picked up a mic and announced to everyone. Fighting fish of a different class than those seen earlier. Did you see that? That charge, it reaches even the contestants inside the ring. Diamante laughed. Lawless, villainous, they are really a nasty bunch. We've taken the boss class fighting fishes from each school, and on the back of just one of these fishes is this tournament's prize, the magma devil fruit. Ew. The rules are simple. Steal it. The last person standing in the ring will be the victor. Seeing as the audience's excitement was at its peak, the announcer continued. Here it is, everyone, the final battle. To whom will the magma devil fruit go? Now. Gong. There's the gong. The gong's sound resounded throughout the Colosseum, along with the crowd's cheers. However, there wasn't any movement in the stage just yet, as the contestants simply looked at each other. Lucas looked towards Ace, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca first before looking at Diamante. Scratching his head, he had an awkward smile. Anyway, let's deal with this guy first. Ace nodded silently, and Rebecca also nodded. Agreed. Lucas turned to Bartolomeo, but when he met his eyes, Bartolomeo suddenly fainted. No way. Lucas' mouth twitched when he saw that, and a frightening thought appeared in his head. It can't be that. The Bartolomeo here isn't a fan of Luffy, but a fan of me. Lucas felt his head hurt, and worried how troublesome the future will be from now on. Anyway, one down. Diamante seemed to know what Lucas and the others were thinking, and started to laugh. Ha ha ha, you think all three of you can deal with me if you join forces? How ridiculous. Listen up, I am. BOOM. Lucas didn't bother letting him finish speaking, and simply flashed in front of him and swung his fist. Diamante wasn't able to react in time, and even his steel cape wasn't enough to protect him, as Lucas' punch sent him flying to the edge of the Colosseum. Lucas snorted. A nobody. The whole Colosseum was silent, and everyone's jaws had dropped on the ground, except for two people watching on the stands. Robin silently chuckled while covering her mouth, while Luna didn't even bother hiding it, and simply laughed and clapped. Why, daddy, so awesome. Lucas heard her cheers and gave her a thumbs up from the stage. Finally, the crowd reacted. Wyatt. Diamante-sama was. So easily. Who the hell is this guy? Lucas ignored everyone's confusion and turned to look at the remaining two contestants. He looked at Ace for a second, then turned to Rebecca. In his mind, he just wanted to have a showdown with Ace. Rebecca froze when she saw Lucas look at her, and sweat started to pour down her back. However, she continued to stand her ground and had her sword readied in front of her. Lucas smiled and disappeared from her view. The next second, he reappeared behind her and struck the back of her neck just enough to make her faint. Sorry about that, but please sleep for now. Finally, he stomped his feet and controlled the water beneath the stage to grab the magma devil fruit on the back of one of the boss fighting fishes. A pillar of water rose from the side and landed on his hand. I have the devil fruit, all that's left is. With the extras out of the way, he stretched his neck and looked at Ace. Hey, it's just the two of us now, shall we start our match? Ace didn't speak and continued to stand there. Meanwhile, in another area of the Colosseum, Sabo was running around and beating up Doflamingo's men so he could head to the place beneath the Colosseum where the injured contestants were sent. This was part of Luca's plan that he spoke to Sabo earlier. While he distracts the eyes of everyone else on the stage, Sabo would go and rescue the others who were imprisoned by Doflamingo. Lucas originally planned to have a long and drawn-out match with him and Ace. Diamante and the others were just in the way, so he settled them quickly. With his and Ace's ability, he can make a showy match filled with explosions and loud noises, which are enough for distraction. Oyai, Sabo, you're here too. Huh, Ace. Hearing the voice calling out to him, Sabo turned and saw Ace waving at him. Confused, he asked him, "Is the match already over?" Well, I handed out my identity to someone else." "Hi." "Anyway, what are you up to? Seems fun, let me join too." Back on the stage, Lucas was confused about why Ace was staying silent. However, he didn't mind it much and charged at him. He was slower than normal since he wanted to whisper to Ace about acting and making it showy. But when he neared Ace, Ace suddenly pulled his beard and his helm a bit so only Lucas could see. Seeing the face beneath the helmet, Lucas froze. Then, before he could think of anything, a slender hand grabbed the devil fruit case he was holding while another hand grabbed his shirt and pushed him off the stage. Lucas was still confused and could only stare at Ace blankly while falling into the water. Splash. Once again, everyone fell silent. Even Robin and Luna was shocked. What just happened? Capitulo 107, Reunion from the Past. The winner is ASC. Woo-wah. What just happened? How come it ended so fast? Damn it, I want to see some blood. While the audience was still shocked, and while some booed, Lucas emerged from the water and landed back on the stage. He looked at Ace in shock and opened his mouth to speak, but was unable to say anything. Why you're alive. Ace smiled and turned. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the side of the Colosseum, and everyone panicked. Lucas turned and saw Sabo and Ace fighting Doflamingo's men. He sighed. Well, there goes the plan. Lucas scratched his head in frustration. Whatever. Anyway, let's just go and wreak havoc. Seeing Sabo and Ace rampaging, the ASC on the stage suddenly threw the devil fruit case towards Sabo, who caught it by surprise. Then ASC smiled and threw the helmet and fake beard she was wearing, revealing a familiar face with long white hair. In the audience seats, Robin saw her face and her eyes immediately widened in surprise. Mom. Lucas smiled wryly at her and greeted her, but didn't remove his disguise just yet. Are you kidding me? Even if I'm fine with revealing my identity already, how can I reveal myself when a woman just tossed me out of the stage a few seconds ago? It's good to see you again, Alvia. Alvia smiled at him. It took me a while, but I finally get to meet you again, Lucas. Seeing her smile, Lucas was dazed for a moment and coughed to clear his thoughts. He turned to Sabo, who was holding the magma devil fruit curiously. Is it fine to give that to him? You already won it after all. I don't need such an ugly power. You ugly. Lucas stumbled at her ridiculous excuse. Sighing, he shouted at Sabo. Sabo, go ahead and eat it and wreak some havoc. Ha, fine then. Damn it, just when I became the most powerful of the three of us. Ace cursed and gritted his teeth, seeing that Sabo would now also be gaining a devil fruit ability. Right after eating the fruit, Sabo sent a fist over to the enemies, and a large fist made of magma suddenly emerged. Ryuseiken. Ace saw the destruction Sabo's move made and snapped out of it. I won't lose, Heiken. This time, a fist made of fire emerged and burned through the walls of the Colosseum. Seeing the two brothers wreak havoc, Lucas chuckled and turned back to Alvia. Suddenly, a figure landed on the stage. While the rest of the audience fled the scene in a panic, Robin held Luna and jumped over to the stage. She placed Luna down and ran towards her mother. Mom. Robin. The mother and daughter both hugged each other while crying. Robin held her mother in her arms and cried. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad to finally see you again as well. Alvia smiled and slowly pushed Robin away while wiping her tears. She saw Luna watching them curiously and smiled as she crouched down and patted Luna. How cute, is this your child, Lucas? Ah, yeah, her mother's Nami. She's also a member of the Straw Hats. Foo-foo, no need to be so nervous. It's not like I'm mad. Alvia chuckled seeing Lucas awkwardly answer. Luna was happy being patted and being praised. Sister, are you going to be my new mommy? GHL Luna. Lucas nearly choked upon hearing Luna and quickly tried to explain, but Alvia didn't seem to mind it. She smiled at Luna and stroked her head. Foo-foo, do you want me to be? You look like big sis Robin. That's because I'm Robin's mother. You should call me Grandma. No, you look so young and pretty. Be my mommy. Luca's jaw dropped to the ground. Luna dear, why do you keep finding mommies everywhere? Why? Your real mommy will kill me if she knows. Alvia smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll be your mommy too. Yay. While Luna happily cheered, Lucas and Robin were still shocked. Oh, Alvia. Mom. Alvia stood up and winked at the two of them. All right, stop dilly-dallying. Isn't there something you needed to do here? Right. Alvia held Robin's hand and smiled. Show me what you can do. Robin smiled and nodded her head. At this time, Diamante woke up and started to remove himself from the rubble. He walked back to the stage and glared at Lucas and the rest. You all, don't think that you can do anything you want here in our young master's country. Robin coldly looked at him and crossed both her arms in front of her chest. Mil fleur, gigantesco mano. Then, millions of small feet appeared behind her, forming a huge pair of legs pointing to the heavens. Diamante froze when he saw the giant feet. Just as he was about to escape, the two legs swung down to the stage. Stomp. Boom. Luna happily cheered and clapped her hands while Lucas carried her. Alvia smiled seeing Robin's powers. Then they heard Diamante's voice from the point of impact. You don't think this is enough to defeat me? Then how about another one? Alvia winked towards Robin and also crossed her arms in front of her chest. Suddenly, her arms dissolved into countless petals. Lucas saw this and remembered Byakuya from Bleach. Mil fleur, gigantesco petal mano. The petals from her hand multiplied into millions of petals, forming two gigantic hands on both sides of Diamante. What the hell is this? Alvia smiled, and the two hands started to move towards each other at high speed. Clap. Boom. After that move, the hands dissolved into petals once more and moved back to her arms, reforming into her hands once again. Lucas was amazed to see her ability. Like mother, like daughter. Alvia smiled and looked towards Robin as she explained. A few years ago, I ate the petal devil fruit. Actually, I've been trying to stay away from devil fruits as it is hard to be unable to swim here in the Grand Line. However, this petal devil fruit is closely related to your flower devil fruit, so I took it. Alvia, where have you been all this time? Lucas asked. Alvia didn't answer just yet and turned to look at Diamante. Seeing as he was really down for the count, she smiled. I'll tell you all about it later. Right now isn't the best time, right? It's fine. Lucas nodded, then looked around. He stretched his observation hacky once more and saw that there were fewer people in the scrap graveyard in the basement below the Colosseum. Actually, the basement isn't directly below the Colosseum, but there is a pipe connecting the basement from the Colosseum. Lucas had simply followed that pipe with his observation hacky to see. As for why there are fewer people, Treblo and Sugar are probably turning them into toys by now. Oi Sabo, Ace, are you guys not done yet? We're done, we found the pipe you mentioned. Sabo shouted back. Lucas looked towards Alvia, Robin and Luna and nodded. Let's go. Carrying Luna, the rest followed him to where Sabo and Ace was. Alvia also carried Rebecca and brought her along. As for Bartolomeo, Lucas decided to ignore him for now as he felt it would be troublesome to wake him up. The next moment, they arrived in the room with Sabo and Ace. Seeing them arrive, the two looked at them weirdly. Ace saw Alvia had removed her helmet and grinned. You know, I was surprised when she approached me earlier. I thought she looked like Robin, then she told me she is actually her mother. Tsk, Lucas, you sure are popular. Not just the daughter, even making a move on the mother. That's not it. Lucas smacked his head in embarrassment and was blown away to the wall. Lucas coughed, then looked at the pipe opening underneath. Luna, do you want to try sliding? Slide. All right, let's go then. Lucas jumped in first while carrying Luna and slid down the pipe, while the rest followed afterward. The pipe was quite long, and it took a few seconds before they managed to land in a heap of broken toys. Lucas spread his wings at the last moment and floated down. Soon, Robin followed, and she also spread her wings made of hands and glided down. Alvia dropped and turned into countless petals as she reformed on the ground while using the petals to carry Rebecca as she gently floated down. Ace fell on the ground without being prepared. It seems Sabo pushed him down before he went in as well. Sabo dropped and managed to roll to break his landing. Rebecca frowned and groaned as she started to wake up. Where am I? She opened her eyes and found that she was in some kind of garbage dump. There were all sorts of toys piling up like a mountain, but there were also various wounded contestants there. Luca saw she was awake and explained. This is the area beneath the Colosseum, or rather, beneath Dressrosa. All the injured contestants are sent here, then taken to be turned into a toy. Also, this is where the broken toys are sent as well. Looking up, they could see multiple holes, which meant that there was more than one entrance to this place. Then, they saw one hole suddenly release some kind of sticky stuff that fell and grabbed a contestant. What is this? The contestant shouted as he was grabbed and was pulled upwards into that hole. Guess that's the entrance we're looking for. What was that? Ace asked. That's Treball's ability. He ate the sticky devil fruit, so his body is, well, very sticky. Sticky? Luna asked while tilting her head. Lucas nodded and made sure to warn her. That's right, he is very sticky and disgusting. Later, when you see him, don't get near him at all cost. Yua. Luna stuck out her tongue in disgust. Alvia just chuckled and looked up. Shall we get going then? Hold on. Lucas looked around and raised his hand. Then, his hand started to turn into water, which shot to the air and turned into rain. The rain touched everyone in the room and felt a warm feeling. In just a few seconds, their wounds started to heal immediately. What is this? What a magical rain. Hold on, I've heard about this before. The injured contestants all looked towards Lucas with their eyes wide open. Seeing his wings spread wide and his arm turning to water, they instantly knew who he was. There's only one guy who had the water logia ability. It's him, that man who stood beside Whitebeard in the war 2 years ago. The Guardian Winged. Lucas. Lucas smiled and knew there was no use hiding anymore, so he removed his helmet and beard and tossed it to the side. Seeing the dozens of injured contestants and the hundreds of toys looking at him, Lucas nodded to them. Everyone, don't worry. You'll soon be able to get out of here, and the toys will also return back to human. Ew. Everyone cheered. Rebecca was still shocked and didn't know what was happening. However, seeing the situation they were in, she could more or less understand what was going on. Since they were all healed, Lucas stopped his ability and turned to Robin and the others. Alvia looked worried and asked, Lucas, if you use that ability. She knew about Lucas' ability to heal and learned from Roger that it also had a drawback on Lucas. If Lucas healed that many people. Lucas smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, I can also take others' life force and make it mine. Though I don't really like it, it doesn't mean I won't use it. I see, that's good then. Daddy, all right. Luna looked at Lucas with worried eyes as well. Lucas smiled and patted her head. Daddy is all right, don't worry. With that said, Lucas spread his wings once again and flew up. Then, he created a circular barrier platform below him. Hop on, let's go deal with those guys above. Robin, Alvia, Sabo, and Ace nodded and stepped on the platform. Lucas turned to Rebecca and asked, How about you? Aren't you coming as well, or are you afraid? I'm going. Rebecca glared at him and stepped foot on the platform as well. Lucas chuckled, then turned to look at the others. You guys stay here for now. Don't worry, you'll all get out soon. Everyone didn't mind, as they sent them off with cheers and encouragement. All right. Lucas, good luck. Go kick that bastard Doflamingo. Yeah, give him a punch right to his nuts. Go get him. Capitulo 108, Freedom. Lucas and the rest flew off in the pipe and found themselves in a wide room with a horse carousel in the middle. They saw a contestant, strapped in a sticky substance, on the conveyor belt. Having just arrived, they saw how a small girl touched the contestant and suddenly turn into a toy. Contract, you will not harm humans. You will obey the orders of the family. What is this? What did you do to me? Besides the small girl, a huge slimy guy showed a nasty grin. Stop blabbering and get to work. The toy stopped speaking and started to move out of the room to obey his order. Lucas raised a brow when he saw this. Speaking of which, this ability is really convenient. I'll use it on Doflamingo later, hee. Lucas grinned at the thought of turning Doflamingo into a flamingo and display it on the lawn of the ship. Just as Lucas was about to reveal himself, Luna exclaimed, "Woof, Daddy, the human turned into a toy, I want one." Who's there? Treball heard the noise and turned to look. Seeing as they were already exposed, Lucas sighed and revealed himself. Yo, what an interesting ability you have there. You're the one that the young master warned us about, Lucas. In the flesh. While Treball was quickly thinking of ways to escape, Sugar only looked at Lucas expressionlessly while munching on grapes stuck on her fingers. Who cares if it's Lucas or what? She just had to touch him and he will turn into a toy, forgotten by everyone else. Suddenly, she heard a childish voice right behind him and felt a tap on her shoulder. Then, she turned into a doll. Yay, Daddy, look, I have a new toy now. Lucas and the rest were dumbfounded. Lucas looked at his arms and found that Luna was already missing and had somehow snuck behind Sugar, turning her into a toy. Alvia, Ace, Sabo, and Rebecca were all shocked. What just happened? How did she turn someone into a toy? What kind of broken cheat is this? Out of all of them, Treball is the one that is most badly frightened. Where did this toy come from? Wait, this ability, was someone turned into a toy? And no good, I can't remember who it is. Actually, everyone apart from Lucas and Luna forgot who Sugar is. But since the others with Lucas were in front of Treball and Sugar, they saw Luna turn someone into a toy, but can't seem to remember who it was. Treball was beside Sugar and was focusing on Lucas, so he didn't see the process. He only remembered that there is such devil fruit ability which can turn others into a toy. At the moment, Luffy and the others were fighting Doflamingo, Center Pink, Lao G, Matchvice, and Gladius in Green Bit when Sugar turned into a toy. Doflamingo just dodged Luffy's attack and frowned. What is this unsettling feeling, like I'm forgetting something? Mingo. Chase Straw Hat, you are really starting to piss me off. Along with them, Monet reformed herself after creating a snow hurricane towards Gladius. She felt something in her heart and looked to the direction of where Lucas and the others were. Somehow, I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Monet, you traitor, punk bala. Gladius roared and shot bullets towards her, which were inflated by his pop devil fruit ability. Beside her, Kinnaman's katana was engulfed in fire as he slashed at the inflated bullets, cutting through the explosion as well when it exploded on contact. Where is Kenjiro? Monet snapped out of it and turned into snow once again. As the rest of the Straw Hats fought off against Doflamingo's forces, all sorts of changes happened in Dressrosa. As Sugar was turned into a toy, her ability was also deactivated. Naturally, all the toys in Dressrosa started to turn back to their previous forms at the same time. Most of the toys were former humans, but there are some that are also animals. Those animals started to rampage in the town and caused panic. Everyone was shocked as they all started to remember the toys, who were once a part of their lives. I'm back. Finally. Dear, I missed you so much. Dad, I can't believe I forgot about you. While some cried tears of joy, some were also greatly infuriated. Especially those of the Marines, world government agents, revolutionaries, pirates, and elites of other countries who were turned into toys as well. Dressrosa was now on the brink of a full-blown war. In the dump site below, the toys that Lucas healed started to turn back as well, and they all rejoiced in laughter and cries. "I'm human again. He did it. He freed us from this hell. This debt of gratitude I shall never forget." In the secret base of the Tontata tribe, a certain one-legged toy soldier had also turned into a human as well. He had turned back into the greatest gladiator of Dressrosa, Kairos. "I'm back, how? No, this isn't important for now, let's go." Viola cried out. "Kairos, I remember now." Sanji grinned and took this chance to hug her. Zoro rolled his eye at him and then looked back at Kairos. "Luffy and the others are already fighting Doflamingo. Right now, we need to find the Smile Factory and blow it up." Kuina nodded as well and held her katana. We should get going." "Yash, everyone, I will lead you all to victory." Usopp laughed and posed in front of the Tontata tribe, acting as if he was their leader. The foolish Tontata tribe was excited. "Wow, Usoland, amazing." At the side, Betty just ended a call with Sabo and looked over at Kairos. "You, the one with one leg, a colleague of mine is with your daughter right now. She's safe." "I see, thank you for informing me." Kairos held his sword with a determined look. He looked over to Zoro and nodded. "Though it pains me that I wouldn't be able to fight Doflamingo, I will have to believe in your captain for now. Let's go and destroy the factory and free the rest of the Tontata tribe." Brook walked over to Kairos and asked, "You have a daughter, can I see her panties?" "This isn't the time to joke about that." Nami swung her staff hard on his skull when she heard him speak. At this time, Fujitora, who was aiding Doflamingo to fend off Luffy and the others, suddenly received word of what was happening in Dressrosa. He stopped and used his ability to create a floating platform for himself as he flew off to Dressrosa. He no longer cared about helping Doflamingo, as he felt it was more important to stop the rampage that was about to happen in Dressrosa. "Oi, Fujitora, where the hell are you going?" "Don't mind me, I'm just taking a walk." Doflamingo gritted his teeth and was annoyed by Fujitora's answer. At the same time, a small Denden mushi rang from his pocket. He wanted to ignore it but remembered Fujitora suddenly leaving and his bad premonition earlier. He waved his hand and temporarily trapped Luffy in a ball made of strings and answered the call. Sir, there's something happening in the city. All the toys in the city suddenly turned into humans. There are pirates, ex-soldiers of Dressrosa, government officials, marines, nobles of other countries. There are also beasts. The people are panicking and asking questions. What do we tell them, sir?" Hearing his subordinate frantically report, Doflamingo's face fell. Earlier, he felt like he had forgotten something. Now, it seems that their devil fruit user who can turn people into toys was somehow turned into a toy as well. This was the only explanation Doflamingo can think of, as he couldn't remember who it was. He quickly called Treball to ask him. The call connected. "Treball, what's the situation there? Why did the toys turn back to humans?" "Oh, is this Doflamingo? Hee, you sound out of breath. What's wrong? Is Luffy giving you a hard time?" Doflamingo didn't hear Treball's voice. Instead, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. His face darkened and gritted his teeth. "Lucas, where is Treball?" "Dead, sorry, that guy was too disgusting to look at." Lucas turned to look at Treball, who lied dead on the ground. Earlier, Ace and Sabo attacked him together, but since that sticky stuff of his was actually combustible, well, the whole place exploded. Thankfully, Lucas acted quickly and created a barrier to shield them all. Afterward, all that was left was a broken room and a charred Treball. Still, Treball was actually still alive, then so Lucas just did the finishing blow and pierced his heart with a haki-clad blade of water. While Sabo called Betty and his other colleagues to inform them about what happened and to keep a lookout on the restored revolutionary members, a Denden mushi rang from underneath Treball's clothes. Lucas wasn't really sure how it survived that blast earlier. Maybe it was protected by his clothes. Anyway, Lucas didn't bother to think much of it, and answered the call. As expected, it was Doflamingo who called. Lucas laughed. Are you sure you should be idling around now? The whole city is in an uproar, you know. The people you turned into toys are reverting back to normal all at the same time. Suddenly, the call disconnected. Lucas thought Doflamingo probably didn't bother with him anymore and ran back to Dressrosa to fix the problem. Lucas shook his head and tossed the Denden Mushy to the side. He looked over at the others and saw Rebecca had fallen to her knees and cried. I have a father. Lucas smiled. Well, of course you do. Don't worry, he should be safe at the moment. Thank you, Lucas. Actually, it was Luna who made Sugar stop using her ability, \. Lucas shrugged and looked over to Luna, who was still holding onto her new doll. Sugar didn't understand what just happened and panicked. What's going on? Why did I become a toy? Turn me back. No. Grrr. Seeing them fight, Lucas felt it was amusing and smiled. He looked at the Sugar doll and grinned. Contract, you are not allowed to hurt any one part of the Straw Hat crew as well as the people you see in this room. You are to obey Luna at all times. Contract, don't be foolish, how can you use that to M? Zit. Luna shouted. Suddenly Sugar paused and sat. Seeing it work, Luna laughed and clapped her hands. Why, this is fun. How is this possible? At the side, Ace saw what just happened and broke into a cold sweat. It was a good thing they didn't fight earlier, otherwise, this is just too damn cheaty. Sabo sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Give up being a pirate. How about you join me in the revolutionary instead? Ace felt like punching Sabo. Robin and Alvia smiled and approached Lucas. As usual, Luna is very powerful. Indeed, so, when am I going to expect a grandchild? When am I getting a little brother or sister? Alvia and Robin silently looked at each other, while Lucas didn't know what to say. Robin smiled at her mother. I saw the video. Alvia started to blush and quickly looked away. Did Lucas see it as well? No, I deleted it after watching it. I see, that's good. Alvia sighed and shook her head. Let's not talk about this now. Anyway, we'll have a lot to talk about later. For now, let's finish dealing with the matters here. Okay. Lucas noticed their conversation ended and finally sighed in relief. He led the others out of the room and saw the reverted toys starting to fight back. He saw the contestants that he fought off earlier, along with a few more unfamiliar gladiators and pirates. Looking around, he didn't see King Riku anywhere, and thought that Treball probably had him pulled out earlier and probably sent to the castle. Seeing the chaos in front of them, Sabo stepped out. Revolutionaries. Then Ace stepped out as well. Pirates. Finally, Rebecca stepped out. Gladiators. Hearing them shout, they all paused and looked towards them. The revolutionaries recognized Sabo and quickly formed themselves by his side. The pirates also recognized Ace and stopped fighting for now. The gladiators knew Rebecca and paused as well. Lucas stepped out and spoke in a loud voice as he raised his fist. A tattoo was displayed at the back of his wrist with an X and wings. You are all free. Yhhh. Their cheers echoed throughout the place, and even those above could faintly hear their cries from beneath. Of course, no one really noticed as it was still chaos on the surface as well. Fujitora had just arrived in the city and looked at the ground. Ah, it seems today will be quite a busy day. Capitulo 109, battles at every corner. Above the country of Dressrosa, a strange floating island was hidden above the clouds, overlooking the whole island below. A man stood at the edge while fiddling on a deck of cards in his hands. Beside him, an indigo-haired woman appeared. You sure are sly, Koza, to use the Marines like that. Hearing Nijiko's remark, Koza just chuckled and shook his head. All I did was provide the information. Plus, there was no need to waste our own people to go there and control the situation. The Marines are better at that. Not to mention, there's also the revolutionary people below as well. Lucas had brought with him a card from Koza. On the card was an image of a Denden Mushy. However, strangely enough, the Denden Mushy image would move from time to time. While on the way to face Sugar and Treball, Lucas had briefly explained the situation to Koza and told him what to expect. As a result, once he noticed the situation below had changed, he had contacted Fujitora, who was in battle with the Straw Hats. Not only was the pressure on the Straw Hats reduced, he had also made use of an admiral-level power to control the situation in the city rather than using their own force. It was simply hitting two birds with one stone. Suddenly, Kozas had paused from shuffling his cards. He saw with an eye card that he placed one of Doflamingo's men, that Doflamingo was about to make his move. Doflamingo shot a thick string straight out to the sky, intending to create an indestructible birdcage to trap everyone in Dressrosa. Nijiko also saw this from above, but Koza was already one step ahead and threw a card to meet the string. She sighed and shook her head. Even this was within expectations. I'm starting to feel sorry for the guy. Have you forgotten the kids he had Caesar drug and used as experiments? Nijiko rolled her eyes. I was being sarcastic, okay. At this moment, the card which Koza threw had struck Doflamingo's strings, which were about to spread into a birdcage. Suddenly, the strings which were about to spread suddenly warped and were sucked into the card. Storage card. In the past, Koza had discovered he could turn things into cards, and the card would still retain its item's use. Though he can't turn people into cards, he can turn other things. One time, he tried to turn Bluno's air door into a card out of a whim. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Since the card had retained the ability of the item stored, Koza had a new special card in his deck, the storage card. As the name suggests, it's a card to store anything using the ability of Bluno's air door, which leads to an alternate space. This meant that he had basically stored Doflamingo's strings in that alternate space, and not allowing him to create the birdcage. Koza stared down and watched Doflamingo's confused look from his iCard. Nijiko looked down as well but couldn't see anything from so high up. In the end, she just shrugged. Actually, even if the birdcage was created, with Lucas down there, Doflamingo still wouldn't be able to escape. I know, but this Doflamingo reminds me of someone from back then, and it irritates me. In the past, Crocodile had done the same thing in Alabasta. Frame the king from committing a terrible crime, then appear as the hero who saved the day. When things started to turn worse, they schemed to let the people of the country fight against each other. When he heard from Lucas that Doflamingo might start to control the people and make them fight against each other, he was reminded of the days when he led the rebel army of Alabasta to fight against the king. He didn't want to see something like that happen again. It was my mistake. I didn't know there was such a thing as a devil fruit ability that could turn people into toys and erase their existence from everyone's memory. I didn't notice how much darkness was already in this city until now. Koza regretted not taking action immediately in the past. He had grown confident in his information network and didn't notice how much Dressrosa was suffering. He had only known that Doflamingo was using Dressrosa as his base to smuggle weapons, but in his view, the city was happy and didn't have anything wrong with it apart from those strange, lifelike toys. It wasn't that he was ignoring Doflamingo as well. He had been keeping tabs about him and monitored him from time to time, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Nijiko saw Koza blaming himself. She frowned and smacked him at the back of his head. Stop moping. Do you think you're a Superman that's bearing the weight of the world? We have a job to do. Koza smiled wryly and nodded. You're right. Then, he turned around just in time to see a few people arrive. Looking at them, he nodded. It's your turn now. Leading the men behind him, a man wearing a black suit and top hat with a pigeon on his shoulder grinned. It was Rob Lucci. I've long heard of the CP0 Aegis. HMPH, let's see what they're made of. Beside him, Jabra chuckled while licking his lips. Cuckoo, it's time to hunt. Finally, there was the rectangle-shaped nose, Kaku. Hee, don't worry, Koza, we'll get the job done, we always do. I'll leave it to you three then. Koza nodded and motioned for Nijiko to help them down. However, the three had already disappeared and jumped down. Nijiko pouted and rolled her eyes. HMPH, I hope they slip and fall to their deaths. This time, he only had Lucci, Jabra, and Kaku set out since the others were out on a separate mission. Bluno and Califa are handling matters in the former Grand Tesoro ship. Kumadori and Fukuru are currently in Wano, gathering intel. Back down in Dressrosa, 3 men wearing white clothes and strange tribal masks watched the situation unfold in Dressrosa calmly. They were none other than the CP0 that Lucci had mentioned. One of the men looked towards the man who appeared to be leading them. Seems like Doflamingo's in trouble. Is it this Lucas that he mentioned? The reason why they appeared here was because Doflamingo had already reported to the world government that Lucas was still alive. As expected, the world government was greatly frightened. The Marines had taken a huge setback, just defeating him along with Whitebeard. Now they found out that he was still alive. This was the man who can stand beside Whitebeard, and he was also still so young. Not to mention that weird ability of his that can control the sea. The world government wanted to have Lucas, not to recruit him, but to take his power away from him. As such, they took the matter seriously and sent 3 of their best agents from CP0. The man who appeared to be leading the 3 didn't answer. Instead, he looked behind him and suddenly shot out a flying shigan towards a pillar behind them. Boom! Just a casual move, and the pillar was blown away. From behind the pillar, 3 men in black appeared in front of them. What a rude greeting. Lucci snorted and looked over at the 3 in white. You must be CP0. You, Rob Lucci, former member of Cypher Paul 9. That's right. The man from CP0 fell silent for a moment before speaking again. A ruthless man like you, Cypher Paul can still use you. I'll have to decline. I don't like being used anymore. Then why are you here? I wanted to see how good this so-called CP0 is. After saying that, Lucci no longer spoke and directly charged at the man who looked like he was leading the others. Kaku and Jabra also fought off the other 2, as Jabra took the tallest one, while Kaku took on the remaining one. The one facing Kaku calmly dodged his attacks while speaking. Kaku, you are also a good candidate for CP0. We do not need to fight. Kaku just shrugged. Despite how it looks like, we're actually quite free, you know. Besides, I agree with Lucci as well. I want to see what the CP0 is made of. Kaku grinned and pulled his 2 swords, Odo and Kagurashi, which were both former swords of Shiki. Rankyaku Kamikaze. Seeing the flurry of blade waves surround him, the man from CP0 couldn't take things casually anymore, and started to get serious. Meanwhile, Jabra had long since turned into a wolf and started his hunt. While the former CP9 fought against the CP0, Lucas had already led everyone imprisoned underneath out to the surface. Koza had called him already and told him things were under control at the moment. Lucas turned to the prisoners and spoke. Everyone, we'll take care of Doflamingo. You all can move about freely, but don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I'll find you and throw you back underground. Actually, Lucas can't really be bothered about them. The group of prisoners looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Then someone stepped out in front and faced Lucas. Don Chinjo looked at Lucas for a while, then suddenly bent down. That was still fine, but when he did so, his pointy head struck the ground and made a huge crack on the ground. For giving my prized head back, I thank you. I get it already, so stop destroying the ground. As thanks, we'll go and defeat Doflamingo instead. Us too will be the ones to take down Doflamingo. No, it will be me. I'll defeat him. With that, I can gain popularity. Hearing all these people wanting to go against Doflamingo, Lucas can only smile bitterly. I'm not even the one doing anything to Doflamingo. Forget it, let them deal with him then. Lucas wasn't like Luffy, who wanted to do it himself. Since these guys want to help, then let them help. Fine, fine, go ahead and deal with him if you can. Oite. Everyone cheered and charged forward as they head straight to the palace. Meanwhile, Luffy had also broken free from Doflamingo's string ball prison and started to chase after Doflamingo. Zoro and the others managed to find the factory, but somewhere along the line, Zoro got lost again and found himself inside the palace already. Huh, you're that Mingo guy, right? Is this the factory? Suddenly, a hand grabbed his foot from below. Looking down, the castle floors had formed into a hand that held him and dragged him right outside. What the? While Zoro was falling outside, he saw a large shadow loom over him. Above him, a huge mass of stone formed into a person who looked down on him. He was Doflamingo's top executive, Pika. "This is as far as you go, pirate hunter," Roronoa Zoro. Zoro heard Pika's voice and was shocked. Soon after, he started to laugh while falling. "Biwahahaha, what's with that high voice? That doesn't suit your image at all." Pika's face darkened. "Aro. Over the distance, Lucas saw Pika's huge stone body and heard him shout. Wasn't Zoro heading towards the factory with the others? Why is he there? Right after he thought of that, Lucas shook his head. Zoro probably got lost again and angered Pika by laughing at his voice. Lucas ignored the two fighting and stretched his observation haki around the city. He could see Fujitora handling the citizens and calming down any riots that are happening. There was also Lucci, Jabra, and Kaku fighting against the CP0 in a corner of the city. Koala had also appeared beside Sabo and reported to him as he started to delegate tasks to the others in the Revolutionary. Ace had found his crew and started to help out with taking down Doflamingo as well. Overall, there was no need for him to take any action really. Guess I don't have anything to do. How about you, Luna? Lucas turned towards Luna and saw she was being carried by Alvia while hugging onto her new doll. She was fast asleep. Alvia smiled and made a shushing gesture. "She just fell asleep, don't wake her now." It's okay." Lucas nodded awkwardly and tried not to think about it. He thought for a while, then decided. "Well, since Luna is sleeping, let's find a quiet place. The sunflower field is pretty quiet, let's relax there for a while." "Sure." Alvia nodded and looked at Robin. Robin smiled, then shook his head. "I'll go help out with the others. There's plenty of time for us to catch up later. You can look after Luna." "But how about this? There's still Rebecca here. She can watch over Luna. I want to fight along with you." "That's me." Suddenly being called, Rebecca was surprised. Before she could react, Alvia had passed Luna in her arms and she couldn't reject anymore. "It's settled then. We'll go and help out while you stay with Luna. Don't worry, with Lucas beside you, you're as safe as you can be." After saying that, Alvia pulled Robin and walked away, leaving Lucas and Rebecca along with the sleeping Luna. Lucas scratched his head. "Guess it's just us then." "It seems so." Lucas patted her shoulder and directly teleported to the sunflower field. Rebecca was surprised by the sudden change of scenery and couldn't help but ask, "How is it that you are so powerful, Lucas? You even displayed multiple abilities, unlike a normal devil fruit user." Hearing this question, Lucas showed a wry smile and shrugged. "I'm unclear as to why as well, but it seems that I am capable of turning my wishes into reality. Well, somewhat. There are still limits. It doesn't seem to be a devil fruit ability at all." Rebecca then looked at Luna in her arms. "Is that why Luna-chan is so powerful too?" "Yeah, seems like she inherited my powers as well." Rebecca sighed. "Such a thing? If our family had powers like yours, we wouldn't have been defeated by the likes of Doflamingo. If my child can have such powers, I wouldn't need to worry about my country too." "Zord." Lucas was surprised and awkwardly scratched his cheek. Rebecca looked at Lucas in confusion, wondering why he looked that way. Then she recalled what she just said and understood. Instantly, her face turned red. I didn't mean it like that." Capitulo 110, The Truth. Seeing Rebecca act so flustered, Lucas laughed. Rebecca heard his laughter and knew that she was being made fun of. She pouted and stomped her feet, then looked away. Lucas just shook his head and watched the situation in Dressrosa. The citizens were pretty much handled already by Fujitora and the Marines, as well as Sabo and the revolutionaries. Lucas was confused as he didn't see Koala stuck beside Sabo. He looked around a bit more and spread his observation haki and saw her in the underground area where they were earlier. She was investigating the docked ships underground, which was smuggling weapons. Lucas ignored her and switched to the others. From the dump site that Lucas was in earlier, there was still a man left behind. "Kenjiro. Did he not recognize my voice when I was there earlier maybe?" Lucas thought so since he did keep his mask on in the past, and only revealed himself to Toki and the kids. Seeing that Kenjiro appeared safe, Lucas didn't worry and was about to retract his observation when he noticed something odd. That Kenjiro, who was known for his bad drawing skills even though he had a devil fruit ability which could allow his drawings to turn into reality, but now he could draw perfectly fine. Kenjiro drew a good-looking bird and used his ability. The bird slowly peeled itself from the wall and came to life. Using that bird, he sat on top of it and flew upwards. He looked around, saw there was no one present, and deactivated his power as the bird dissolved back into ink. Then he drew two small birds, attached a letter on its feet, and had it fly away. Luca's eyes narrowed at that. He saw the little bird fly away into the sky. With little movement, his figure disappeared and shocked Rebecca. Lucas didn't have time to bother with answering her as his teeth clenched, while he chased after the little bird in the sky. In an instant, he reappeared in front of the little bird. Lucas didn't waste any moment as he grabbed it and took the note on his foot. Before he left the past, Lucas knew there was most likely a traitor amongst Odin's retainers. Now seeing Kenjiro move so suspiciously, Lucas held the piece of note and unfolded it. As Lucas read the contents of the note, his eyes grew colder and colder. Boom! Both the note and the bird shattered into dust in his hands. The next moment, he appeared before Kenjiro and held him by the scruff of his neck. It was you. KH. Lucas didn't have any sort of plan like ignoring him or pretending not to know about it. There was no need for such things. He had caught him red-handed, that was enough. What are you saying? Who are you? Ho, have you already forgotten me, Kenjiro? Perhaps it was his cold voice, or perhaps it was his cold eyes. Kenjiro's eyes shrunk as he recalled a man in the past. The man who could fight toe-to-toe against the likes of Lord Kaido, Akyani. Why you? Have you remembered? Akyani-sama, why are you doing this to me? Why, let's see. Lucas snorted and recited the information he read in the note earlier. Orachi-sama, my apologies for not reporting for a while as I had been turned into a toy by Doflamingo. I was separated from Kindman and the brat Momonosuke, however. I've returned back to my human form now and will go find them. Please await further reports. As Kenjiro continued to hear Lucas speak, his face grew paler by the second. I was exposed. Thinking of this, he no longer continued to act as he gritted his teeth and tried to escape instead. But suddenly he found himself turned back into a toy. More accurately, Lucas had turned him into a Daruma doll. Killing you is too good for you. You will face your punishment like this. Unable to move or speak, everyone would forget about you. You shall remain like this for all eternity. This is our contract. Lucas smiled, but in Kenjiro's eyes, it was simply the smile of a devil. Demon. Kenjiro wanted to shout, but was unable to move his mouth. He wanted to flee, but was unable to move his body. You will continue to live, knowing that all your efforts were for nothing. Lucas scoffed and tossed him to the ground. He didn't care about even bringing him along. At this moment, the wind blew and Lucas' shirt was lifted a bit on the backside, revealing a distinctive tattoo behind him. The mark of the Kazuki family. This mark was the last thing Kenjiro saw before everything went black. Without noticing it, he was already buried under the earth. As Lucas walked away, he sighed deeply. It was better this way. At least this way, Kindman and the rest wouldn't be too disheartened that a close friend of theirs had betrayed them. Actually, even though Lucas read the note, he wasn't still completely sure. After all, it could be just a ploy. Maybe he is acting as a double agent or something. Then he recalled Viola's power and figured he could do the same. He could read into Kenjiro's mind. The result, he was even more infuriated, so much that he wanted to kill this man immediately. This Kenjiro could be said to be an excellent actor. From the very start, he had played the role of Odin's retainer extremely well. Lucas also saw how Odin had died while standing inside a boiling pot. Orochi Kaido. Lucas was already impatient. He can't simply stay idle anymore. His figure flashed and reappeared in front of Rebecca. Rebecca saw the cold look on his face and was worried. Lucas, what happened? Lucas sighed and calmed his thoughts as he knew he was leaking out killing intent. He didn't want to scare Rebecca or wake up Luna, who is in her arms. He smiled and walked over, gently stroking Luna's hair. Luna woke up drowsily and looked up. Daddy. Luna, Daddy needs to go and do something. Can you promise me to be a good girl while I'm gone? Luna was surprised and no longer looked sleepy. Daddy, where are you going? Luna wants to go too. Hee, don't worry, I won't be gone long. When I'm back, I'll take you with me as long as you behave, okay? Luna pouted but didn't want to refuse. She held out her small, pinky finger towards Lucas. Promise. Looking at Luna's eyes, Lucas remembered that Nami also asked him the same thing. Lucas smiled warmly and held out his pinky finger as well. Their two fingers, one big and one small, intertwined. I promise, I won't break it even if I die. Luna grinned brightly and nodded. Lucas kissed her forehead and stroked her head one last time before turning to Rebecca. Sorry, I need to handle something. If anyone asks, tell them I'll be in Wano. I understand. I'll tell the others. Lucas nodded and turned back to Luna. Luna, when they get the bad guy later, turn him into a toy so he doesn't do bad stuff anymore, okay? I'll turn him into a new toy. Lucas laughed at Luna's eager tone. He stepped out and a pair of white wings emerged from his back. Taking out the Vivre card he got from Kanjuro's pocket, confirmed his direction and flew away. He flew quite fast and had already covered 100 kilometers before the day ended. Looking at the slowly dimming sky, Lucas looked around to see if he could find a spot to land and rest. Then he saw a shadow underneath. How is that, a snail? Right, the shadow beneath him was actually a huge snail, and on its back there was a castle and a mast. Looking at the number on the sails showing 2 number 6s, Lucas knew that this was none other than the Germa 66. Why are they here? Lucas frowned and tried to remember the original story. Wasn't it, I think they were looking for Sanji, and forced him to marry into Big Mom's family so as to unite their two forces, or something. Sanji is still in Dressrosa. Were they waiting for Sanji to appear here? Lucas frowned. No matter what, these guys are sure up to no good, since that's the case. Lucas waved his hand and created a huge tidal wave in front of the snail ship. I don't have time to deal with these guys. In any case, they are still Sanji's family, so I won't harm them. As for this, it can be considered a small prank. Lucas was sure that something like this wouldn't really kill them with their enhanced bodies. After doing so, Lucas flew off. He no longer bothered to look for a pit stop to rest. Back in Dressrosa, things had managed to wrap up by the end of the day. As expected, Doflamingo wasn't able to hold his own against multiple forces going against him. When he was captured, Luna had directly turned him into a flamingo and had it displayed on the lawn on their ship. As the country starts to rebuild and everyone celebrated, they all noticed there was one person missing. Where's Lucas? Nami asked while looking around. She felt uneasy, and there was this strange foreboding in her heart. The way Lucas disappeared, it felt just like before. Rebecca smiled wryly and explained. Lucas said he needed to deal with something first, then took off. Deal with something? Zoro frowned. Robin turned to Koza and asked, Koza, do you have any idea? Koza didn't answer immediately and closed his eyes. Lucas was still holding onto his card, so he could pinpoint his location using it. Sensing his direction and trajectory, Koza frowned. He seems to be heading for Wano. Wano? Kinnaman shouted. Why is he heading there now? Koza shook his head. I don't know the answer to that question, I just know where he is. Sanji puffed a mouthful of smoke and sighed. The reason why he left is not important for now. What we need to ask ourselves is, do we follow or stay put? Frankie continued what Sanji was about to say. Brook was calm as he took a sip on his coffee, only to end up falling off his jaws. Still, he ignored it and turned to Luffy. What should we do, Captain? Everyone turned to Luffy, who took a large bite off a piece of meat handed by Hancock. He grinned. Is there still a need to ask? We go. Aye. Meanwhile, on a certain island, a man who looked similar to Lucas sat on a throne made from a pile of bodies. Other than him, there was only one man standing as well, Shiryu. Lucius, Captain, a ship from the world government has arrived on the island. Kill them. Shiryu hesitated for a second. He looked at the pile of bodies beneath Lucius and shook his head. Captain, don't you want to talk to them first and ask why they came? Lucius shifted his gaze over to Shiryu, who froze in place. Shiryu still can't believe how that skinny, weak boy he picked up had grown to be so terrifying. He regretted picking him up, as he may as well be the one who will one day end his life. However, he was also excited to see how far this man can go. Lucius didn't speak for a while before nodding. Fine, bring them here. Shiryu nodded and left. Soon, he reappeared together with an old man. This old man was the reason why Shiryu didn't directly obey Lucius when he was told to kill earlier. Because this old man was one of the 5 elders at the very top of the world. The old man looked at Lucius calmly, unafraid of his gaze. Then he spoke. The contents of what he spoke had shocked Shiryu to the core. Lucius was also surprised. A few moments passed. Finally, Lucius nodded. No one knew this meeting was happening, but if the world knew, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world down to its core. Capítulo 111, Back to Wano. A day had passed since Lucas had left Dressrosa. He hasn't slept or rested once as he simply kept flying. Finally, just as the sun was about to set, he saw an image of an island at the distance. The familiar silhouette of the island made his mouth curve into a smile. I'm back, Wano. The moment he appeared back in Wano, a certain man raised his head with a frown. He had a large build with 2 large horns on his head. However, his left horn was broken. There was also a huge, ugly scar over his left shoulder down along to his waist. This man was none other than one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Kaido grimaced and touched his scar. For some reason, he had been feeling it ache a lot recently. It was a scar that one man had given him in the past. On his right waist, there was also an X-shaped scar. Another man had given this to him in the past. For so long, people had feared him and called him the invincible Kaido. But in truth, there were already 2 people who had injured him heavily before. While he was pondering over why one of his scars were aching, he saw someone approach him. Looking over, it was a fat man with a long mustache over his mouth. He also held a chain that was tied to a person behind him. Kaido-sama, we've found Yamato-sama. The person behind him shouted in annoyance. My name is not Yamato, I am Akyani-sama. Kaido turned his gaze at the person behind the fat man and scowled. You stupid brat, how many times do I have to tell you to take that broken mask off your face? Right, the person who was called Yamato was actually wearing a broken red mask on his face. It was said that this mask had once belonged to the man who once fought Kaido in the past and had disappeared. Kaido was angered every time he saw this mask. This time, he felt especially bothered with his scar aching, so he stretched his hand out and directly took the mask off Yamato's face. What revealed was a beautiful face. She had long white hair and 2 curved horns on her head that was colored red halfway up. Yamato glared at Kaido, seeing her mask being taken off. Father, how could you do that? That was mine. Enough, get back to your room. From now on, you are no longer allowed to even take half a step out of your door. He waved at the fat man and shooed them away. Queen, take this stupid thing away. Right away. Queen grinned and pulled Yamato along with him as he left. Seeing the 2 leave, Kaido sighed in irritation and went back to drinking. At the corner of his eyes, he saw the broken mask which he took off from Yamato. He felt the wine he was drinking didn't taste so good anymore. Holding a large bludgeon, he smashed it down the broken mask and shattered it to dust. However, the unsettling feeling in his heart didn't disappear at all. At this moment, Lucas had arrived at the outskirts of Curie. As he flew over at the skies, he saw the tattered villages and the towering factories at the distance. Lucas' eyes grew colder by the second. he saw something below. There was a large yellow dog confronting a little girl. Feeling that it would be bad to leave her alone, Lucas dove down and landed in front of the little girl while glaring at the large dog. "Sid." The large dog shivered at his gaze and promptly sat down obediently. Seeing as the large dog has behaved now, Lucas turned around to look at the little girl, intending to scold her a little for being out in the woods. "Little girl, you." "Ah, bad uncle, don't bully my Kamichio." "You uncle." Lucas' mouth twitched for a bit. However, he knew better than to get angry at a kid, so he simply sighed and shook his head. "Kamichio, this is your pet." Lucas turned at the large dog that seemed about 5 times the size of a normal human, then to the little girl who seemed just a bit older than Luna. Does this brat have Emperor's haki to be able to tame such a large dog? Or maybe her parents? The little girl nodded proudly. That's right, Kamichio is my friend." "How did you tame such a large beast?" "With this Kibai-dango." Suddenly, the little girl made a circle with her hand and placed it on her cheek. Her cheek started to glow as she slowly pulled it out. "Wait, what? Pull it out?" Luca's mouth opened in shock as the little girl plucked out her cheek. However, her cheek seemed to be fine, and there weren't any wounds or holes. "Is this a devil fruit ability? What kind of devil fruit is that?" Cheek fruit." The little girl then showed Lucas a small orb on her palm. "And what's this?" "Dango." "Dango?" "Huh, dango. Dango made from her cheek." Lucas was very confused about what's happening here. "Are all of the Wano locals now like this?" The little girl explained. "When an animal eats my dango, they become my friends." "I see. What a weird ability, though I guess it's also useful." Lucas chuckled and shook his head. He doesn't really need this kind of ability, as he can always just use his Emperor's haki to tame animals. He looked at the dango and picked it up, looking around for a suitable animal to test. Suddenly, a large baboon appeared and fiercely roared at them. "Ah, found one." The little girl was scared, but Lucas didn't care about it. He tossed the dango right in the baboon's mouth while it was roaring. The baboon was surprised and unconsciously swallowed it. Immediately after, the baboon went docile and sat in front of them with a smile. "It really worked." "Ah, you didn't believe me." The little girl glared at him again. However, seeing as she gained a new friend, she sighed in relief and smiled. Lucas chuckled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Kid, what's your name?" "I'm Otama, a beautiful kunoichi in training." "Kunoichi, that's like a female ninja, right?" Lucas raised an eyebrow at that. "So female ninjas are already training at this age, huh?" "Bad uncle, what's your name?" "Stop calling me bad uncle, you can call me Lucas. I'm gonna be the Hawkage." "Hawkage, what's that?" Lucas sighed since his joke wasn't understood. "Well, they don't know Naruto after all." "It's a joke, I'm a pirate." "Pirate, like Big Brother Ace." Lucas looked at Otama in surprise. He didn't expect he would hear that name here. "You know Ace?" He came to our village 4 years ago. He said he will be back." Hearing that and seeing Otama's face blush in excitement, Lucas thought of the worst. That damn Ace, it can't be, is he a lolicon? To make such a promise to a little girl, is he planning on returning when she's old enough and take her? At this moment, Lucas started to regret ever saving Ace. On the sea, 3 ships could be seen traveling together with different flags raised. One had a skull wearing a straw hat, another had a U-shaped mustache, and another had a dragon with raw letters on its sides. These were the Straw Hat Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. Upon knowing that Lucas had headed to Wano, Luffy and the others decided to go there as well. Sabo contacted Dragon about it and was instructed to follow as well. As an army that goes against the world government, Dragon had long been interested in the Wano country, which isn't part of the world government. Maybe there will be chances of an alliance between them. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, when Ace heard about Wano, he suddenly remembered that he still has a promise to go back there. He had been busy since the death of Whitebeard, so he hasn't gotten the chance to go back there. Since Luffy and Sabo are going, he felt left out if he didn't go as well, so he tagged along. On board the deck of the Whitebeard pirate ship, Ace suddenly sneezed. Ha, Jew. Back in Wano, Lucas was still thinking about what to do with Ace. Should I call the FBI? I mean the Marines. It shouldn't be too late to execute Ace again, right? Otama was looking at Lucas with her head tilted in confusion. Why did this bad uncle suddenly have a fearful look? It must be because Big Brother Ace beat him before. Big Brother Ace is the best. Back in Whitebeard's ship again. ACHOO. Are you sick, Captain? Marco asked, seeing as Ace sneezed twice. Ace shook his head and scratched his head. I don't think so, Hachu. They say idiots don't get sick, now I know it's a lie. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? One. Lucas had ultimately decided and looked back to Otama. Ace is dead. As a. Then, she cried. I was just joking, it's a joke. Ace is coming back, definitely. Ooh, bad uncle. Lucas can only cry in his mind. It seems he wouldn't be able to get rid of this bad uncle title anymore. He sighed and shook his head. Anyway, he's been busy for a while, so that's probably why he didn't get back yet. Right, where are your parents? My parents. Otama bowed her head silently. Lucas sighed again and patted her head. All right, no need to answer that. Where do you live? It's dangerous for you to be out here in the forest. I live over there. Otama pointed to a direction. Looking over, Lucas saw a small temple by a large tree. Come on, I'll bring you over there. Lucas spread out his wings and grinned. Otama's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you're just like my master. But you don't have a long nose. Of course not, I'm not Usopp. Lucas pouted. He just got to Wano and thought of acting cool for a bit, but this little girl had not been cooperating properly at all. First, there was him supposedly saving her from a monstrous beast, but it was actually a pet that she already tamed. Then there was him revealing he was a pirate, but instead of acting afraid, she directly compared him to Ace. What's there to compare? That guy is just a lollican. Author, aren't you a daughterkin? Then he showed her his wings. No matter what, wings are cool, right? But she actually said that her master was like him as well, and is instead surprised that Lucas didn't have a long nose. Lucas sighed and felt that he didn't know Wano anymore. Are all Wano kids like this? Lucas shook his head and no longer cared about it. He brought Otama up, and they both flew to the small temple, while the two huge tamed animals ran along to follow them. Landing on the front of the temple, Lucas frowned at how shabby the place is. You live here. I live here with my master. Tama, are you back? Lucas heard another voice in the house. Turning to look, he saw a large man wearing a red Tengu mask with a long nose. Behind him was a set of wings like Lucas. This must be the so-called master she was talking about. Master, I found another one like you. Look, you both have wings. Lucas quickly retracted his wings and made them disappear. I'm not like your master. The Tengu looked at Lucas curiously. It seems Tama has caused you some problems. I apologize on her behalf. It's nothing. I thought she was being attacked, but it turns out that large dog was her pet. Friend. Yeah, that. Otama pouted, but Lucas ignored her as he looked at the Tengu curiously. The Tengu nodded and introduced himself. I am known as Tengayama Haitsu, a swordsmith. Lucas, pirate. Lucas grinned and held his hand out. Haitsu was surprised for a bit, but shook his hand in the end. Swordsmith, it's my first time meeting one. Lucas looked around, but didn't really see any tools to make swords. Though, he did see an unusual katana hung on the wall. He could vaguely feel that it carries a unique aura. It was a weird feeling. But the feeling it gave was sort of like one of Zoro's swords, Sandai Kaitsu. Lucas took the katana off the wall to take a closer look. Seeing that, Haitsu panicked. You mustn't take that sword. It is cursed. Oh. My ancestor, Kotsu, forged that sword. It's one of the only 21 excellent grade swords. It is called Nidai Kaitsu. Lucas raised a brow. Zoro's sword was Sandai Kaitsu, and this one is Nidai Kaitsu. That Kotsu Gaishur is lazy at naming his swords. Haitsu sighed and continued to explain. There's a story behind Kaitsu in particular. What are you doing? Haitsu quickly stopped explaining when he saw Lucas toss the sword in the air while unsheathed. Lucas grinned and held his arm out. He just wanted to try what Zoro did back then with Sandai Kaitsu. This sword is cursed, right? Then, if it doesn't want me, it can just go cut my arm. That's dangerous. You have no idea how sharp that blade is. Well, we'll soon find out. Otama and Haitsu watched in fright as the sword twirled in the air and slowly landed. They felt their hearts leap out their throat in suspense as they watched. Lucas didn't care about it and simply closed his eyes and waited. Then, his arm was cut off. At least, that's what Otama and Haitsu thought. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing the floor was heard. There wasn't any blood that splattered or an arm that fell. Lucas' arm was completely intact. Seeing that the blade didn't hit his arm, Lucas inwardly sighed in relief. Good thing it worked. Otherwise, it will really just pass through since I can materialize my arm into water, but that would be embarrassing. Now I can finally act cool for a bit. He grinned at the two shocked people. This sword looks like it is chosen. I'll take it. Just perfect. This sword will soon bathe in the blood of a dragon. It isn't that Lucas really needed a weapon. Lucas simply wanted Kaido to suffer from a blade of a samurai. If Lucas can find Odin's swords, that would be great too. But since he has no idea where those swords are at the moment, this sword will do. Let Kaido feel the cold blade of Wano's katana. This was what Lucas had decided. Capitulo 112, Stealing Foods. Growl tilde. While Lucas was looking at the katana in his hands, there was a loud growling noise from beside him. Looking over, he saw Otama embarrassingly clutch her stomach with a red face. Are you hungry? And no, that was just, I need to go to the restroom. Otama quickly ran out of the temple and went off somewhere, causing Lucas to frown and look at Haitsu in askance. Haitsu was shocked for a second, but snapped out of it quickly. This is bad. That child probably ran over to the river to drink the water. Is that a bad thing? Of course it is. Haven't you seen the towering factories? Those things have been contaminating the waters. Even the animals who drink from there are also poisonous. What? Luca's face paled from anger. Damned Kaido. However, he had no time to be angry. He quickly flew out and chased after Otama. Sure enough, he saw her by the riverbank and was about to scoop her hands on the river to drink. Lucas quickly landed beside her and stopped her. Tama, what are you doing? Haitsu said these waters are poisonous. But I. No buts, isn't there someplace clean where you can eat and drink? Otama looked down on her feet. There is, but I don't have money. Lucas frowned. He looked at Otama and squinted his eyes. Tell me, when was the last time you have had a proper meal? 4 days ago. 4 years ago. Luca's face sank. 4 years? Isn't that when she said Ace was here? Otama could feel that something wasn't right in Luca's expression. She waved her hands and smiled weakly. Ah, but, Master gives me enough money to buy rice on New Year and on my birthday. My birthday will be in a few days, so I just need to hold on until then. Lucas continued to remain silent. Then he made up his mind. He stood up, smiled, and patted Otama's head. How many days till your birthday? 8th. Otama looked down on her fingers as she counted. 11 days, my birthday is next week. I see. 11 days, she plans to not eat for 11 days. Lucas sighed in his mind and lifted her up. All right, be good and don't drink from this river again, okay? I'll do something about food. Ace how? Hey, just wait. Lucas looked down on the river and thought of purifying it with his ability. However, just having drinkable water wouldn't do. There needs to be something to eat as well. Since that's the case, Lucas turned to the factories at the distance with a cold look. Somewhere in Curie, a man with long blonde hair and 3 pointed lines as eyebrows sat on a chair while frowning. In front of him were various floating cards arranged mysteriously. Strain. This man was none other than Basil Hawkins, one of the pirate captains of the worst generation alongside Luffy. In the past few years, he had made an alliance with certain pirate groups and they had ended up under Kaido for some time now. Now, he has become one of the headliners of Kaido. At the moment, he was predicting his own fate, but the results had only confused him more and more. Why is it, no matter how I calculate, there is 100% chance that I will die today? What was going on? Hawkins frowned for a moment and tried another fortune. Chances of fleeing, 65%. He paused for a while and continued to keep predicting his fortune. After some time, he stood up and left. Hawkins was a cautious man and believed in his fortune-telling more than anything. Though he had no idea what would cause his death, he didn't want to risk and find out. Back in Curie, Lucas had returned to Haitsu with Otama and told them he'll be going out for a bit. He flew to the air and expanded his observation haki. After a while, he frowned and looked in one direction. He recognized a man that was here, Basil Hawkins. What was he doing here? Though Lucas knew that he was powerful enough, he still paid attention to certain individuals like Shanks, Big Mom, Kaido, the admirals, and the other pirates from the worst generation. So seeing Hawkins here, Lucas wondered what he was up to. No matter, he didn't have time to deal with him now. Lucas shook his head and focused on another location. He found a place that was clean and without any toxic substance. There were also various foods there as well as some drinkable water. He also saw Kaido's men guarding it while lashing on some slaves to work harder in harvesting. The next moment, Lucas disappeared in the sky and appeared before them. Who's there? Kaido's men quickly reacted and pointed their guns and weapons at him. Some of them seemed to have weird body structures, as if they were combined with an animal, and crudely too. Is this a product of that smile devil fruits? Lucca's back was still turned on them when he landed. As he turned around, he waved his hand, and a mask appeared on his face. The mask was red and looked devilish, like an angry demon. Lucas didn't create this mask out of nothing. As powerful his ability is, he still hasn't been able to do something like that. The mask looked real, but it wasn't real. In other words, an illusion. Why the need for a mask? No reason actually. If there had to be a reason, then it's just Lucas feeling nostalgic about his time in Wano as the Red Demon. Akyani. It's been 20 years. Has Wano already forgotten about me? You. Kaido's men actually didn't know who Lucas was. Not all of them had seen what had happened 20 years ago, and only the core members would have recognized the mask and what it meant. However, looking at the mask that seemed real yet unreal gave them a sense of fear, as if it was a subconscious thought deep in their minds. HMPH. Lucas snorted, and in that instant, all of Kaido's men except for one immediately fell to the ground. The remaining person shivered and collapsed on her feet. She had the lower body of a horse and an upper body of a woman, a centaur so to say. Her hair was colored white on one side and black on the other. She also had horse-like ears as well instead of normal human ones. Lucas had singled her out, as she seems to be fast on her feet. You, what's your name? I am Speed, one of Kaido-sama's headliners. Speed neighed like a horse in fright. Lucas tried not to laugh about it and retained a serious tone. Speed, do you know why you are still alive? And no, sir. Because I want you to use those horse legs of yours and run. Run as fast as you can to Kaido and tell him my message. Speed's face turned pale as she asked. What's the message? Tell him I'm coming to claim a 20-year-long debt. Lucas let out a bit of murderous intent which shook Speed in fear. She quickly nodded and ran away, even stumbling for a bit before galloping at high speed. After Lucas saw that she had left, he turned to the poor people being forced to work. The people all flinched upon meeting Lucas' eyes. Remembering that he was wearing a mask, he chuckled and waved his hand again, dispelling the mask in a cloud of smoke. Lucas smiled. You're all free now. Please help distribute these foods to those in need as well. You do not need to fear Kaido anymore. After saying this piece, he turned back and let the wind, which he definitely didn't make happen, to blow his shirt a bit, revealing the tattoo on his lower back. The mark of the Kazuki family. Plenty of the people present were old and knew what that symbol meant. They cried tears of joy and knelt on the ground. We are saved. The Kazuki family is back. Finally, we are free. Lucas smiled seeing them happy. He took a few meats, vegetables, and some water and left. Soon, he arrived back at the temple. I'm back, I've brought food. Hearing that, Haitsu and Otama both had their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped as they saw him unload a bunch of food on the table. Haitsu looked back at Lucas and asked, where did you get this? I stole it from Kaido. What? Geez, don't shout so loud. It's fine Tilda Kaido and I go way back. He will probably kill me when he finds out, but I'll kill him first so it's fine Tilda. Haitsu was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Why does he say it as if he's just meeting an old friend? Just who is this man? Lucas didn't care what Haitsu was thinking. He looked over at Otama, who was staring at the bunch of food but not eating. What's wrong? Come and eat. I can't afford this. Please take it back. Haha, what are you saying? I'm telling you you can go eat it already. Don't worry. There's a lot more where that came from. Lucas laughed and patted her head. On your birthday, we will have an even bigger feast. I promise. Really? Yeah, that's why. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Otama looked at the apple on her hands and bit on it. Suddenly, tears formed in her eyes as she munched on the apple. Ooh, it's so delicious. This apple is so delicious. It's just an apple. Come, try this one next. Lucas grinned and kept placing more and more food in front of Otama like a doting father. Maybe it was because Otama was only a bit older than Luna that he felt very protective towards her. Or maybe he just felt sad about her circumstance and felt sorry for her, for being unable to beat Kaido in the past, resulting in the Wano today. Lucas felt responsible for why Wano is like this today. If only he had defeated Kaido back then. Lucas shook his head. No matter what, the past is past. Though I was somehow able to travel to the past one time, I am already grateful for that one time. I can't get complacent and keep changing the past because of my mistakes. After making sure that Otama was eating properly, Lucas left again. Big brother, where are you going? Oh, I'm not a bad uncle anymore. Lucas chuckled while Otama pouted. He patted his head again and reassured her. I need to go and help the others. I'm afraid someone might cause them trouble. Then, I want to go too. You can't, just stay and eat here first. No, I'm going. Lucas sighed and looked at Haitsu. Haitsu shook his head and shrugged. Don't look at me, I can hardly keep this unruly little girl. Lucas sighed again and scratched his head. Fine, come on then. Yay. Lucas carried Otama on his shoulders and flew away. A few seconds later, they arrived at a town nearby. Well, two towns. They seemed to be separated clearly. One is a prosperous town, while the other is simply made. However, it was unusually active due to the amount of food that was brought over. Otama pointed at the poor town and explained. That is Akabor town. Akabor. In other words, they are the leftovers. They live only from the leftovers of those from Bakura town. Big brother, did you help them get those food? Yeah, and as I thought, they are attracting unwanted attention. Just as Lucas said, Kaido's men had noticed the people from Akabor town had somehow gotten food. Unable to contact the team responsible for the food, they thought of the worst. Instantly, they moved to confiscate the food so they can get it back. The situation was getting worse, and they were about to start hurting people. Luckily, Lucas had arrived in time. Lucas landed and glared at Kaido's men behind the demon mask. Who gave you all the guts to steal from me? He didn't bother bickering with them anymore and unleashed his haki again, directly neutralizing the enemies in one go. However, some were left standing. Ho, it seems you're not just a mere grunt. Lucas turned to the man who was still standing after his haki release. He was a large man with a lion's head on his stomach. The lion also has its own pair of paws too. Lucas was momentarily dumbfounded at the ridiculous transformation. The man growled and shouted back. Listen up, I hold him won't allow for thigh. Well, whatever, shut up. Lucas didn't want to keep seeing this ridiculous-looking guy anymore and waved his hand, sending a high-speed water jet towards him. Hold'em was shocked for a second, but immediately crossed his arms to guard the attack. He was pushed back for a bit, but wasn't blown away. Lucas raised a brow and increased disappeared in his position. The next moment, he was in front of Hold'em and sent a palm strike. "Shut up, you're an eyesore." Boom! Hold'em's eyes bulged as he spat out blood, but soon after, he was blown away into the distance. Otama watched as the most fearsome man in Bakura town was simply handled by Lucas. Instantly, her reverence towards Lucas had skyrocketed even further. Seeing no one else causing trouble, Lucas turned towards everyone else. "Go ahead and eat, this is just the beginning." The townspeople looked at each other for a moment before erupting into cheers. Lucas looked on with a smile on his face and was about to pull Otama along so she could continue eating as well when suddenly, two figures approached them. One of them was quite tall and looked feminine, however, Lucas knew otherwise. "Akyani-sama, to think that you are safe, this Kiku is very glad." "Oh Kiku, you are also here." Kiku kneeled before Lucas, while another woman looked at him curiously beside Kiku. "Oh Kiku, do you know him?" "Otsuru, this man is none other than Akyani-sama. 20 years ago, he alone was able to fight Kaido to a draw." "What?" While Otsuru looked surprised, Lucas looked at her and frowned. "Tsuru." This name made Lucas' face twitch, as he couldn't help but remember his encounter with the Vice Admiral Tsuru. Come to think of it, I wonder how is she now? Marine headquarters. Tsuru was sitting in her office as she looked out the window, seemingly absent-minded, as if recalling a certain memory from the past. Suddenly, her denden mushi rang. "Tsuru here. This is Hina." "Hina, why did you contact me? I thought you already quit the Marines to chase that damn bastard." Tsuru spoke sullenly. "It's like this, Lucas suddenly went off alone to Wano. We think he may be facing Kaido on his own. Hina wants to know if there's anything you can do on your side to stop him before it's too late." "He's fighting who now?" Tsuru shouted in shock. What did she say? Lucas fighting one of the emperors. Did she hear it right? Unfortunately, she did hear it right. Yes, we don't know what happened, but he suddenly left while Hina and the others took care of Doflamingo. That's stupid. Fine, leave this to me, and try to head there as soon as possible. Understood. With that, Hina ended the call. Tsuru looked at her denden mushi for a bit, then quickly called another person. It took a while, but the call finally connected. "Who is this?" "This is Tsuru." The person on the other end paused for a moment. After a while, he spoke again. "Vice Admiral, why did you call me? Do you want to risk my cover being blown?" "Ex-Drake, enough chit-chat. There's something I need you to do." Right, the person Tsuru was contacting was none other than Ex-Drake, former Rear Admiral who later turned into a pirate. And now, he has made it as one of Kaido's Flying Six Fellows. However, this was all a facade as he was working undercover and was still a Marine. He led a secret special force of the Marines called the Sword. Currently, he was still undercover as one of Kaido's men, so he was shocked to suddenly hear from Vice Admiral Tsuru. He moved to a secret location, first before continuing their talk. Hearing the seriousness in her tone, Ex-Drake stopped blaming her and asked, "What is it?" "Guardian Wing? No, was it Sea Reaper? Remember the man who fell alongside Whitebeard in the war 2 years ago?" Lucas. "He's back, and he's headed for Kaido's head." "Captain Ex-Drake, your mission is to prevent these two colossal figures from clashing at all costs. Wait till reinforcements arrive." "Reinforcements? Are we really gonna risk blowing my cover after all this time?" Drake frowned. However, as soon as he heard what Tsuru said next, his mouth hung open. "The reinforcements are the Straw Hat crew. They are headed to Wano as well." Capitulo 113, Kamurasaki. Lucas watched as everyone gradually calmed down, only to break into cheers again. Towards these partying bunch, Lucas could only smile wryly and shake his head. Otama was with Kiku and Otsuru as they ate a bunch of food to celebrate. Lucas didn't disturb them as he looked towards the direction of the flower capital of Wano, then to the towering factories. The next moment, he disappeared. Otama turned around holding an apple and had a big smile on her face. Big brother have some app, big brother. Kiku and Otsuru turned to look as well, and found that Lucas had disappeared. Just as they were about to look around, they heard explosions resounding in the distance. Everyone stopped partying and looked over. From the direction of the explosion, they saw the once towering factories start to crumble into pieces. Boom! More explosions followed. One after another, a factory fell one at a time. When the final factory fell, they saw a shadow shooting up to the sky. From afar, they could vaguely see its form. It was like an angel had emerged in the dark clouds of the sky, basking in the holy light of the sun. Then there was a blinding light. Everyone closed their eyes in reflex for a second. When they opened their eyes, they saw the once dark clouds populated by smoke from the factories had disappeared. All they could see was the former glory of Curie. A beautiful scene was spread out before them. Is this a dream? It's a miracle, it's a miracle. To think I could live to see this day. This must be the miracle Lady Toki had foretold. Everyone started to cry tears of joy as they saw the scene before them. 20 years ago, when the Odin castle burned into ashes, the whole of Curie had heard Toki's last words. You are the moon unaware of the dawn. May your purpose be fulfilled, and cast the demon's shadow, bearing the wings of an angel on the night woven of 20 years, and you shall know the brilliance of the dawn. These words, and the scene in front of them. He has finally arrived. The demon who will slay the dragon. In the distance, Lucas looked down below him and sighed in relief. As he was destroying the factories, he had sent the imprisoned people to safety before blowing them up. He had actually recognized 2 people there, but he didn't have time to pay attention to them at the moment, so he let them be. Seeing that the others were still safe below, he smiled and looked at the horizon. It was no longer dark and dirty like before. Instead, it was clean. It was starting to resemble the Wano that he knew in the past. Now, all that was left was to remove Orochi and Kaido. Then the grudge from 20 years ago will finally be resolved. Lucas looked back at Akabor town, but didn't return. Instead, he flew away towards the flower country to take the head of the shogun, Orochi. Udon, this was the name of the place where those factories, which Lucas destroyed, stood. This was also the place where Wano kept their prisoners to work for them. Though Lucas didn't know most of them, there were people imprisoned there who had recognized him. One was an old man wearing round goggles and had a flower tattoo over his shoulders. He looked up and saw Lucas' figure in the sky. A tear dropped at the corner of his eyes. Akyani-sama, finally, you have returned. This man was none other than Hyogoro. He was a Yakuza boss years ago, but had become Odin's ally. Lucas actually doesn't know him, but Hyogoro knows him well. He was present when Lucas, as Akyani, had fought with Kaido in the skies of Wano 20 years ago. That battle had shaken the entire country, and was deeply ingrained in his memory. To him, Akyani was a symbol of hope. Coupled with the last words of Toki at that time, many people from that time had hoped of his return. Now, finally, 20 years after, they could see the brilliance of dawn. Hyogoro wiped the tears in his eyes and faced the other inmates. You lot do not celebrate just yet. We are only truly free once we are rid of Kaido and Orochi. We rally together, as samurais of Wano, and follow Akyani-sama to battle. YHHH. The convicted samurais of Wano cheered. However, it wasn't just samurais who were imprisoned there. There were also pirates. One such pirate that was there was Eustace Kid, another member of the worst generation. Lucas had recognized that he was here but didn't do anything for now. In any case, he had already ignored Basil earlier. He can afford to ignore Kid as well. If they become a problem in the future, well, Luffy can handle them. Lucas can't possibly keep defeating enemies that Luffy should face. If not because of the grudge in the past, Lucas wouldn't have rushed here in Wano to beat Kaido as well. Eustace, seeing Lucas' figure above, frowned as if he can vaguely recognize him. Finally, he was reminded of that war that happened 2 years ago. Lucas also had wings like that. And that white hair. It can't be, that monster is back. Another person who had recognized Lucas was a strange Kappa. This person was Kawamatsu, a retainer of Odin in the past. Kawamatsu looked up, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Kappa Akyani-sama, to think that you are also here, we can finally win against Kaido. Flower capital. Lucas had no idea what was going on in the prisoners' minds as he continued to fly in the skies of Wano. He saw the castle sitting on top of the curved tree and knew that Orochi was there. However, just as he was about to directly fly over to claim Orochi's head, he saw there was something occurring below. A lot of people seemed to have gathered on the streets, but the middle lane is empty, as if they were waiting for someone to pass through. Lucas originally didn't pay it much attention at first, and was about to ignore it when he saw a figure walking that middle lane accompanied by a few people around her. Atoki. Lucas' eyes widened as he saw the woman being watched by all. No, it's not her. The woman did resemble the Toki that he knew, that beautiful face, that long jade green hair, but something was off. It was as if she didn't age a day. If it isn't her, then who? Suddenly, Lucas remembered a person. Hiyori. While Lucas was surprised, the other people didn't notice him and were cheering at the sides. Kamurasaki-sama Tilda. How beautiful. My eyes, she's too bright for me. Warin-sama Tilda. Hearing their shouts, Lucas paused. Kamurasaki, who's that? So she isn't Hiyori. But that face. At this moment, 3 figures wearing ragged clothes suddenly appeared before Kamurasaki. They all held knives and were crying miserably. Kamurasaki. You bitch. I gave up everything for you. The 3 ragged men cried. Give me back the money I entrusted you. You thief. Give it back. Lucas was stupefied. What is this? Did she play them? No, this isn't the Hiyori I know. Right, this Kamurasaki isn't Hiyori, definitely not. Lucas attempted to think otherwise, but his heart still believes that this must be Hiyori and wasn't like Momonosuke, who was sent forward in time. Kamurasaki paused. Asking for your gift back, how pathetic you are. To me, men are like dogs who bring me money. Without it, you're worthless. Lucas' jaw dropped to the ground, still stupefied with the scene happening in front of him. How cruel, Hiyori, no, Kamurasaki, aren't they pitiful enough already? The guards beside Kamurasaki began to move and subdued those ragged people. Pinning them to the ground, they shouted their last cry. Damn it! Go to hell! Kamurasaki. Kamurasaki simply smiled, while holding a fan to cover her face a bit. Eyes don't like poor people. Lucas' face twitched as he saw her mischievous smile behind that fan. That mischievous smile overlapped with the little Hiyori that he carried in the past. She had the exact same smile when she wet her bed and pointed at Momonosuke to blame him. Oza. It's really her. Lucas wept and apologized to the late Toki and Odin. Toki, Odin, I'm sorry, your daughter is now a bad woman who cheats people of their money. Lucas sighed and forced himself to calm down. Right now, since he met Hiyori, he can't just ignore her. It seems she's heading to Orochi's palace as well. Though Lucas doesn't know why she is headed there and why she can walk around without getting caught, he couldn't let her be in danger. Right, these people called her Kamurasaki and not Hiyori. Is she working undercover? No matter what, this is too dangerous. Lucas shook his head. Since he was here anyway, even if he blows her cover, it won't matter anymore once he kills Orochi and Kaido. Thinking about this, Lucas descended and floated in front of her. The whole crowd was shocked to suddenly see someone with wings appear. Moreover, he was wearing a red demon mask that looked real yet unreal at the same time. Seeing Lucas appear, the guards around Hiyori quickly sprung into action and pointed their weapons at him. Who are you? Lucas didn't bother answering them and simply stared at Hiyori closely. Hiyori's eyes widened in shock. This man, those wings, that mask. Then slowly, Lucas lifted his hand to his face. Hiyori saw a glimpse of a tattoo on his hand. An X mark with wings on both sides. She recognized that arm as well. Tears started to appear at the corner of her eyes as she saw Lucas disperse his mask into a cloud of smoke, revealing his face. Lucas smiled and spoke. I see you have your mother's charm, Hiyori. Uncle, Lucas. Hiyori quickly removed her tall sandals and jumped right into Luca's embrace, which shocked everyone at the scene. The three most shocked at this moment were the three ragged people who were cursing Kamurasaki earlier. What happened to men are like dogs who bring you money. NOOO. Lucas knew that he had incited public outrage at the moment, so he didn't dare to linger around. He spread his wings and quickly flew with Hiyori in his arms. Anyway, for now, let's escape. In the skies of Wano. Lucas flew above the clouds and stopped when he knew the people below couldn't see them anymore. Looking at Hiyori in his arms, Lucas smiled wryly. Hiyori, I didn't know you became such a bad girl after growing up. Hiyori flinched. Then, she remembered what she said just then and figured that Lucas must have overheard it. Her face quickly turned red in shame and embarrassment. That's not it, it was all just an act. Right, anyway, it seems we have a stowaway. Hiyori pouted when she saw Lucas didn't believe him. Then, she felt something wrapped around her leg. Looking down, she saw a small girl with a grin while crying. Harehaha, we're flying, harehaha, I'm so scared, harehaha. Lucas frowned. If you're scared, why the heck are you laughing? Hiyori recognized the girl and called out. Toko. Be big sister, hahaha, I was so surprised when you suddenly removed your sandals. Hahaha, so I grabbed onto you thinking you might have fallen down, hahaha. Silly girl. Hiyori smiled and knocked on her head lightly. She looked back at Lucas and asked, Uncle Lucas, can we land first? I will explain everything then. All right. Lucas nodded and found a quiet spot in the forest by the side of a river. The little girl let go of Hiyori's leg when they landed, but Hiyori was still clinging onto Lucas. Hiyori, you can let go now. All right. Hiyori blushed again and quickly let go. Having felt Lucas' familiar warmth again had made her remember those days when Lucas had carried her, so she forgot that she already has an adult body for a moment. Lucas could somehow understand her thoughts, so he didn't say anything. He coughed twice in an attempt to clear the awkwardness. After a while, Hiyori calmed down and began her story. Capítulo 114, Extraction. 20 years ago, right after Toki sent Momonosuke, Kinemon, and the others into the future, she hid Hiyori in a secret compartment in the castle. When the castle crumbled down and everything burned to ashes, it was believed that the entire Kazuki family had perished. Having lost all of her family, Hiyori was lost and didn't know what to do. That was when a familiar figure had approached her. Denjiro, one of Odin's retainers who wasn't present in the castle when it was burnt down and survived because of it. Consumed by anger, Denjiro's appearance has changed and is now known as Kaishiro, a Yakuza leader that appears to be loyal to Orochi today. Denjiro-san told me to change my name. We are to secretly make our way up and find an opportunity to kill Orochi in the future. Since then, I became the one known as Kamurasaki. I see, Denjiro-ha. It's good that he is also still alive. Lucas nodded and sighed. Well, there's no need for those plans. I'm here. I'll just go and cut Orochi's head in a bit. Hiyori smiled bitterly at that. 20 long years of planning. All to be thrown away because someone powerful enough to challenge Kaido is here. Lucas chuckled as he knew what Hiyori was thinking. He patted her head and smiled. Don't worry, your plan allowed you both to be able to live for 20 years. I'm thankful that I managed to see you again. Uncle. You can stop calling me uncle. Look how old you are, our ages aren't too far apart, you know. Then, Lucas, Sama. Well, that's good enough. Lucas shook his head and didn't bother with it anymore. He looked at the grinning little girl who clung to Hiyori and raised a brow. You seem so happy, right? Your name was Toko, right? Haha, that's right, I am Toko. If you put O in front, I am Otoko, boy. I'm a girl, but my name is Otoko. Ha 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 ha. PFT. Lucas choked in his laughter. What an interesting kid. However, when he looked at Hiyori, he saw her reveal a sad smile instead. Something wrong. Toko is a very kind and warm girl. That's why. I'm sad that she is like this. Lucas frowned. He can't seem to see anything wrong with Otoko. What did she mean? Hiyori sighed and continued. Have you heard about the artificial devil fruits, the smiles? Yeah, I heard that Kaido is using it to give power to his crew. However, it's still not perfected, so some weird mutations happen most of the time. Lucas remembered the weird people he had seen before as he shook his head in pity. Hiyori nodded as well. That's true, however there is another side effect. Those who ate the smile fruit and fail to gain any animal traits are called pleasures among Kaido's crew. As a side effect, they are forced to always smile and laugh, no matter what kind of emotion they feel. Luca's eyes widened in surprise. He then looked back at Otoko, who was still grinning widely. However, there are tears on the corner of her eyes. You mean? Yes, Toko ate a smile fruit and failed to get any powers. Lucas could feel his anger bubbling up. However, he didn't lose control since Hiyori and Otoko were here. He exhaled deeply and calmed himself down. After a while, he looked back at Otoko. There must be something he could do. His ability is insanely powerful. Can't he reverse this process? Lucas thought. There was something that Lucas had been thinking since he first figured out his abilities. He can easily copy other devil fruit powers as long as he thinks of it. However, can he steal them, or better yet, extract the devil fruit out of someone? If he can do that, then maybe, just maybe, he could extract the smile devil fruit in Otoko's body. But he didn't want to test this on Otoko. She is just a child. If something went wrong, it would be bad. Right, isn't there, Orochi? Orochi has a devil fruit too, but he doesn't deserve it. Thinking of this, he turned back to Hiyori. Hiyori, stay here with Toko, I'll be back soon. Uncle, Lucas-sama, are you going to face Orochi now? That's right. I want to be there as well. Toko wants to go too, ha ha ha. Lucas was a bit surprised at that, but when he looked at her eyes, she reminded him of her late mother's fierceness. Smiling wryly, Lucas nodded. All right, let's all go then, come on. Otoko clung to Hiyori again, while Lucas carried her and flew to the skies. As they flew above Wano, Lucas could see the people panicking over Kamurasaki's disappearance. Hiyori peeked down and exclaimed, Ah, it's Denjiro-san. Lucas looked down as well and saw a guy with a long pompadour and slanted eyes among the crowd. He seemed to be leading a bunch of people and frantically looking for Hiyori. That's Denjiro. He looks so different. Well, I can't carry him too, so just ignore him. But. Let's go. Carrying two girls is fine, but carrying a guy is another thing. Lucas didn't say any more and flew straight to the castle. Boom! With a snort, a hole appeared at the side of the castle, which he flew in without any problems. They appeared in a large hall. There was an ugly man with a large head sitting on the far end while surrounded by beautiful women. Lucas was instantly annoyed. Before the guards could spring into action, Lucas unleashed his emperor's haki and made them all faint. Those that managed to remain awake was drenched in a cold sweat and crumbled down. Lucas ignored all of them and continued to walk toward the ugly man with the large head. Of course, this man was none other than the hateful Orochi. At this moment, Orochi's eyes had widened as he stared at the man wearing a red demon mask in front of him. He pointed his finger at Lucas shakingly. Why you, Akyani, WWI, how are you still alive? Did you honestly think I am dead, Orochi? This is impossible, and you, why are you standing beside him, Kamurasaki? Hiyori smiled and removed all the pins and clips on her hair, letting it flow down. She fixed her bangs a bit and spoke. My name isn't Kamurasaki, I am Kazuki Hiyori. Orochi's eyes widened in shock. KKKOZUKI. Orochi stumbled backward in fright. It was happening, the day that he most feared. The Kazuki family and the Red Demon are back. Orochi's face was pale, however. He still held on to the fact that behind him was one of the four emperors of the sea, Kaido. Why you think you can kill me? If you kill me, Kaido will come for you. Lucas chuckled. Let's hope he does. So stupid. He was already here. Did Orochi think Lucas was afraid of Kaido? Lucas instantly disappeared from his position and reappeared before Orochi. He held out his hand and grabbed that large head. Orochi growled, and his head started to grow long as it split into 9 snake heads. While Lucas held onto one head, the other 8 heads lunged towards Lucas in an attempt to bite him. However, it was futile. Lucas could materialize his body on will. As the heads bite, they could only bite through the water. Lucas ignored Orochi's struggles and concentrated on his power. Closing his eyes, he imagined pulling something out of Orochi's body, a devil fruit. As if he could feel the changes in his body, Orochi's eyes widened, and he started to roar even louder while trying to break free from Lucas' grasp, but it was for nothing. Roar. No. Don't do this. Ayah. Lucas' eyes snapped open and clenched his fist while pulling something out. At that moment, Orochi reverted back to his original appearance. Looking at the object on his palm, Lucas smiled. It was a devil fruit. To be exact, it was Orochi's devil fruit. Lucas laughed. Ha ha ha, what an insanely broken ability this is. Lucas looked back at the pathetic sight of Orochi and grabbed his head again. He lifted him up and glared at him as if he was already a dead man. Orochi's body continued to shiver in fright. Your reign is over, Orochi. After you, Kaido is next. Lucas no longer bothered to say anything more as a flash of light appeared on Orochi's neck. His body fell to the ground while Lucas was still holding his head. Seeing this ugly head, Lucas couldn't be bothered anymore and tossed it aside. Lucas sheathed Nidai Kaitsu after flicking off the blood on its blade. Hiyori walked over and continued to stare at Orochi's body. Tears started to fall in her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. Finally, father, finally, Orochi is dead. Lucas sighed and patted her shoulder. Then, he looked towards Otoko, who was also crying while grinning. He placed his hand over her head and smiled. Closing his eyes, he felt his ability once more, but instead of aggressively pulling it like he did with Orochi, Lucas was careful so as to not hurt her. After a while, Lucas pulled his hand away, and a light escaped from Otoko's body as it started to form into a fruit in Lucas' hands. Gradually, Otoko's grid started to loosen, and eventually it was back to normal. Otoko realized the muscles on her face had relaxed and was confused. Lucas smiled and created a mirror using water to hover in front of her. Seeing her reflection, she was even more shocked. My face. It was then that she finally realized that she was now capable of showing negative emotions once more. Yuara. Otoko cried her heart out. All those days of sadness that she couldn't show gushed out in one go as she cried. Hiyori noticed something was wrong and turned around, only to see Otoko crying. For a moment, she was confused, however. When she saw the lack of grinning on her face, she was surprised. Lucas-sama, this. I managed to extract her devil fruit. With that, she's back to normal. Hiyori brought her hands to her mouth in surprise. Soon, she walked over to Otoko and hugged her while crying. Thank you. Lucas smiled as he watched the two of them. Suddenly, the doors swung open and a large group of people arrived. They were led by a man who stood at the front. It was Denjiro, aka Kaioshiro. Orochi-sama. Kaioshiro shouted as he slammed the doors open. However, he froze when he saw the situation inside the hall. Orochi's dead body on the ground. Kamurasaki. And a man wearing a red demon mask. Aaakewanayasame. Kaioshiro's jaw dropped to the ground. What's happening? What about our plan? Lucas laughed awkwardly and waved. Yo Denjiro, no need to act anymore. Orochi's dead. Iha. Capitulo 115, The Demon and the Dragon. A week had passed since the death of Wano's shogun, Orochi. The people of Wano were thrown into confusion and didn't know what was happening. It was then that Hiyori had revealed herself as Hiyori Kazuki. Slowly, she began to correct the history of lies that were told by Orochi with the help of Denjiro and those loyal to the Kazuki family. Turns out there were still plenty of people loyal to them. They all had tattoos of a reverse crescent moon on their ankles. Initially, it was supposed to be a signal in case someone starts a rebellion. It was a signal left for Kinnaman when they got back so they could secretly gather troops. Although all this planning turned out to be useless because of a certain overpowered protagonist. It was not completely useless, as they are now the people maintaining order after Orochi died. During this week, Lucas was itching to go to Onigashima and deal with Kaido once and for all. However, he was also worried for Hiyori if something bad were to happen. As such, he decided to stay here in the meantime to guard her. With the shogun Orochi dead, Wano needed a new ruler. Momonosuke is still too young, not to mention that he isn't here yet. As such, Lucas told Hiyori to fill in that role instead. But it seems having a female shogun isn't accepted in Wano. Hiyori was afraid that it will only backfire on them if she were to assume that role. That's when Denjiro suggested, Akane-sama, since you were the one who defeated Orochi, the people will accept you as the new shogun. Huh? This was another reason why Lucas couldn't leave for Onigashima. At this moment, Lucas sat in a large hall. Though he was now the shogun, he still had his red demon mask on, making him look extremely ferocious. As Wano's shogun, Lucas had made a lot of changes. For example, releasing a bunch of JAMP mangas or creating the idol group WNO48. Yep, he has been very busy. Jokes aside, Lucas naturally stopped all activities concerning any remaining factories or other shady business in Wano. Since Denjiro has been working undercover as a Yakuza boss for 20 years, he knew the ins and out of the dark side of Wano, and naturally took this chance to get rid of it all. The process was surprisingly smooth. All of Kaido's men that were still in Wano have been flushed out along with Orochi's retainers. At first, the people of Wano were worried about the abrupt changes in the past few days, but after a while, they noticed that things were still as before. Actually, even better than before. Gradually, they began to loosen up and started to celebrate. Onigashima. Kaido had naturally heard of the news regarding the Red Demon and was angered. His body started to grow big as he turned into a dragon. Kaido-sama, please calm down. Beside him, a large, beautiful woman with blonde hair and horns wearing a loose kimono attempted to calm him down. She was one of Kaido's flying six fellows, Black Maria. If that Red Demon is the same as the one you have fought 20 years ago, are you saying that I will lose? Kaido glared down at Black Maria and growled. That's not it, but Big Mom will soon be here. I think it is best to wait for her to arrive first. Then, when the time comes, the Red Demon can only face despair. Grrr. Kaido growled. When he had heard that the Red Demon was back, his scar started to ache once more, giving him a very bad feeling. In his mind, he is confident that he won't lose. However, he also felt something bad would happen if he were to face the Red Demon now. That's why he had waited. He had waited for a week. But now, he can no longer wait. The longer the Red Demon stays here, the more Kaido would feel uncomfortable. Worororo, if that brat can really kill me, then I'd like to see him try. Kaido-sama. It was better to face him head-on than to hide here and act as if he was scared. Having made up his mind, Kaido no longer bothered with waiting and flew to the skies. Seeing Kaido leave, the rest of the Flying Six fellows, along with King, Queen, and Jack, looked at each other. King quickly snapped out of it and gave orders. Follow the captain. We can't let the captain fight alone. Let's go. Drake, who was also among them, started to sweat. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I was only able to delay it for a week. That's right, the idea of waiting until Big Mom arrives was something that he had suggested. Of course, it would really be bad if Big Mom were to arrive. But recently, he had received word that the Straw Hats seem to have stumbled upon Big Mom and are fighting. That's why Drake thought of stalling for now. Unfortunately, Kaido didn't have the patience to continue waiting anymore. The fight that he was supposed to prevent was now finally happening. Flower Capital Wano. Lucas looked at the paperwork in front of him and sighed. He wondered if it was right for him to suddenly become the shogun. Just as he was about to think of a way to slack off, his eyes opened wide and he rushed outside the castle in an instant. Looking up, he saw dark clouds starting to gather. Then a huge head of a dragon appeared, looking down on them. The people of Wano began to panic, as the guards attempted to calm them and led them to evacuate. Wings expanded behind Lucas as he started to fly to the skies. There you are. I've been beginning to think that you became a coward, Kaido. You. Kaido's eyes glinted as he glared down on Lucca's small figure. Not wasting any more words, he opened his mouth as light started to gather. WRO breath. HMPH. Lucas snorted and waved his palm as if to slap the breath attack. Boom. A mountain at the distance exploded. Lucas already knew that mountain was uninhabited before he redirected the blast there. Kaido was shocked when he saw how easily Lucas deflected his attack. Lucas extended his hand and curled his index finger to taunt him. Come worm. ROOER. And so began the battle of the dragon and the demon, once more. On the shores of Kuri, several ships appeared nearby and dropped anchor. A young man wearing a straw hat jumped and landed on the beach. Oh, so this is Wano. Oi, Luffy, you better not get lost now. I don't want to hear that from you, Zoro. What do you mean by that? Zoro landed beside Luffy and glared at him. Soon, the rest of the crew started to land as well. Nami was carrying Luna in her arms when Luna suddenly exclaimed, Daddy is fighting a big dragon. Hearing that, Nami quickly asked, Luna, you can see them. Luna can see Daddy. Suddenly, Ace landed as well and frowned. Dragon? She must mean Kaido. I heard that Kaido has the ability to transform into a dragon. That's right, we must hurry. Kinemon nodded in confirmation. What are we all waiting for then? Let's go. Sabo grinned and urged the others. Seeing everyone run towards where Lucas is, Sanji was also about to follow when someone held him back. This person had pink hair and curly brows like Sanji. Hold on, are we all seriously fighting one of the 4 emperors? That invincible Kaido. That's right, sis, now come on, we're lagging behind. This person is indeed Sanji's sister, Ryuju. Ryuju sighed and shook her head as she saw her brother follow the others. She began to question if it was right to follow them at all. Let's go, fight Tilda, fight Tilda. Ryuju turned to the person beside her, who looked like an excited kid. She had white fur all over her body and a pair of rabbit ears on her blonde yellow hair. Right, this person isn't human, but from a race called the Minks, a rabbit woman, Carrot. Following behind her were a few more Minks, 2 of which stood out quite a bit, which appeared to be a large dog and cat person. These were the leaders of the Minks, Inugarashi and Nekomamushi. To think this day would finally come. The 2 of them rushed with insane speed as they couldn't wait any longer. Once again, Ryuju sighed. Maybe it was a mistake to come with them. Nevertheless, she was already here. Ryuju shook her head and ran as well behind them. By the time they arrived at the flower capital, they saw the figure of Lucas fighting against a huge dragon. Lucas. Yua, what a huge dragon. It's bigger than Igneel. ROOAR. As if irritated by the huge dragon, Igneel roared in frustration. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo jumped up and landed on Igneel's back. Igneel forward. ROOAR. Igneel roared and flew up. However, as they got near, they felt an immense pressure with each clash from Kaido and Lucas, causing Igneel to freeze up and unable to move properly. At this time, King, Queen, and Jack had also appeared along with the flying 6 fellows. Like Luffy and the rest, they tried to approach Kaido in an attempt to help him, but were also pushed back by the pressure between the 2. Left with no other choice, they could only target Luffy and the others who were also present. It became an all-out battle between the Beast Pirates vs Straw Hats, Whitebeard, and Revolutionary Army. Lucas, who was currently fighting against Kaido, naturally noticed Luffy and the others arrive. He didn't think they would follow him all the way here. No matter, first I'll deal with Kaido, then scold Luffy later. Kaido also noticed the new arrivals but didn't bother with them. To Kaido, the only problem was the red demon. Anyone else can be killed later. Kaido roared again, and his huge figure morphed. As it is, Lucas was too fast and he can't hit him enough in his huge form, so he can only revert back to his human form instead. Luca's eyes narrowed and used this chance to appear beside Kaido, slashing his katana right at his side. Kaido met the attack with his huge bludgeon. Black lightning sparked from their clash, and an intense shockwave exploded from between them. Lucas gritted his teeth and exerted even more power in his attack, directly blowing Kaido to the distance where he had redirected the Waro breath earlier. This way, Lucas can fight without holding back from destroying the city. Time for round 2. Capítulo 116, Wano opens. 2 weeks later. Lucas sat on his throne in a large hall inside the Flower Capital's castle. He had his fist on his cheek as he frowned deeply, seeming annoyed with something. Nami smiled and walked up to him. "Are you still irritated about what happened 2 weeks ago?" "Of course I am. I nearly had that bastard Kaido, and that damn guy killed him off instead." Lucas gritted his teeth in irritation as he recalled what happened 2 weeks ago. That time he had finally cornered Kaido, even saying some cringeworthy lines. Then suddenly, that bastard appeared. That guy who keeps calling himself his brother, Lucius. Why does that guy keep popping up everywhere like a damn bug? Lucas felt his head hurt every time he thought of that guy. Is it because they look so similar to each other? Maybe. Lucas didn't like the idea that his doppelganger, or whatever, is running around doing whatever, and causing everything he knew about the story to collapse. While Lucas didn't know the original version of the Wano arc, he was definitely sure that Lucius is never a character that is part of the original story. The idea that there was this character created by his own actions of killing Blackbeard is unsettling to Lucas. Lucas felt like he can handle all these One-Piece characters such as Crocodile, Enel, Aokiji, Akinu, Kizaru, Doflamingo, Kaido. Because deep in Lucas' heart, he only saw them as characters in a story that he read numerous times in the past. There was this unconscious confidence when facing against them. But this Lucius is different. In any case, Lucas didn't like this feeling. He swore, after everything's been settled, he'll definitely find that bastard and deal with him immediately. Sensing Lucas' irritation, Nami chuckled wryly. "It's been 2 weeks already. Stop thinking about it. More importantly, when are you going to marry Robin, Shogun-sama?" GH. Lucas choked in his own spit when he heard that. "Stop it with the shogun already. I'm done being shogun. Let Momonosuke take over already." "Haha, no can do tilde Momonosuke's still a child after all, and technically, you are recognized as his godfather. Meaning, you're the only one who can fill in the sit right now. Give me a break." Lucas sighed. Nami smiled and looked out the window where she saw Luna playing with Otama and Otoko. Seeing Luna's happy expression, she smiled brightly and laughed. Luna certainly likes being a princess. Why not just retire and be shogun? But don't worry about us. Even without you, we already beat up Big Mom alone, you know. Luffy and the others are already so strong. There's no need to keep worrying about us. Lucas smiled. Suddenly, the doors opened and a large figure appeared. Behind her were 4 more figures dressed in beautiful kimonos like Nami. "My lord, Lady Robin, Hina, Hiyori, and Yamato have arrived." The large figure bowed gracefully with a smile. She was none other than one of Kaido's flying 6 fellows, Black Maria. 2 weeks ago, when Kaido was unexpectedly killed so anticlimactically, Lucas was angry. Seeing that there are still surviving members of Kaido's men, he wanted to go and kill them to vent his anger. However, they were pretty much already beaten up by Luffy and the others who had fought them. Knowing that even killing them wouldn't vent his anger, he did something unexpected. He remembered Otama's ability and tried it out. Since her ability worked on animals, and since these guys are basically half animals, then would it work? Lucas didn't know, but he tried it anyway. The result was a huge success. No matter how loyal they were once to Kaido, they were now completely loyal to Lucas instead. This had caused Lucas to feel speechless instead, as he was only trying it out. He didn't think that it would really work. Otama's ability is so op. But after finding out that it worked, Lucas became even more irritated. I could have used that cheat ability on Kaido instead. Is what he was thinking since then. Lucas sighed once again when he remembered this. He ignored the flirty look that Black Maria's giving him and focused on Robin and the others instead. His gaze landed on the last person and caused him to sigh once more. Yamato, despite the boyish name, she is actually a woman. More than that, she's also Kaido's daughter. When he initially found out about her existence, Lucas was shocked. That Kaido actually had such a beauty of a daughter. Who the hell is her mother? Lucas was very much curious about it, and also scared. Anyway, Lucas thought that Yamato wanted revenge for her father's death, so he was prepared to kill her or maybe use Otama's ability on her as well to see if it will work. However, this Yamato girl was actually Akane-sama Tilda, a diehard fan of him. Lucas' head started to hurt. It was already annoying to have Bartolomeo being his fan, and now there's another one. Frankly, Lucas didn't know what to do with her, so he just ignored her since then. He once again focused his attention on Robin. "Robin, you're here." Robin smiled and approached Lucas beside him. "Luffy and the others are all having fun in the city. Why don't you join them?" "Sai, forget it. There's still plenty of things to do, especially now since we're going to be opening up Wano." "So it's finally happening." Hiyori's face lightened up as she asked. The Wano country is considered a closed country to the outside world. It is one of the very few countries that aren't a part of the world government. In the past, it was Odin's wish for the gates of Wano to be open to all and connect with the world. Lucas also knew this, which was why he hasn't strongly refused the seat of shogun. Lucas nodded at Hiyori's question and smiled. Now that Wano is now an open country, we will now need to participate in the reverie which occurs every 4 years. I think it is still a bit early for that, however. Too many things had happened recently that the world government deemed it was necessary to hold the reverie now. Nami chuckled at that. "Well, we were the ones mainly causing those happenings though. Ha ha ha. When will you be leaving?" "In 2 days. I'd take you guys with me, but I think there are other places where you guys need to be." Robin nodded. "Yes, we already found the road poneglyph in Zoo and here in Wano. Since we were in a hurry, we weren't able to search Big Mom's base, so we need to head there soon to get a copy of the poneglyph. As for the remaining one, unfortunately, I don't know where the last one is. Roger never told me and I also didn't ask. But isn't that what Luffy would want?" Lucas laughed. "Go and have your adventures. You all are plenty strong enough. I believe you all can do it. Find one piece." Nami and Robin looked at each other and smiled. "Of course. Once we have everything, we will come back for you to finish the last part of the journey. Together." "Yeah, I'll be waiting." Lucas sighed in his heart. He felt that he had truly come a long way. From being picked up on the sea, to now, it had been a long journey to get here. Lucas looked out the window and watched Luna play with the others. "Don't worry about Luna, I'll take care of her." "HMPH, you better." "Also, Robin." "Will you marry me?" Robin and everyone were surprised by the sudden question. In the end, she smiled and nodded as tears of joy appeared at the corner of her eyes. "Yes." Hearing her confirmation, Lucas felt relieved even though he already knew the answer. He looked towards Hina and held her hand. "Hina, I already told this to Nami and Robin before, but I wanted to be able to marry you separately instead of at the same time. That's why, when the time comes, will you also marry me?" No." "That's goo, wait what?" Lucas froze in shock. Suddenly, Hina showed a rare smile and gave him a kiss. Hina was joking. You already know Hina's answer. "Geez, my heart almost stopped, you know." Hee. Everyone laughed at that. Then there was Yamato, who was feeling a bit left out. Me too. No." Ugh." Yamato clenched her chest, as if she was struck by an invisible arrow. However, she soon recovered a second later. "Ahahaha, that was a joke, right?" "No." "Kuh." Another arrow pierced her. Lucas rubbed his forehead. Can't this girl read the mood? Actually, why is she even here again? Look, even Hiyori is blushing in Yamato's shamelessness. Soon, the news was passed on to everybody, and there was a great feast that night along with a grand wedding. The next day, it was time for the Straw Hats to leave. Lucas stood at the docks with Luffy in front of him. Luffy seemed to be in deep thought as his head was lowered. "So, we are separating again, Lucas." Lucas sighed, remembered the first time Lucas left the crew. Back then, in order to prevent admirals from dealing with the Straw Hats, Lucas left to join the Shichibukai. When they finally got back, Lucas was once more separated from them through time. Then, they separated once more when Luffy dealt with Z. And once more when Lucas left for Wano. Come to think of it, Lucas sure has been leaving them a lot these days that it didn't feel weird anymore. Thinking of that, Lucas chuckled. It isn't permanent, I'm sure, that once the road has been cleared, we will all meet once again and journey together to the final destination. Hearing that, Luffy raised his head and met his gaze. Lucas smiled. But that won't be the end. There will surely be a new adventure after that, and another, and another. After all, isn't life full of adventures? Shishishishi, that's right. Luffy laughed and turned around. He jumped to the ship and shouted to the rest of the crew. Time to set sail. Aye, Captain. The sails started to unfurl as it moved. Luna walked towards Lucas and grabbed his hand. Smiling, Lucas bent down and lifted Luna to sit on his right shoulder as the two of them watched the Straw Hat crew leave Wano. At the distance, on board the Million Sunny, Luffy raised his left arm to the sky. Although the mark they once drew on their wrists were long gone, Lucas knew what that gesture meant. He similarly raised his left arm to the sky, and Luna also copied him. Beside them, Otama and Otoko didn't know what it meant. However, they thought it looked cool and also copied it. Soon, the others did the same. Momonosuke, Hiyori, Kinemon, Denjiro. Everyone raised their left arm to the heavens as they bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. After a while, Lucas dropped his arm and turned around to face everyone. Everyone, tomorrow, Wano will join the Council of the World Government, the Reverie. At that moment, Wano will be officially open to the outside world. Yeah. So stop lazing around and get to work. Capitulo 117, Mariewa. Alabasta. Vivi, we're leaving. Coming. Hearing her father's call, Vivi answered back as she looked at today's newspaper. There were multiple bounties, inserted along with news that shook the world. Straw Hat Luffy defeats Big Mom. One of the 4 emperors has been replaced. Sea Reaper Lucas is still alive. The whole sea shivers in fear. Vivi smiled seeing this news. Though she didn't know what Lucas is up to now, she knew that wherever he was, the world just hasn't known what he is doing at the moment. And she was right. Wano was still a closed-off country, and they haven't gotten any news regarding Kaido's defeat. Otherwise, there would be a whole different headline in the papers. Or maybe they knew, but the news was too big for them to let the public know about it. Vivi stood up and took the newspaper along with her as she went to her father, who was getting ready in a marine ship. Father, have you seen the news? Look, it's Luffy and Lucas again. Vivi laughed and showed him 2 wanted posters. Monkey D. Luffy, 4,500,000,000. Sea Reaper Lucas, 5,300,000,000. King Cobra's eyes widened in shock. 1 3 6 9 10 digits. 4 billion, 5 billion, this. Hee, amazing, right? Cobra didn't know what to say. He knew in the past, Rogers also had a bounty of 5.5 billion. Lucas' bounty is already so close to that level. What does this mean? Just what on earth did Lucas do? Meanwhile, on a certain island, a certain red-haired man with a claw scar over his left eye smiled as he saw the new bounties. Luffy, so you've finally stepped foot on this stage. It seems we will meet again soon. Shanks' gaze then landed on Lucas' bounty. So Lucas has also returned, about damn time. Chuckling, he stood up and looked back at his crewmates. Oi, time to set sail. Where to, Captain? Shanks' mouth curved into a grin and spoke their destination. On another certain island. A huge ship docked at the side as a few individuals landed to shore, where a man with a sort of tribal tattoo on his face welcomed them. You lot are finally back. Dragon. Sabo grinned and greeted the man. Dragon nodded at him, then turned to Bello Betty, who also just landed. Is what you reported earlier true? Yeah, With Lucas as the new shogun of Wano, albeit a temporary one, Wano's doors will be open to the world, which means they will soon take part in the reverie. But I don't take Lucas as someone who would join the world government just like that. Sabo added. Dragon fell silent for a moment, and his gaze looked to the horizon. Gather everyone and get ready. We will set sail once more. Whether Luca is planning something else or not, this is the right moment. You mean? Sabo and Betty looked at each other. Dragon nodded. We're declaring war now. A few days later, as the news regarding Luffy and Lucas was spread throughout the world and everyone had mixed feelings, our main protagonist is currently yawning while standing on the deck of a huge ship. Are we there yet? We're close. Koza smiled bitterly as he reported their position. Unlike other people who are escorted by marine ships, they were the only ones who had to go to Mariewa using their own ship. After all, they are technically not invited to the reverie. It was thanks to Koza's network that they found out a reverie was going to be held to deal with the issue in Wano. Thanks to Najiko, their ship was able to float and didn't need to board the elevators to ride to the top of the red line. Like this, they had started to sail the clouds for 3 days already. In the distance, Lucas caught a glimpse of land. Ah, I can see it, red line. Seeing such a huge piece of land actually appear, as if standing on top of the clouds, made Lucas remember their trip to Skypiea. Ah, Daddy, I can see it too. Hee hee, do you want to go there, Luna? Lucas laughed as he held Luna up to his shoulders. All right, since my cute daughter likes it later, we'll go and snatch that land for ourselves. Yay. Hearing the conversation between this father and daughter, Koza broke into a cold sweat. Aren't we just going to participate in the reverie? Are we supposed to open Wano's borders? What is this about snatching land? That's Mariewa, for God's sake, that's the red line. There were too many things to retort that Koza didn't know where to start. Beside him, Najiko just laughed it off and didn't bother thinking about what Lucas said. It was just like fathers to brag a lot and say they will even obtain the moon if their child asks for it. Ha ha ha, Lucas dotes on Luna so much. Of course, ha ha ha. Then, Hiyori and Yamato appeared by the side. Lucas-sama, is that a mountain? How can a mountain be so tall that it appears above the clouds? Oh, does Akyani-sama plan on taking that land? If so, I, Yamato, shall aid you in this endeavor. Lucas smiled and explained the layout of the world to the two of them. Since none of them had ever stepped foot outside of Wano, they didn't know how the world looked like and were lacking some common sense. After hearing more about the world, the two of them were shocked and surprised. My, so this huge mountain stretches all the way around the world. How amazing. The earth is round, that's ridiculous. That's where you're confused. Lucas looked at Yamato in disbelief. Just how sheltered is this woman? Isn't she too dumb? But if Akyani-sama says so, it must be true. You know, our planet actually revolves around the sun. Nanny, then wouldn't we get dizzy? Ah, but if Akyani-sama says so, it must be true. Seeing Yamato nodding to herself, Luca's face turned solemn as he patted her shoulder. Yamato, I am your father. NOOOs. Lucas calmly watched Yamato's reaction. At first there was shock, then her face turned to relief, but then it turned to confusion, shock, disbelief, but Akyani-sama says so, then enlightenment, finally disappointment. Oh, did she really believe it? Suddenly, Yamato spoke in a small voice while looking at Lucas with tears in her eyes. Father. Lucas froze. I was just joking, I'm not your father. The two of them looked at each other in silence. Are really? Of course, how can you even think I am your father? It doesn't make sense. But you said so. Don't just believe everything I said. Also, I was starting to suspect if I really am Kaido's daughter. After all, he is so ugly and huge. I'm obviously very pretty and sexy. How can I be his daughter? At this moment, Lucas had the urge to punch her for being sarcastic. After all, Akyani-sama is so handsome and powerful. It would make sense if I am your daughter. How would that make any sense? However, Lucas heard she said he was handsome and powerful, so he just let it slide. Seeing that the others were trying hard not to laugh at him, he cleared his throat in embarrassment and quickly changed the topic. Anyways, prepare the bridge, let's go. There wasn't really anywhere they could park their ship above the red line, so they simply had it hover beside it, and placed a bridge between them for them to cross. Well, they could just jump as well, but Lucas wanted to take it easy and walk. As they walked, they saw what seemed like a long walkalator. Daddy, what's that? The floor moves, how strange. Luna and Hiyori both looked curious as they saw that mechanism. However, Lucas frowned. He could tell, using his observation haki, he could tell what it is beneath it. It wasn't some sort of contraption that is moved by a machine. No. The walkalator moves due to being pulled by hundreds of men beneath it while being whipped by slave drivers. Simply seeing this scene had disgusted Lucas. HMPH. Lucas snorted and stepped on the ground lightly. In that moment, his Emperor's haki came crashing down beneath and directly incapacitated everyone. While the slaves were simply put asleep, the slave drivers felt their hearts clench and stopped beating. The next moment, the walkalator stopped moving. Or it stopped. It probably malfunctioned. Come on, let's go. But it looks so fun. Luna-sama, you can ride on me instead. I'm much faster than that thing. Yamato quickly lifted Luna and placed her on her shoulders as she ran ahead. Lucas smiled when he saw that. Though Yamata seemed to be not right in the head sometimes, she is still quite powerful. It would be impossible for her not to have observation haki and not see what happened beneath. Even though Luna also has quite the powerful haki, she can't really control it just yet, so she didn't see. Tagging along with them, Momonosuke was silent and was staring at the ground. Uncle Lucas, did you do something just now? You noticed? Seems like you're becoming stronger as well, Momo. Lucas chuckled and didn't say much. Kinnaman knew what happened as well, but didn't want to upset Momonosuke, so he simply urged him. Come, Momonosuke-sama, we are close. And Momonosuke nodded and no longer lingered. After a while, their whole group finally reached the end, where they saw a huge castle. Luna's eyes glittered seeing it. She tugged on Luca's shirt and turned to him, eyes still glittering. Daddy, Daddy. Then, her tiny hand pointed at the huge castle. That looks like a lot of money, Luna wants. Capitulo 118, Crashing the Party. Mariewa, Pangaea Castle. Inside the castle was a wide plaza, where a banquet was being held, that housed everyone belonging to the various countries of the world government. The food and drinks were quite luxurious, and bodyguards lined up the walls. Among these people was a noticeably huge and beautiful mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. Surrounding her was a bunch of noble kings introducing their sons to her, making her quite troubled with what to do. Princess, what do you think about my son? He is also still single. Father, this girl is not bad at all. Hey, I was here first. Princess Shirahoshi, take a look at my son. He is very magnificent, quite fitting to be with one as beautiful as you. Papa, I like her. Towards this crowd, Shirahoshi didn't know what to say. You're not my type. Shirahoshi. Prince Fukaboshi, who had come along as well, quickly intervened and calmed down the angry nobles, while Prince Ryuboshi pulled Shirahoshi away to calm her down. On another corner, Vivi and Rebecca had met as well. Vivi was quite intrigued by the Tontata tribe that came along with Rebecca, calling them cute. That's not a very nice thing to say to a warrior. Leo pouted and glared at Vivi. Vivi noticed that she might have insulted them and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Then it's okay. Vivi was surprised by the sudden change of attitude and thought they were indeed cute. Leo spoke again while standing on Vivi's hands. We only revealed ourselves because you said you know Lucas Land. We're Lucas Land's warriors. We're pirates, you see. Rebecca smiled as well. I never thought that I'd be able to talk with someone about Lucy. I mean Lucas, but I guess he and Luffy had traveled the world. Yes, they don't want to become heroes, so their bounties and rumors follow them around, only worsening their reputation, but I'm sure they haven't changed at all. Vivi laughed. You know, I had a thought when I read about what happened in Dressrosa. I knew that Lucas went to save someone again, along with Luffy and the others. Yes, they did. Rebecca and Leo both answered. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered them. Looking up, they saw the huge figure of Shirahoshi bending down on them. Were you guys talking about Lucas? Ah, the mermaid princess. Rebecca was surprised. On the other hand, seeing the beautiful figure of Shirahoshi, Vivi's face twitched. Lucas, you bastard. First Dressrosa's princess, now the mermaid princess. Vivi pouted, then sighed in the end. Rebecca asked, Did you know Lucas too? I do. Are you all acquainted with him too? We are indebted to Lucas and Luffy as well their crew. Same. Both Rebecca and Vivi laughed, showing their thumbs up. With this connection, the three of them laughed and talked about various stuff. However, the conversation seems to revolve around Lucas and Luffy along with the Straw Hats crew. Mahahaha, isn't this Princess Vivi? Hearing her name being called out, Vivi frowned and turned to look. Wapol, why are you here? Mahahaha, you idiot, interesting isn't it? I flew, you see. Straw Hat Luffy sent me to some far corner of the seas. There, I become the king of the bad Black Drum Kingdom. Wapol laughed. In the past, Wapol once ruled the Drum Kingdom where Chopper came from. However, Luffy managed to beat him and sent him flying somewhere. Seems that he landed in another country, and using his ability, he soon founded a new kingdom. Another figure approached them. Wapol, enough of your boring jibes. I see you've birthed yet another dismal country. Dalton, so you're still alive. Wapol gritted his teeth. Dalton is now currently the king of the former Drum Kingdom, now known as the Sakura Kingdom. Naturally, Wapol hated him to the bone. Ignoring Wapol, Vivi was happy to see Dalton again. Dalton, I'm glad to see you again. Ah, Vivi, you're looking more gallant than ever. Angry at being ignored, Wapol snapped. Oi oi oi, Dalton you bastard. How dare a servant like you tell me what is or isn't enough? Dalton turned to him with a glare, and his face morphed into that of a bull as he activated his devil fruit. Glaring at Wapol, he spoke. We now stand on equal footing. Wapol flinched when he saw that gaze and unconsciously backed down. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and left while shouting some third-rate villain lines, which was naturally ignored by everyone. A bit away from the castle, an old woman stood waiting. After a while, she saw a group of people approach. You're finally here. The group of people was naturally Lucas' group. Seeing the old woman in front of them, Lucas froze. Vice Admiral Tsuru, what are you doing here? I was waiting for you. Lucas didn't know what to say, as he felt quite guilty for tricking her in the past. And from the looks of things, she still remembers it. Tsuru saw Lucas' awkward look and smiled. She turned her gaze to Luna, who was holding Lucas' right hand. This must be your daughter. Luna, is it? Ah yeah, Luna, come greet Vice Admiral Tsuru. Hello, Granny. KH. Lucas nearly choked. He was trying to avoid saying that, but Luna just went ahead and said it as well. Lucas cautiously looked at Tsuru's expression and saw her face twitching in anger. However, she remained calm and didn't shout back. Eventually, she sighed sadly. That's right, I am already old after all, though I am curious as to how you remain the same as I remember you many years ago, Lucas. Lucas smiled wryly and could only vaguely explain. It's a bit complicated. Anyway, how have you been? Tsuru rolled her eyes. You know how I've been. Whatever, I didn't come here to chit-chat and reminisce about old times. I came here to warn you. Warn? There's been a huge change in the world government. If you don't feel confident enough, I suggest you turn around and don't cause any more trouble. Lucas fell silent for a moment before revealing a daring grin. Don't worry, I'm confident enough. No matter what happens, I will win. Tsuru smiled. HMPH, always the confident fool, aren't you? Tsuru shook her head and no longer said anything. She walked towards them and passed by. A bit further away behind them, Tsuru paused and turned around. Seeing the confident back of Lucas as he walked towards the castle, the image in her mind seemed to overlap with that time many years ago, when she stared at that same back in the past. Her face curved into a smile once more, along with a tear that dropped silently from her eyes. Inside the Pangaea castle, in the chambers of authority, 5 elderly men welcomed a man in a hooded figure. These were the 5 elders who held the highest world authority. "What is it you want? That prompted you to come all the way here?" "It is reverie, given who you are. These politics are not for you. But given who you are, we will give you the time of day." The 5 elders spoke. The hooded figure nodded, and his face was revealed. He had red hair and a claw scar on his left eye, one of the 4 emperors' shanks. "I wish to talk with you about a certain pirate." Back in the plaza, while everyone was still chatting amongst themselves, a sudden explosion erupted from the gates. Boom! Everyone turned to look and saw a dust cloud blocking their view. From that dust cloud, they heard a rather calm and easygoing tone. "Wow, this is some party you guys have. Did you all know I was coming?" When the dust settled, they finally saw the intruder. It was a young man with white hair and wore an expensive-looking kimono. He was holding a small child in his arms who had the same white hair like him and a mischievous look on her face. Not recognizing them as a world noble of the world government, the guards quickly sprang into action, but the man acted like he didn't care. Glancing at them, he smiled. "Calm down. Didn't your mothers teach you it's rude to point weapons at other people?" The man waved his hand simply, and the guards all collapsed one after the other. Snapping his fingers next, a man with a top-knot hair and had 2 katanas on his waist stepped forward beside him and spoke in a loud manner. "We are from the country of WANO. Our shogun Lucas has arrived to participate in this reverie." There was a pin-drop silence in the plaza, as everyone's minds were in turmoil. Did he say, "Wano, that closed-off country"? What happened to the guards just then? Why did they all suddenly collapse? "Shogun, this young man is the shogun of Wano. More importantly, Lucas, this name, that face." Everyone was able to quickly recall the face of the man in the bounty from the latest newspaper they had read. This was the man who once thought to be dead that had stood beside the likes of Whitebeard. They called him the Reaper of the Seas, the man with the closest bounty to the once pirate king. Lucas. Capitulo 119, Invitation. Very quickly, a handful of men and women wearing all white appeared in front of Lucas. They didn't bother to speak and simply attacked Lucas immediately. Lucas naturally noticed them, but didn't have any change in his expression. Suddenly, a handful of figures wearing all black descended from the sky and clashed with the ones in white. Rob Lucci grinned as he faced off against the ones in white. "CP0, it's time for our rematch. You guys fight elsewhere, don't disturb us here." Lucci chuckled and grabbed one of the CP0 as they jumped away from the plaza. The others also did the same as they scattered outside to fight. Once they were gone, the entire plaza was silent once more. "Well then, I heard you guys are having a meeting. How about letting me in on it as well?" The various kings and queens looked at each other with unease. Eventually, King Cobra stepped out. "Lucas, can you let us know the reason why you have come here?" "Ah, Your Majesty, long time no see. Princess Vivi too, it's been a while." Lucas smiled and nodded at the familiar faces he saw. He could see Vivi was happy to see him, but also looked conflicted about something. He smiled wryly and shrugged. "I'm sure we have a lot to catch up on, but business is first, I guess." Lucas pointed at Momonosuke and explained. "This kid here is Momonosuke Kazuki, the rightful heir of the Kazuki family and shogun of Wano. However, as he is still too young, I have temporarily taken the seat of shogun of Wano as his acting guardian in the absence of his parents." As he explained, everyone started to chatter and murmur to themselves. King Cobra raised a brow and asked, "But as I understand it, you are not born in Wano. How did you become this child's guardian?" Lucas smiled and turned around. He lifted the end part of his shirt and showed them the Kazuki crest on his lower back. "This is the Kazuki family crest. Naturally, only those considered to be part of the Kazuki family are allowed to have it. I don't think I need to go through all the details to explain to you all, but to sum it up, I am this child's godfather." King Cobra nodded. "All right, Then we can think of your words as the words of the Kazuki family. Is that correct? That's right. This time, King Riku spoke up. Lucas, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet for helping save my country before. I am the king of Dressrosa, Riku. Ah yes, it's nice to meet you, Princess Rebecca as well. Rebecca smiled and waved her hand from behind King Riku. King Riku coughed and continued to speak. Since we've established your position, what do you hope to accomplish here by attending the reverie? Well, Momonasuke's late father, Oden Kazuki, hoped to open Wano's borders in the past. However, thanks to the schemes of Kaido and Arachi, he was killed and the Kazuki family was forced into hiding. But those two are dead now, so there's nothing stopping me from fulfilling Oden's last wish. So you want to join the world government? King Elizabelo of Provence asked suspiciously. They all know Lucas was a pirate, a very infamous one at that. Was someone like him really hoping to join the world government? Hearing this question, Lucas smiled. I think I've answered a lot of questions already for now. If I keep answering, what are we left to discuss in the reverie? Then I suppose we can let you participate. Is there anyone who wishes to disagree? King Cobra looked around, and the various kings and queens who stayed silent. They discussed among themselves quietly, but no one dared to speak up. Suddenly, a young king shouted. King Stelly, the brat adopted by Sabo's family, has not become the king of the Goa kingdom. I refuse. It's bad enough we're letting fishes into the reverie. How can we let a lowly pirate join as well? Iho. Lucas turned and saw who spoke up. Immediately, a vein popped up in his forehead. Lucas considers himself a very calm person. However, he was a person from another world. A world where he had watched and read about One Piece in the past. To him, there were some characters in the story that just absolutely irritated him. This kid is one of them. Lucas gazed coldly upon Stelly, who froze upon being looked at. I can let go of the fact that you called me a pirate since that is indeed true. However, you dared call King Neptune a fish. Don't you know? Fishman Kingdom is under the protection of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates. If they were to know that you are treating merfolk as fishes, maybe they'll decide to pay a visit to your little Goa kingdom. Why you dare threaten a king? Stelly's body began to shake as he pointed his finger at Lucas. Lucas laughed. King, ha ha ha. Brat in the eye of everyone here, they see me as a king even more than they see you as one. To them, you're just a kid playing house. You think that just because you have the title of a king, that you are equal with everyone here. Stelly was momentarily surprised by what he said. He quickly looked around and saw the other kings and queens looking at him with distant eyes. As if they were simply watching a monkey make a ruckus in a cage. They didn't even care that Lucas had mocked him for so long already. Lucas grabbed Stelly by the collar and raised him up. Listen up, King Stelly. The only reason why you have this title is because you took it from someone who deserved it even more. Sabo would have made a better king than you. What are you talking about? Sabo is dead. Lucas rolled his eyes. See, you still don't know. Sabo isn't dead. Rather, he's now the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff. Only Dragon is placed higher than him. What? Lucas tossed Stelly away and chuckled. You see, thanks to your scheming against him when you were kids, you have just created the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Congratulations. This time, everyone frowned. Is that true? I think so. We've investigated this Sabo before, and we knew he was from the Goa kingdom. I'm familiar with the former king of Goa. He mentioned his son Sabo a few times too. So it's true. Then that means King Stelly. SHH, don't say any more. He might overhear us. The crowd began to chatter and murmur amongst themselves once more. Stelly could hear some of it, and his face started to begin to grow paler by the second. He felt like he had lost all his face. Just as he was thinking of fleeing, 5 figures appeared. The 5 elders. Everyone quieted down. At this moment, Lucci and the rest of the former CP9 had also returned behind Lucas. Lucas only glanced at them and asked, Well, from now on, there will be no more CP0. Suddenly, Khalifa stepped forward while dragging a member of CP0. Lucas was confused to see a blonde woman with blue eyes and a stunning figure being dragged by Khalifa. Looking at her get up, she was obviously from CP0 as well. "Master, this bitch says she wants to follow you from now on too." Khalifa further explained. Though she is a member of the CP0, Stussy is also one of the well-known figures in the underworld. I figured she might be of use to Master, so I brought her along. "Ah, well, it's fine. In that case, she can serve under you." Thank you." Stussy was relieved and quickly thanked Lucas. Khalifa frowned and gave her a slap and pushed her head down on the floor. "HMPH, if you want to thank the Master, do it by kneeling." Thank you." "It's fine already, so stop that." Lucas felt uncomfortable seeing this. Also, he swore he could see Stussy smiling weirdly when she was being pressed to the ground by Khalifa. This girl, is she also an M? Is that why the two of them seem to get along? Lucas decided not to care about it anymore, about these two perverts. He patted Luna on the head and spoke seriously. "Luna, don't become like these two when you grow up, okay?" "Yes." Feeling as if they were being ignored, one of the 5 elders coughed. Lucas turned to look at them again. "Oh, sorry about that. One of your guys seemed to want to join me, is that all right?" "Now you're asking for permission." The 5 elders' faces twitched, but they refused to comment on that. It took a moment for them to calm down again as they spoke. "Lucas, your presence is required. Follow us inside." Lucas looked at the 5 elders weirdly. He turned to the other kings and queens as he asked, "Do those 5 always continue each other's sentences? Isn't that embarrassing? Even couples find it embarrassing to always finish each other's sentences." Capitulo 120, I am. Curious as to what these 5 elders wanted, Lucas handed Luna over to Vivi for a while and told the others to stay there as he followed the elders inside. As he followed along, he looked over at the impressive halls and expensive displays and paintings on the way. In his mind, he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Not bad, not bad. His attitude was as if he was looking for a house and is being guided by real estate agents. If the 5 elders knew what he was thinking, they would probably spat out blood. Soon, they arrived in a rather wide and large hall. At the end of a hall were 2 platforms, one on top of the other. There was a long staircase in the middle which ultimately leads to a tall chair at the very top. There were all sorts of swords stabbed on the platforms. Lucas wondered what those swords were for. He frowned in his mind. "I'm gonna need to remove those sharp things. What would happen if Luna gets hurt while playing here?" Lucas was already acting like he owned the place. Lucas looked at the throne at the top. It was empty. He looked back towards the 5 elders and asked, "And what are we doing here?" Lucas asked. However, the 5 elders didn't pay him any attention at all. All of a sudden, they kneeled in front of the empty throne. Frowning, he looked back and saw a figure moving towards the empty throne. That figure was wearing a long black robe and wore a tall crown. Lucas' frown deepened as he saw this figure. That face, that white hair. Lucas felt that person to be very familiar. Yet at the same time, he knew that he had never seen that person before in his life. The person smiled and sat on the throne. "Im-sama, we, the 5 elders, are here before you." Im-sama. Lucas was unaware of the existence of this Im-sama in One Piece. Actually, everything after the whole Cake Island arc was unknown to Lucas. He wasn't sure if all these are really as they were in the original story, or the story had already changed beyond recognition. In any case, that damn Im-sama is sitting in such a high position that it annoys him. Lucas then felt Iam's gaze fall on him. "Your name is Lucas, correct?" "That's right." In the end, Lucas was ultimately still curious as to where this whole thing will lead, so he didn't act up for now. It was as if he's simply an observer, an audience, an outsider. Iam's gaze continued to look at Lucas for a few more moments. Finally, she revealed a smile. Right, Iam was a woman, a rather beautiful one at that. She had long white hair and facial features that Lucas felt very familiar. Her hand extended forward and called for Lucas. "Come here, let me take a good look at you." Sorry. What's wrong? Hasn't your father told you about me, his big sister? The whole hall was filled with silence. Luca's jaw opened and continued to drop to the ground. Iha. What father? Father's big sister. N.A. and I. I smiled and didn't mind Luca's reaction. You can call me Aunt. I am come my nephew. Lucas snapped out of it and looked at I am in confusion. His wings spread out behind him as he flew over to the top of the platform to take a closer look at I am. Taking a closer look, Lucas found out why I am looked familiar to him even though he never met her before. She resembles his father a lot, whether it was the white hair or those striking red eyes and expression. Is she really his aunt? But how can that be? He wasn't from this world. Maybe it's another parallel world doppelganger. Then his father also has a doppelganger here. Luca's head was filled with many questions that needed answers. Landing in front of I am, he looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Are you really my aunt? Has me not mentioned me?" "And me? Me, is it that avatar thing from Nintendo consoles?" Just as Luca's mind was getting off track, I am sighed. He must be using a different name then. Is it Michael perhaps? Right. Luca's father was indeed named Michael. So was me a nickname or something? Isn't it supposed to be Mike instead? I am smiled and nodded. I suppose he never told you about me. I guess it makes sense. We had a very complicated past. Lucas didn't say anything and simply listened to her story. How convenient, she is going to start telling her story now, and I don't need to ask too many questions later. I am continued to explain. You see, your father and I are children of the true royalty in this world. This throne is called the Empty Throne. None would dare to sit on it, as it is an oath that the kings and queens of the various countries in the world government are equal. A symbol that none must harbor the greed to rule them all. The greed of dictatorship. Lucas then looked at I am, who continued to sit at this very throne. Aren't you a greedy one then? I am chuckled and asked, how is it, do you want to sit here? Nah, sounds too troublesome. Hearing his answer, I smiled. You sound just like your father. Then she sighed again. It isn't that I wanted to sit on this throne as well. It is merely my duty. You would think that for such a throne, anyone would want to sit on it and rule the world. However, when I and your father were born as the next in line for the throne, both of us didn't want to sit on it. It's just that we didn't dare to say no to our parents in the past. I am showed a wry smile. Lucas could also understand, as he knew his father. He hates troublesome things like this. In fact, in the past, he was about to be promoted to a managerial job. But since he found it very troublesome, he resigned the following day and switched to another job. He was that kind of person. It wasn't that their family was rich either, but they weren't poor as well. It was enough for them just to get by, and Lucas wasn't one to be needy as well. To Lucas, only his smartphone and PC was needed in his life. I am continued. As my little brother, me was a troublemaker. He often went out and did as he pleased. It was very stressful, you know. Lucas' face twitched when he heard that. Damn old man, dared to scold me in the past for fooling around. It seems you were also fooling around in the past. I thought he was doing something suspicious, so I tried to follow him outside one time. Then I got lost. Are you Zorro? Somehow, I ended up on a strange island in the Grand Line too. Are you sure you're not Zorro's mother instead? Lucas retorted in his mind. I was stuck on the island for a while. There, I met a man. He helped me when I needed help and told me a lot of things about the world when I never knew anything outside the palace. Things progressed, and we ended up falling in love. Lucas was speechless. What sort of cliché romance story is this? I am showed a sad smile. But all good things must come to an end. It was impossible for the two of us to be together. Our statuses were too different. It was only a matter of time for my family to find me, and when they did, they killed everyone on that island. I wasn't even punished severely. They just scolded me for a while, then locked me up in my room. However, this changed after a few months had passed. They found out I was pregnant. I am sighed and looked at her own belly, as if reminiscing the time she was pregnant. Our parents were furious. They were so angry that they gave me a death sentence. I was supposed to die along with my unborn child that day, but your father did something even more unforgivable. Lucas frowned at her story. What did he do? Ayam was expressionless as she looked at Lucas. He killed our parents. Shaking her head, Ayam explained. It was my fault. He probably did it for me. After killing our parents, your father took a very special devil fruit and escaped, with him gone and our parents dead. I was the only one left to succeed the throne. No one cared anymore that I was sullied by a man outside as I sat on this throne. Your father did all that just to let me live. Lucas frowned again. Can't he just help you escape instead? Must he do something so extreme? Ayam shook her head. It's useless. There is no place in the world where I could escape where my father won't find me. After all, he is a devil fruit user as well. What devil fruit? Ayam smiled. The world devil fruit. World? Frankly speaking, it was a devil fruit that lets you control the world. Very powerful, isn't it? This fruit was repeatedly passed on to the person who sits on this throne. It is thanks to this ability that we can rule over all. Lucas was surprised. Such an overpowered ability exists, the world devil fruit. Your father was only able to kill our father with a surprise attack. That time, our father was so angry at me and kept shouting at me. No one expected at all for me to suddenly stab him in the back. Back then, I could tell that even me was shocked by his actions. It was probably a subconscious reaction. He didn't plan it. He just acted on impulse. Lucas sighed. Well, one won't normally be so on guard against your own child. Such an overpowered person died just like that. Lucas wanted to laugh but wasn't able to bring himself to do so. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. As you know, once a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit reforms in another place. We had controlled this and had a special tree in the palace, so the transfer would be smooth whenever the next in line would need it. Then, you have that power now. Ayam shook her head. I told you that after killing our father, your father took a special devil fruit. The one he took was none other than the world devil fruit. Lucas was speechless once again. This day had too many shocking things explained to him that he thought he had grown numb already. But he still kept getting surprised. Then, where is he now? Ayam chuckled. Isn't that something I should be asking you? Lord. Right, but what am I supposed to say? Is the person she's talking about really my father, or just my father's doppelganger? After all, I'm from a different world. Suddenly, Lucas felt as if he just realized something. A different world. Ayam smiled and looked as if she could tell what Lucas was thinking. Actually, me and your father had talked about it in the past, about what we would do should we gain the world devil fruit's power. That time, he suggested a very unique and bold idea. You don't means. MN, if I'm right, were you born in another world? Capitulo 121, Aunt and Cousin. Seeing your reaction, I take it that I'm right. So you mean, this world fruit can indeed allow one to travel to other worlds. I think you know the answer to that better than I do. Lucas frowned. Frankly, Lucas had been surprised by everything he had heard just now. However, this only brought in more questions than answers. If what she said is true, then how the hell does Oda, the author of One Piece, be able to tell such an accurate story? Was it his father who told him? And why did his father not tell him about something as important as this? He was convinced that he was a normal kid since birth, and that the strange fruit he ate had just somehow sent him to the world of One Piece since he was watching it just before. As for how that fruit got to their fridge, well, maybe his father put it there. But why? Who the hell put such a heaven-defying fruit in your fridge like some goddamn grocery? Right now, all Lucas wanted was to go back, find his father, and strangle him for the answers. Lucas closed his eyes and started to deeply remember his childhood, looking for hints or answers. But no matter how he tries to remember, all he could remember were normal days. Nothing out of the ordinary. If he has to point out one, it would be the fact that he never knew his grandparents, and that he also didn't know if he has any uncles or aunts. But that could be just because his parents didn't want to tell him. It's too far-fetched to think that they came from another world just because of that. Hold on. If we think that my father is really originally from this world, then that would explain why I don't know my grandparents, uncles, or aunts from my father's side. But what about my mother? As far as Lucas can recall, he also didn't know any family members from his mother's side. She never talked about them as well. Why? Suppose my father didn't tell me about it because he isn't from Earth. Then what about my mother? What excuse does she have? Don't tell me, it's not just my father who is from another world. Lucas scratched his head in frustration. No matter what he thought of, more and more questions only popped up and no answers. Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for now and looked back towards Iam. Since when have you known about me? Well, it has been a while. I'm afraid this story will take some time. I've got plenty of time. All right then. Iam nodded and started to explain. When I first found out about you, it was entirely a coincidence. Back then, I've been keeping an eye on the people carrying the will of D in their names. Marshall D. Teach is one of them. Blackbeard. Lucas was surprised. He didn't think he would once again hear his name here after killing him ages ago. Iam nodded. I suppose he has indeed called himself as such. Anyway, I've been monitoring him for quite a while when I suddenly received news of his bounty being claimed in the island of Jaya. When I sent someone to investigate, they gave me your description. Back then, I thought you were actually my son. Huh? Iam sighed. I told you that I was pregnant before. However, I had to send him away after his birth in order to protect him. Without the power of the world devil fruit, my position is actually just a figurehead. I am unable to control the celestial dragons. As such, they've become rather complacent and arrogant. I have no choice but to send my son away to protect him from being used by them to control me. I see, but do they still need to threaten you to control you? I thought you said you don't have any power. Iam smiled. I said I didn't have the power of the world devil fruit. However, as the person sitting on this throne, I still have some weight to pull. The 5 elders and the cipher Paul are all loyal to me. Plus, I also have control over one of the 3 ancient weapons. Ancient weapon? Is it Uranus or Pluton? I think Pluton was long lost. Towards Lucas' question, Iam just smiled and didn't say any more. Lucas clicked his tongue and didn't bother with it for now. Iam continued her story. And so, afraid that my son would be involved in whatever scheme those celestial dragons planned, I sent him to an island which even I don't know of. So when I heard your description, I thought you were my long-lost son. Since I found you, I naturally wouldn't abandon you anymore. I didn't have much power back then when I just took this position. But now that I've somewhat solidified my authority, I figured it was time to call you back. But I was afraid of what you might think of me, so I discreetly led the admiral to your location instead of offering you a position. Since you were a pirate, I figured making you a Shichibukai would be good. Lucas was surprised by her explanation. Was that the real reason why Aokiji came? He acted as if he was only after Robin and Luffy when he was really going for me the whole time. Iam seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and explained. I didn't tell him about you. I merely knew of his relationship with Nico Robin. I also told him there might be a pirate there which can be of use as a Shichibukai. I believed in your strength for taking down Teach that you are enough to become one. Lucas could only chuckle wryly and sigh. Seems he stood out too much back then. Once you become a Shichibukai, I let you meet the members of CP9 to test you and investigate you. The real reason why they didn't have any problems with following you was because to them, it is the same as following me. Luca's face twitched. Those damn bastards, they really had me fooled. Iam chuckled. Don't blame them. While it is true that they have been reporting to me as well, they wholeheartedly choose to follow you. HMPH, they better be, otherwise I don't mind teaching them a lesson again. Iam smiled and shook her head. While following you, they reported to me everything. Naturally, I knew about that. What do you call it? Smartphone. When I heard that, I was confused for a while. Even Vegapunk didn't know of such a device. It was then that I recalled my brother's words back then, about using the world devil fruit to travel to other worlds. Lucas sighed, as he already knew where this was going. It was also then that I thought you weren't my son, but most likely my brothers. Still, it didn't matter. We are still family, and as your aunt, I still need to protect you. But then, that war happened. War? Did she mean the Summit War? When I heard of what happened to you, I was so mad I wanted nothing more than to kill everyone to join you. You were the son of my brother who had saved my life, but you had died in such a meaningless war. I was going to unleash the ancient weapons, but those 5 old fogies stopped me. 5 old fogies? Lucas blinked for a while before realizing who she meant. He turned back to see the 5 elders still kneeling and sweating after being mentioned. It was also around that time that I discovered my real son. Lucius, come and meet your cousin. Lucius. Lucas turned and saw a familiar face emerging from the darkness. His face twitched a few times as he saw who it was. Right, it was that guy who had gotten Blackbeard's dark devil fruit and had also killed Kaido ahead of him. Wait, so in the end they really were family. And they're cousins. Lucius smiled and greeted Lucas. Brother, we meet again. We're cousins. It's the same. Lucius didn't mind Lucas' scowl and just kept smiling. He had finally gotten his family back together after all this time. He was truly as happy as he can be. Lucas shivered when he saw Lucius smile. Somehow, it just gives him the creeps. But if it is indeed true that they were related to each other, then he can't stay angry at him, but that doesn't mean he has to get along with him as well. Lucas had long been envious of other kids his age back then, bragging about their uncles and cousins. Look at him now, his aunt is an empress and his cousin is a psycho. Who else can beat that? Lucas quickly shook the thought out of his head and turned back to IM. For a while he didn't know what to say. Eventually he could only sigh. What's wrong, my dear? Well, honestly, all of this is a shock to me. I came here expecting to slap some faces, beat up some nobles, and take over this place. Both IM and Lucius were speechless when they heard his bold plan. But now I found out that I have an aunt and a cousin out of nowhere. Lucas, back up. What do you mean taking over this place? When my daughter saw this castle, she said she wanted it, so I was planning on taking it. But then, since I'm your nephew, doesn't that mean this is also mine anyway? I guess I can let her play around the place later. I'll have to remove those broken swords down there in case she gets hurt. Nephew, those swords are placed there, as part of each country's oath, when joining the world government. IM sweated a bit when she heard what Lucas was planning to do. This is certainly my brother's child. What a troublemaker. Lucas shook his head, then asked, Now what? What are you planning on doing with those celestial dragons? Don't tell me you're just going to leave them running around freely. It is indeed a problem for them to continue running rampant. However, there is nothing else I can do. I do not show any actual power myself. Not to mention that the celestial dragons also hold one of the ancient weapons. Which one is it? Pluton. Lucas fell silent. So since the celestial dragons have Pluton, and Shirahoshi is the other ancient weapon, does that mean IM has Uranus? But since it's Pluton, there's no problem. No need to worry about the Pluton, I can handle it. You can? Yeah, back then, I stole the blueprints of Pluton and had my people work on a ship that can destroy Pluton. IM was speechless again. On the other hand, Lucius seemed excited. In that case, we can deal with those pesky bastards. I've long since wanted to kill them all, but Mother won't let me because they have Pluton. Lucas stared at Lucius with half-closed eyes. As expected of my psycho cousin. IM thought for a moment and sighed. All right, you can deal with them as you please. Just be careful. Don't worry, isn't it just an ancient weapon? It's not like we're facing Thanos and his infinity gauntlet. It's another world's joke. Oh. Lucas laughed dryly, then turned around. Anyway, I'll be going. After taking a few steps away, he stopped for a while and spoke again. I'm saying this now, I still don't fully trust either of you whether you are telling the truth about me and my father, but as long as neither of you go against me, then I'll leave you be, otherwise. Lucas turned around, his eyes flashing red. If you dare hurt those close to me, it doesn't matter if you are my aunt, my cousin, or even my parents, I will kill you. Facing this threat, didn't mind it and merely smiled. Duly noted. Lucas looked at them for a few more seconds before leaving the throne room. Once he was gone, Lucius turned to his mother and smiled. See, isn't my brother very powerful? If we can gain his help, we can finally change this world for the better. Capitulo 122, Pluton Vs. As Lucas left the empty throne room, he was thinking of many things. Regarding his father, his family, what is true, what is false. Even though many points suggested that what I am told him was true, it was still hard for him to completely believe it. Nevertheless, since I am believes him to be her nephew, he can still make use of this to his advantage. Originally, he came here not to join the world government, but to destroy the celestial dragons. As for the countries that are a part of the world government, he planned on absorbing all of them, creating a new alliance, one free from the celestial dragon's control. However, now that he suddenly gained a new card to play, he would have to revise his plans a bit. Lucas was aware that in the celestial dragons there exists a decent man. King Neptune had often him as well. If I remembered correctly, his name was Mjolnir. Wait, no, it was Josgard. Tusk, what a difficult name to remember. Since King Neptune vouched for him, Lucas would naturally spare him. But as for the others... Lucas grinned, his black Haori fluttered behind him as he headed to the meeting hall. Inside a wide circular hall was a long round table, where dozens of kings and queens from all over the world gathered and sat solemnly. Wapol frowned and kept tapping on the table. What is taking that damn pirate so long? Wapol, didn't you see the 5 elders requested him? Just shut up and wait patiently. Dalton, you peasant, don't tell me what to do. Dalton's eyes narrowed, and his body was slowly starting to turn into an ox as he glared at Wapol. Wapol, I won't remind you again, we now stand on equal footing. If you still continue to be like this, then don't blame me for what I would do. GRR. Wapol flinched upon feeling the deathly glare from Dalton, causing him to be unable to say anything. The other kings and queens merely snickered and sneered as they watched this scene. Actually, although they were all part of the world government, not all kingdoms were on friendly terms, and it was quite normal to see such a scene from happening. King Cobra sighed and pacified the situation. All right, you two, let's just calm down. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on causing a ruckus here. HMPH. Dalton nodded kindly at Cobra, while Wapol just snorted and turned his head away. Suddenly, the doors opened once more and revealed a certain white-haired man with a grin on his face. Oh, seems like there was some excitement here while I was gone. Lucas noticed the atmosphere seemed off and guessed that something had happened. Cobra smiled and didn't linger on the topic. Lucas, you're finally here. Seeing your expression, it seems the 5 elders have approved of you. Well, you can say it like that. Lucas smiled mysteriously and found an empty seat to sit down. On his right sat a serious-looking king wearing a top hat, while on his left was a beautiful blonde queen. The top hat king gestured a slight bow with his top hat and introduced himself while Lucas sipped on the wine provided to him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shogun of Wano. I am Hamburger, the king of Ballywood Kingdom. PFT. When Lucas heard his name, he nearly choked on his drink. Hamburger, Bollywood. Did G. Oda run out of names to use? This guy looked similar to Abraham Lincoln, so I thought his name would be similar too. Something wrong? Hamburger looked at Lucas in confusion and asked. Nothing, you have a very interesting name. I've also long heard of your Ballywood Kingdom. Oh ho, I see. It's good to know that my kingdom has also reached your ears. I am quite proud of it. Lucas was now a bit curious. I wonder if there are huge letters in that kingdom, spelling out BALLYWOD. Lucas chuckled at the thought and shook his head. Then, the queen next to him smiled and did a curt bow as she introduced herself. I am Moraran, Queen of Tajin Kingdom. I look forward to having diplomatic relations with the famed country of Wano. Moran. It was a good thing that Lucas decided to stop drinking. Otherwise, he might really spit out the drink on her face after hearing her name. Lucas' eyes briefly fell on the deep ravine on her chest and continued to nod. Likewise. A smile appeared on Moraran's face. She lightly shook her glass of wine and leaned closer. I wouldn't mind a different kind of relation as well. I'm married. Lucas sweated. What was this? Why was he being flirted with immediately? Is this the world of the nobles? Moraran continued to smile as she whispered. I don't mind, it can be our little secret. Ahem, well then, since Lucas has arrived, shall we start the reverie? Just as Lucas was figuring out what to do with this sultry queen, King Cobra came to his rescue. Moraran lightly glared at Cobra and pulled away. Lucas sighed. Well then. Slam. Before Cobra could continue what he was going to say, there was a loud slam on the table. Looking over, it was Wapol who slammed the table. Wapol frowned and glared at Lucas as he spoke. First of all, you, pirate, I heard that you are also part of the dastardly Strawheads. And what of it? Lucas gazed at Wapol coldly, as if he was looking at an insect. Wapol shivered slightly on that gaze, but he gritted his teeth and didn't cower. You sit here as if you are really now part of the world government, but you are obviously just a pirate. Do you honestly think everyone here would approve of you? Ho, even the 5 elders didn't say anything about me being here. Do you think you are above them? This and that are different matters. Lucas sneered. How is it different? The 5 elders are the top of the world government. You say that their decision is wrong. Are you planning to rebel? That's not it, don't twist my words. Wapol's face paled and quickly refuted. Lucas scoffed and shook his head. Well, I know you're just acting like that because you have a feud with the Straw Hats, so I'll let it pass. However, after saying so, he stood up and unleashed his emperor's haki on the entire hall. Of course, he spared those who were friendly to him, which included Hamburger and Moraran. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. I'm not going to join your world government and become dogs for the celestial dragons. What? You will all submit to me, one way or the other. As for the celestial dragons, they don't need to exist anymore. Everyone's eyes widened in shock under the pressure of the tremendous haki. What did he say? The celestial dragons don't need to exist. These words were probably the most domineering line they have heard in their lifetime. So arrogant, so domineering. Don't tell me this Lucas plans to sit on that throne. At this moment, the doors to the hall once again opened, revealing 5 figures. It's the 5 elders. We're saved. Elders, please save us. This Lucas plans to destroy the world government. However, despite their pleas, the 5 elders were unmoved. They looked at Lucas, who was now standing above all. Young master. They are here. They have come. Pluton has appeared. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Not just because they heard what the 5 elders said. It was also because they saw the top figures of the world government kneel in front of Lucas. Lucas showed a grin and looked out the window. There he saw a huge ship. It was probably the biggest ship he had seen in his life. Moreover, it was sailing in the sky. Before he left the empty throne room earlier, he had said a few words to the 5 elders. He told them to deliver his words to the celestial dragons. Naturally, those words were his declaration of war. Now seeing the gigantic ship outside, he knew that the celestial dragons had really gone all out. It seems they took his threat seriously. So that's Pluton. What a huge ship. Pluton. Cobra also looked out the window, and his eyes widened in shock. He never expected that the long-lost Pluton was actually in the hands of the celestial dragons all this time. Isn't this a dangerous situation? Yet despite that, how come Lucas still looked calm? Cobra turned his attention to the white-haired youth and saw he was still calm and confident. Just what gave him this confidence? Well then, shall we start this party? When his words ended, a huge door suddenly appeared in the skies above as well, and another huge ship revealed itself. On its deck stood Koza and the rest of his people. There was also someone who Lucas hadn't met in a long time. Iceberg, it seems we are finally able to use this ship. Koza looked excited as he stood beside Iceberg. I had hoped we would never use it though. Iceberg sighed as he petted the rat on his chest pocket. However, since it has come to this, then there was nothing else that could be done. It is time, activate, Hades. Capitulo 123, Rocks. The whole crew was busy moving about in the ship. Gears turned and pieces moved one by one. After a few minutes, a huge cannon appeared on the deck with its muzzle pointing at Pluton. Hades has been activated. But then I suppose it's time to use this ancient weapon-killing cannon. What a long name. Koza chuckled wryly when he heard Iceberg. Iceberg just shrugged. It's better than Battle Frankie 100 or something. Shall we fire? Hold on. Koza placed his hand up to signal Iceberg to hold while he contacted Lucas. Picking up a card, he spoke. Captain, Hades is fully charged and ready to fire. Oh, fire then. What, would you prefer it if I were to shout, or maybe say a few lines? No need to bother, sink 'em. Roger. Koza put the card away and nodded at Iceberg. He then shouted to the whole crew to get ready. Brace yourselves, fire up the cannon. Firing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A blinding light, followed by a loud explosion. This was all that everyone could see and hear. Even the celestial dragons standing on Pluton could only open their mouths agape in shock before that blinding light enveloped their entire body and disintegrated into nothingness. The ancient weapon Pluton, after finally revealing itself to the world, wasn't even able to do anything and got destroyed just like that. If Pluton were to have a consciousness, it would definitely cry out. Am I the ancient weapon or you are? This is unfair. The blinding light continued to shoot to the horizon. It stretched a long distance that everyone in the New World was able to see the light shooting from the sky. On board the Straw Hat ship, Luffy and the rest had just found the final poneglyph and was returning to Wano when they saw the light above them. Ooh, a shooting star. No, that's not it. The angle is wrong for it to be a shooting star. Robin looked at the light curiously and wondered what it was. Nami also saw the light and turned to where the light came from. She looked at her log pose and pondered. Over there should be the red line. When she thought of that, she also thought of a certain someone who said he will be going to Mariewa. HMPH, that guy better not be up to something dangerous again. Luna is still with him. Back in Mariewa. By the time everyone's sights returned, they were no longer able to see a glimpse of Pluton at all. Lucas looked at the empty sky in front of him and nodded. Well, that's that then. So much for an ancient weapon. He turned back to the 5 elders, who shuddered at the sight of an ancient weapon easily being destroyed. Old geezers, are there any more celestial dragons alive? Why yes. There are some left. They are in the basement. We have captured them earlier. Josgard is also there. Tusk, can't one of you finish a sentence by himself? Why do all of you need to speak? Take me to them then. The 5 elders nodded and led the way. Just as Lucas was about to leave, the kings and queens snapped out of it as they turned to look at Lucas in fright. King Cobra hesitated for a moment before asking, Lucas, in the end, just who are you? Lucas paused when he heard his question. He grinned and turned to face him. Lucas World, you best remember the name of your new emperor. This was the first time that Lucas had spoken his last name to anyone. He hasn't told anyone about it since he knew there was a pirate called Byandy World and he didn't want to be related to him. Later on, he had asked Koza to investigate him, but found that this person didn't exist here. Well, Byandy was from a filler arc in the anime, so that may be why. Then, he just never bothered about telling other people. Besides, he used to get teased about his last name back on Earth. When his friends called him, they would keep calling him Za Warudo repeatedly. That's why Lucas never made it a point to intentionally tell his full name. The reason he spoke his last name now was because his supposed aunt, I.M., was also surnamed World when she told her story a while ago. It was one of the reasons why Lucas somewhat believed her story about being her nephew. Anyway, since he's already playing the part, there was no reason to keep hiding his last name. It was also him giving his own stance to the 5 elders, who might still have any misgivings. As Lucas walked away, The 5 elders soon followed him behind with smiles on their faces. Finally, the world family will shine once more. While walking the huge hallways of the castle, Lucas spotted a familiar figure leaning on a wall. Shanks, what are you doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? Why are the 5 elders following you? And what the hell is with that huge ship just now? Shanks was just about to return after meeting the 5 elders earlier, but who would have thought that such a huge ship would appear just now? Not to mention how another huge ship completely decimated the other one. And now he saw Lucas here as well, and the 5 elders seemed submissive to him. Just what the hell is going on? Lucas raised a brow and turned to the 5 elders, not answering Shanks' question. What's he doing here? Young master, he was here to report on a certain someone. One of the elders spoke. He paused for a moment and remembered what Lucas said earlier about finishing a sentence, so he just spoke in one go this time. Young master. Shanks' jaw nearly hit the ground after hearing the elder spoke. A certain someone. Lucas' interest was piqued. He turned to Shanks with a teasing look. Shanks, I never knew you were an agent of the world government. You sure hid deeply. Aren't you even more absurd? What's with this young master thing? Also, I'm not an agent, I'm a pirate. Then, what are you doing here reporting to these guys? This. Shanks hesitated and turned to look at the 5 elders once again. Seeing as they have no reaction, he continued to speak. It was because of a deal I made with them back then. Never mind. How much do you know about rocks? They're hard, made of earth, and basically everywhere. Shanks sighed and shook his head. I take that as basically nothing then. I am talking about the pirate, Rox Tgthegood. Oh, I don't know him. Is he famous? Lucas thought for a moment and couldn't remember such a figure in the story. Then, I'm sure you know Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, right? Yeah, they're all dead. My point is, all 3 of them used to be pirates under one captain in the past. That person is none other than Captain Rox. In the past, it took Captain Roger and the marine hero Garp to ally together just to take him down. He is that powerful. Who? Lucas was surprised. There was such an amazing character. How come he never heard of it before? The 5 elders seemed to have known what he was thinking and explained. Back then, all information about Rox had been classified by the world government. Only a few people knew of his existence. Lucas nodded. Shanks continued to explain. He was believed to have died in that battle many years ago, and that was the end of it. At least, that's what we thought so. So he's still alive. I have been investigating it in the past, and I fear that may be the case. I believe he will make his move once all the road poneglyphs have been gathered, and the path to the final island has been revealed. Lucas nodded. Then he took out a small dendon mushi from his pocket and called Nami. Soon he could hear her voice. Lucas, what is it? Nami, have you guys gathered the poneglyphs? Yeah, we're on our way back to Wano now. Robin is busy deciphering the poneglyphs. I believe she's looking for the path now. All right, call me if anything happens. After saying goodbye, the hallway he was in fell silent. Lucas didn't seem affected by the atmosphere as he looked back to Shanks. Seems like that would be soon. El Luffy is already on his way to the final island. Weren't you listening? They're still going to Wano first. But they already gathered the poneglyphs. This is bad. If Rox is really still alive, none of us will stand a chance against him. The 5 elders also appeared grim as they heard the news. They had heard Shanks report earlier, but didn't think much of it as they thought it would still take a while for anyone to gather all the poneglyphs. They could still prepare for it. Now, it seems that they needed to quickly prepare and inform Her Highness. Hathy. Lucas chuckled and continued to walk without worries. What are you all so scared of? I'm here. Lucas, you couldn't even beat Roger in the past. Shut up, don't ruin my cool moment, damn it. Also, that's the past. If Roger appears before me now, I'm gonna whoop his stupid ass. Capitulo 124, Alliance. It took a while to settle the remaining celestial dragons. It involved a lot of face slapping and really just a bunch of shouting before they finally submitted to him. At first, Lucas thought to simply kill them all and be done with it. However, after thinking about it, he made them into slaves instead. This was a better punishment for those who used to think that everyone's lives are beneath them. As someone who had helped the fishmen in the past, Josgard was pardoned and was assigned to look after the celestial dragon slaves. At the same time, he is also their new representative. Though Lucas said it was not needed for him to be a slave, he willingly requested to bear the mark of a slave as atonement and sign of his loyalty. As such, Lucas simply had it tattooed on him. There was no reason for him to bear the pain as well if he only wanted the mark. When all was said and done, everyone gathered in the empty throne room and looked towards the empty throne above them. I.M. and Lucius was standing on both sides and smiled at Lucas. Knowing their intentions, Lucas walked in the middle of them and sat down on the tall throne, overlooking all from beneath him. The 5 elders were the first to bow and kneel. "We greet the great emperor." Then the various kings and queens soon followed. Long live the emperor! Lucas sat on the throne as his cold gaze swept through them like a god. For a moment, the entire hall was filled in an awe-inspiring and solemn atmosphere. If Shiarli was here, she would recognize this scene as the same one she saw in her prophecy. Then Lucas shifted his body on the chair. After a few seconds, he shifted his butt again and again. Annoyed, Lucas slammed his fist on the throne, and it instantly crumbled into dust. I.M., Lucius, the 5 elders, the kings and queens, and also Shanks, had their jaws dropped to the ground in stupefaction. Lucas grumbled as he shook his head. "What the heck kind of chair is this? It's too uncomfortable to sit on. No wonder no one dared to sit on it before." Everyone was speechless. Lucas ignored their reactions and simply waved his hands. "All right, go clean up the room. Throw those swords away. It's too dangerous in case my daughter wants to play here." Once again, everyone was speechless. Those swords are the symbol of the world's greatest alliance. Those swords are their vows. And we are supposed to throw them away. Lucas sighed. "Must I do everything myself? Forget it. If I came back and those swords are still there, I'll throw you guys out instead." "Where are you going, Lou? Your Majesty?" King Cobra asked. "What do you mean? I'm going to go see One Piece for myself, of course. I'm really curious what the heck is on the final island. Anyway, we'll talk more later. I expect you all to prepare yourselves when the time comes." Hearing that, Lucius hurriedly chased after him. "One Piece, do you know how to get to the final island already? Does that mean you have already gathered the poneglyphs?" "Yeah. I see." Lucas didn't turn his head to look at Lucius, but his mind was in deep thought. Although it seems like Lucius didn't harbor any ill intentions at him, Lucas never let his guard down around him at all. Gathering the poneglyphs to show the way to the final island, this kind of knowledge isn't known to just anyone. How did Lucius know? Did he find out on his own, or did I tell him, maybe someone else? Lucas glanced at him briefly, but didn't stop walking. Lucius was no longer following him. Instead, he paused and was looking at the floor, seemingly in deep thought. Seeing this, Lucas no longer looked at him and faced forward, his eyes letting out a cold glow. "Lucius, it seems it's time to finally know. Are you really my family, or my enemy?" In a short moment, Lucas found where Vivi and the rest were staying. He walked over to them and was welcomed by Luna. "Daddy." "Hee, did you behave well?" "And." "That's my good girl. All right, let's get going. We're going back to see your mommy." "Okay, Tilda." Lucas smiled and rubbed her head dearly. Vivi and the others were all smiles. "How was the meeting? We heard some commotion earlier. Is everything all right?" Vivi asked. "Oh, yeah, there was just some annoying flies earlier, but they've been dealt with. The reverie's been, postponed. You guys should go find your fathers. Things are going to get busy now." Vivi, Rebecca, and Shirahoshi tilted their heads and looked at each other, not understanding what Lucas meant. Lucas turned to look at Hiyori, Mamanasuk, and Yamato. "Come on, we're returning to Wano for now." As they walked out, Lucas heard a voice call out for him from behind. "Lucas." Turning around, he saw that it was Vivi. "Will we see each other again?" Lucas laughed and waved his hand. "Of course, but don't be too shocked when you find out." "Hi." Lucas just laughed. He wondered what expression she would make if she knows that her father is now his subject. She might just get a heart attack. Lucas led his group outside and was about to leave via Tgthegood's floating ability. They noticed an army had appeared at the distance. Looking at the flags that they were raising, Lucas knew it was the Revolutionary Army's flag. Lucas blinked in surprise and smiled wryly. These guys are like the police in an action movie. They are so late in the action. Lucas waited for them to reach him and waved his hand. Yo. Lucas, what happened? We heard an explosion earlier. Sabo quickly asked. However, seeing as Lucas seemed unharmed and all right, he was doubtful. Oh, the fight is already over. You guys are too late. I'm saying, I already got everyone to submit to me. The celestial dragons are also taken care of. Also, the world government's been abolished and recreated with me as the new leader. All right, I'm going to go now. Have fun. After saying his piece, Lucas no longer bothered with them and left with Luna and the others, leaving Sabo and Dragon still confused on the ground. Yamato looked down and asked Lucas, "Is it all right to leave just like that?" "Don't mind them, they're not important." "I see." Tgthegood, who stood beside them, nearly tripped in midair. Thankfully, they were already high up so Dragon and Sabo weren't able to hear what Lucas just said. Otherwise, they might just cough up blood. Once they settled in the floating ship Hades, Lucas explained the situation to Koza and the others regarding rocks. Knowing the situation, Koza nodded and turned to Iceberg. "I understand. We'll have Hades ready in case it is needed once again. This trip to the final island, we shall follow as well. Release the news as well to all corners of the New World. The Straw Hat Pirates are off to find One Piece. If that Rocks is really still alive, I want to see how he'll try and stop us." Lucas grinned. The enemy that even Rogers is unable to defeat alone. Lucas was looking forward to what kind of existence he is. By the time they reached Wano, 3 days had passed since the reverie. News of the Straw Hats finding the way to the last island had already spread, and various pirate ships could be seen surrounding Wano. At first, these pirates tried to snatch the map from Luffy and the rest. However, they were all powerless against them. Meanwhile, the stronger ones simply waited it out. There was no use fighting for the map now. They can simply follow them, and it wouldn't be late to snatch the treasure there. Lucas had already called Luffy earlier and explained to them about him releasing the news. As Lucas expected, Luffy agreed to it without hesitation. The enemy that Gramps and the Pirate King joined forces to defeat. I want to fight him. At this point, Luffy wasn't even thinking of One Piece anymore and was looking forward to fighting Rocks instead. Law was with them as well when he explained the situation. "I agree with releasing the news. We don't know if Rocks already knows it or not anyway, so it is better to let everyone know. The more the people know, the better the chance we have in surviving this. I'll contact the worst generation captains about this. If they're smart, they would agree to a temporary alliance." After saying that, he left, and it wasn't only after 3 days had passed did he return. When he did, he wasn't alone. Eustace Kid, Scratchman Apu, Capone Bijet, Basil Hawkins, X Drake, Uruj, and Jewelry Bonnie. Not only were these worst generation captains had appeared, even the pirates that they had met and rescued in Dressrosa had also appeared. Then 2 more figures appeared. Ace and Shanks of the 4 emperors had appeared. Everyone sat in a long hall in the castle of Wano. The greatest pirate alliance was formed. Capitulo 125, Uranus. Grand Line. Outside of Wano, a huge number of pirate ships sailed. On their masts were their own respective pirate flags. Not just that, what's peculiar about this was the fact that a fleet of marine ships and Revolutionary Army were also amongst them. With the Straw Hats at the helm of the group, everyone followed behind. Pirates, Marines, and the Revolutionary Army. They all banded together for one goal: to sail to the end of the world, the final island, Laugh Tale. Although the pirates were there to snatch the treasure for themselves, the Marines and the Revolutionary Army were there for a different purpose. Both Marines and Revolutionaries were tense as they knew they are about to face the worst pirate of Roger's generation. At first, the pirates and the marines were in disagreement. But when they saw that none of the leading pirates and admirals were doing anything, they didn't want to stand out and get targeted, so they simply did nothing as well. Meanwhile, on board the Straw Hat ship, Luffy stood at the headpiece of Sunny and grinned. Raising both hands high up in the air, he shouted, "Set sail." "Aye, Captain." Jinbei grinned and manned the helm. After settling his matters, Jinbei had come to find them a few days ago and joined the crew as the helmsman. Nami looked at the map on the table before her and her log pose. She smiled and shouted out loud, "Release the sails, head straight forward." "Oh." Usopp and Frankie quickly lowered the sails and let the wind push their ship. Behind them, the ships also followed. Lucas walked next to Nami and patted on Luna. "This is it, huh?" "That's right, just one last push." "Yay." Luna seemed excited to go on another adventure. Beside them, Zoro appeared along with Kuina. Lucas looked at him and asked, "What's your plan after this?" "Probably roam around, look for any swordsmen." "Same here." Then, Usopp also walked towards them, followed by Kaya. "I'll probably return to my village and tell everyone about my journeys." "Fufu, I'll follow Usopp-san and make sure he doesn't lie about it." Lucas chuckled. He saw Sanji approaching them and asked him as well, "And you, going back to Barity?" "And be with those ugly old men? PSHH, naturally I'll go back to all blue Tilda." Seeing the look on his face, Lucas can tell what he was thinking about already. He was planning to go to Fishman Island and get surrounded by pretty mermaids. Shall I have King Neptune ban him? While Lucas mused on the thought, he heard Frankie speak. "If it's me, I'd probably go back to see my guys back in Water 7. I would have already achieved my goal as long as this ship reaches the final island after all." "Don't you want to make a ship that can reach the moon?" Lucas joked. "That's actually not a bad idea." Frankie's eyes lit up as if he was really thinking of doing it. Lucas chuckled and shook his head. Who knows, maybe he might just do it and meet Enel there. Speaking of which, that guy is still there. Right. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I want to see Laboon. Hee, I'm sure he's gotten big since the last we saw him. Usopp laughed as he remembered that large whale 2 years ago. Back then they were all weak pirates. Now, they are nearing the last island and about to claim the greatest treasure. How about you, Jinbei? I just joined, yet you're already asking me where to go after one journey with you guys. Hatalohata. I want to travel around as well and treat every disease in the world. Chopper raised his hand and declared. Lucas smiled and raised his thumb. I'm sure you will achieve it. Robin smiled and leaned on Lucas. I'll be wherever you are, Lucas. Me too. Olivia nodded as well. Lucas smiled. Finally, he turned to the captain of the ship. Luffy, what about you? Luffy grinned and laughed, just as usual. You still have to ask? Of course, on another adventure, I'll go where the wind takes me. Isn't that exciting? Seeing him as carefree as ever, everyone looked at each other and laughed. And I'll get married to Luffy Tilda, make lots of babies Tilda, and build a new pirate fleet with our children Tilda. Hancock was lost in her imagination, making everyone laugh awkwardly instead. Luffy placed his fist on his palm. Ooh, that's a good idea. Seeing Luffy agree to it, just like that made everyone dumbfounded. He probably doesn't know what he's talking about though. Lucas swore he'll have to talk to Dragon and Garp about teaching Luffy the birds and the bees. In order to dispel the awkwardness, Nami turned to Lucas and asked, And you, Lucas, what's your plan next? Well, I still need to do a few things as the new emperor of the New World government, but after that, well, we can go wherever we want and do whatever we want. Ha ha ha, it isn't too late to think of what to do by then. Everyone laughed, still not believing that Lucas had already conquered the world. After a while, Nami asked in a probing tone, You don't want to return to your home world anymore? Lucas smiled and carried Luna in his arms. It's true that I miss my parents back there, but I also have a family here. Besides, now that I think about it, it's pretty boring back in my world. Lucas chuckled. Although it's irritating that he probably won't get to ask his father about his origins, he didn't care about it too much as he simply wanted to live a happy life with his wives and children. While they were chatting and in a relaxed mood, Yuzup suddenly shouted, There's a ship arriving in front." He held a pair of binoculars and was looking in front of them. Everyone squinted and could only see a faint shadow of a ship. Lucas closed his eyes and extended his observation haki in the ocean below them, then stretched it over to the ship in front. After he saw who's on board that ship, he frowned. Seeing his expression, Robin asked, "What is it, Lucas?" "It's the 5 elders, or well, 2 of them. I'll go see why they've come." Lucas handed Luna over to Nami and flew over at high speed. As he landed on the elders' ship, he was greeted by them. "Your Highness." "What's wrong? Who injured you?" Lucas frowned when he saw the 2 were covered in injuries. He lifted his hand and was about to heal them when one of the elders spoke up. "Your Highness, please heal Im-sama instead." "I am." Lucas then saw a person lying on the bed, unconscious. He didn't notice her before since she doesn't seem to be breathing anymore. "No, wait." Lucas focused on her body once more. "She's breathing but very faint." He didn't waste another second as he lifted his hand and healed her immediately. Lucas felt a slight pain in his heart, but he ignored it. Although it leaves an unpleasant sensation, he can just replenish his life force later by absorbing another person's. After making sure that she was now breathing properly, he turned towards the elders. "Explain." "It's young Master Lucius. Something happened to him. His body was covered in darkness. And he started to speak differently. He killed the other elders. And also nearly killed his own mother, Im-sama." The 2 of them spoke in turns. Lucas glared at them. "You shut up, you speak without pausing." That, it's as we have said, the young master. No, we think he is no longer the young Master Lucius, but someone else. So he's possessed." Lucas frowned. Was there a devil fruit power that allows possession other than Perona's ghost fruit? It should be his devil fruit, the darkness devil fruit. What are you saying?" "We think that Rox Tzebek's consciousness still remains in the fruit and has taken over the young master." "That's possible." Although Lucas had his suspicions on Lucius, he thought he was working for Rox or something. He didn't think that Rox was inside him all along. More importantly, if the darkness devil fruit had that kind of power, then does that mean Blackbeard is also inside him as well? There's another thing. "What now?" "Young master, the reason he attacked Im-sama was to get a hold of the ancient weapon, Uranus." The elder's tone was grave. They both have fearful looks, as if the world was about to end. Lucas tried to recall about Uranus in the manga, but it never did seem to pop up other than its name. He had no idea just what kind of weapon this is. Poseidon is inside Shurahoshi, and it allows her to tame sea kings. Pluton is a Hughes warship. As for Uranus, Lucas can't imagine anything else that's even more destructive than the 2. Maybe it's some kind of powerful sword, gun, armor. What exactly is Uranus? The 2 elders' faces turned pale. Their bodies shook as they both raised their hands, pointing their fingers behind Lucas. "That." Lucas saw a shadow loom over him, even though the sun was still high up the sky. He turned around and his eyes opened wide. Before him was a colossal figure. Its feet touched the ocean floor, and its head covered the sun. Its height was even taller than the red line. With one swing of its arm, it can wipe out an entire island off the map. Lucas didn't even need the elder's confirmation as to what it was. He could tell. This was the ancient weapon that is even more dangerous than the other 2. A being that can end the world with a stomp. Uranus. In the myths back in Lucas' world, Uranus was a god personifying the heavens. Now, Lucas knew why this weapon was named as such. Against such an enemy, how can they win? Capitulo 126, TRANSFORM. All right, Lucas, how are we supposed to beat that Hughes thing? After rescuing the elders and Lucas carried them and flew back to Sunny. As he landed, Usopp quickly approached him and asked. Lucas gave him a thumbs up. "With the power of friendship." "I see, with the power of, like hell that would work." Usopp retorted, Lucas chuckled and suggested again. Or how about we slice its nape? That might work. No shit, anyone would die if their nape is sliced, but can that big thing even be slashed? Only one way to find out. Zoro grinned and took out his swords. And how are you gonna get there? Can't you carry me? Lucas imagined carrying Zoro to fly while he slashed down on Uranus. Well, let's try it. Wings spread out behind Lucas' back. He walked behind Zoro and grabbed him as they both flew. Once they were near Uranus' face, Lucas created an air foothold in midair for Zoro to stand on. Zoro got into stance as he held Enma with both hands overhead. Although Zoro often uses 3 swords in his attacks, his one-sword style boasts immense power. This was a sword technique that he had honed from the teachings of Kushiro and Mihawk, the one sword that can split an island in half. Zoro's muscles tensed as he focused his all in this one strike. One-sword style. Suddenly, images of 2 heads appeared on both sides of his own head, followed by 2 more sets of arms on the back. Each arm held onto the sword, as well with immense power. Asachure, Kayamajoro. Feeling the pressure coming off Zoro, even Lucas broke into cold sweat. When Zoro's sword descended, it felt as if a giant sword from the heavens slashed down instead. The clouds cleared and the sea parted. As the slash reached Uranus, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom! The contact with the water created an explosion of mist that covered their vision. As the mist faded, they finally saw Uranus once again. You've got to be kidding me. Zoro's mouth twitched at the sight. After all, his strongest move was only able to make a small gash on its face. Moreover, that bit of injury was healed in no time. It can even regenerate itself. What the heck is this monster? Everyone watching below was shocked. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the pressure from Zoro and knew its power. Yet Uranus, surprisingly, was only injured a bit. Not to mention, it also healed instantly after. Seeing this, Lucas was also speechless. Is this thing really like the Titans in a certain anime? Don't tell me we really have to slash the nape. Uranus' head turned as it gazed the 2 of them in midair with his huge eyes. His mouth curved into a grin as he spoke in a deafening volume. Lucas, nice to finally meet you. You must be rocks. Is Lucius still there, or are you all that's left? Lucas frowned as he asked. Uranus laughed. Zahahahaha, that cousin of yours is long gone. He knew that I resided inside him, but he didn't do anything and believed that I was helping him become stronger. He didn't know that I've been slowly consuming him from the inside. Hearing his laughter, Lucas frowned. Just now, he sounded a lot like Blackbeard. Don't tell me he's also a part of him. Is it the Darkness Fruit's special ability to transfer its user's minds onto the next user? What an ominous fruit. Uranus continued to speak. When you told him that you've gathered the rest of the road poneglyphs, I got so excited that I nearly killed him on the spot. That little bastard held on for a few more days. Alas, he was weak. It didn't take much for me to occupy his body. Lucas sighed. He stared at Uranus with half-closed eyes. Shut up, what are you doing saying all of that to me? Now that's just lazy writing. Laugh all you want. In this form, none of you are my match. Uranus grinned. The next moment, his huge hand moved as he raised it up high. Lucas quickly grabbed Zoro and flew away, just in time to dodge Uranus' slap. Uranus sneered. You can't escape from me. Don't forget, I still have my darkness ability. His hand touched the water below him. Black hole. The water turned black and started to spin wildly as it pulled the ships in. Lucas frowned. How can you still use your devil fruit ability, even though you're on water? I have fused with the ancient weapon Uranus. This is but one of its perks. As they talked, a figure jumped from one of the marine warships. Ice Age. Aokiji's ice touched the ocean, instantly turning it into a land of ice. Then, another figure appeared in midair in a flash of yellow light. I'm the only one who can kill this bastard. Out of the way. Kizaru appeared with his half-mechanical body as he shot a ray beam onto Uranus. The beam exploded on its face, but Uranus remained unfazed. Gravito. Suddenly, a huge meteor appeared overhead. Fujitora sheathed his sword and patiently waited for the meteor to fall onto Uranus. Boom! Uranus merely lifted his hand and caught the meteor. He sneered and crumbled the meteor in his hands to pieces first, before throwing it onto the fleet of ships. Lucas was surprised. That move looked so much like the beast Titan from that certain anime. As the meteor pieces were about to reach the ships, each captain moved and either blocked or destroyed the pieces landing on them. An all-out attack ensued. Lucas watched for a few moments before flying back to Sunny along with Zoro. As he landed, he turned to the rest of them. Anyone have any ideas? Nothing seems to be working on that guy. How about turning him into a toy? Already tried, didn't work. Must be another perk of the ancient weapon. Lucas shrugged. While he was flying away earlier, he had already tried a lot of things on Uranus. Even going as far as wishing it to turn into chocolate, or statue, or even hypnotizing him. Lucas tried a whole lot, but despite his seemingly overpowered ability, there doesn't seem to be an easy way to defeat this guy. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. How about I turn big too and beat him up? Luffy suggested. And how are you going to turn big? How long would you need to blow air onto your body for you to be as big as that guy? I'll start now. Luffy didn't care and started to bite his arm and blow air in his bones. Lucas chuckled. He could probably make it so Luffy turns big immediately, but, well, it's amusing to see Luffy huff and puff, so Lucas decided to wait it out a bit. At the side, Frankie sighed. Although I made Sunny able to transform, it's not big enough. Hearing the word transform, Luffy stopped blowing and froze. Besides him, Usopp and Chopper also froze with their eyes shining. Transform. Seeing their reactions, Lucas laughed. Ha ha ha, isn't that interesting? I also want to see Sunny transform. Frankie, do it. Then I'll turn Sunny as big as that guy. OHHH. Meanwhile, the girls stared at them with half-closed eyes. Boys. And just like that, Frankie started to work and issued orders. Systems online. Separation complete. Docking complete. Right leg formed. Left leg formed. Connecting to torso complete. Forming arms complete. Rotate the head. Sunny battle mode, launch. OHHH. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were at a loss for words with the excitement they were feeling. They didn't care that a colossal giant is right in front of them capable of destroying them all. Right now, all they wanted was to board the mecha in front of them. Lucas was also speechless seeing the mecha. What was a giant warship earlier is now standing with 2 feet and 2 arms. The headpiece of Sunny now became its head. The mast was placed on its waist. Grabbing its end and pulling it revealed a katana within. The sails turned into its cape that fluttered behind it as it bore the mark of the Straw Hats. The battle paused as everyone turned to look at the mecha, speechless. Lucas chuckled and used his ability, resizing the mecha 1,000 folds to match Uranus. UOHHH, SUNNYYY. As Luffy sat on its head with sparkles in his eyes, he felt so moved seeing Sunny grow up to the point that he had started crying. Lucas laughed when he saw him like that. Let's go inside, Luffy. Yeah. Luffy excitedly jumped in the hatch, leading to the interior of Sunny's head. Everyone was already there, as they watched the view outside through Sunny's eyes. Frankie, quick, tell us how to control Sunny. Well, actually, I only made Sunny able to transform. I didn't make it able to move. Silence filled the room. It seems Frankie only made it transformable since it looked cool. However, it isn't functional at all. WL, you can still fire weapons and stuff using that panel. Frankie noticed their gazes and quickly pointed at a panel on the side with a bunch of buttons. Lucas smiled. In his mind, he thought of that time in Thriller Bark where Luffy's shadow was attached to Oz. Maybe he can use that. All right, don't worry. I can connect your body movements to Sunny so it will move as you wished it. Who wants to try first? Emmy, I'm the captain. No fair LUFFY, I want to try too. Emmy too. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all shouted. Knowing that there won't be an end to their fight, Lucas just shrugged. Let's have Luffy try first. Yes. Lucas then pointed at Luffy's shadow that was touching the floor. All right, I've connected your shadow to Sunny. Try moving. OHHH. A booming voice echoed out as Luffy shouted in excitement. It seems that not just his movement, even his voice turned into Mecha Sunny's voice somehow. Shishishishishi, take this, Gamu Gamu no, Mecha Pistol. Following his movements, Mecha Sunny's hand clenched into a fist and stretched towards Uranus. Lucas was speechless. How did the mecha also extend? Forget it, let's just go with it. As for Uranus, he was still speechless and shocked when a huge mechanical fist arrived at his face. NANII. Capitulo 127, One Piece. Luffy, my turn. No me. After Luffy sent a punch and knocked down Uranus, a huge tidal wave splashed onto everyone else below. Beneath them, Aokiji quickly shot his ice and froze the wave before it turns their ships upside down. However, the people in the Mecha Sunny paid no attention to them, as Usopp and Chopper wanted to immediately try controlling the robot. Lucas chuckled. All right, Usopp, you're next. Yes. Usopp was excited as he turned to Frankie. Frankie, how do I fire the weapons? Then, Frankie taught Usopp how to use the weapon. It only took a few seconds, and Usopp was able to get the hang of it immediately. A reticle appeared on the window, which is Sunny's eyes, and two small pillars appeared in front of Usopp. On top of the pillars were a pair of joysticks with a trigger button. As he held on both joysticks and aimed, he fired. Take this, Sunny Blaster. Boom. Then, multiple rocket launchers appeared from Sunny's shoulders, which fired onto Uranus. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper's eyes shone as they saw this. WOAHH. Meanwhile, Uranus finally snapped out of it when he realized the danger he was in. Dark Wall. A huge wall of black mist formed in front of him, which then absorbed the missiles fired at him. Lucas merely smiled and turned to Chopper next. All right, Chopper, you're next. It's General Chopper. As Chopper took control, Mecha Sunny suddenly got into a stance when Chopper turned to his kung fu point. Mecha Dazenpu. Chopper shouted with tears running from his eyes, as if he was moved to call his attack with a mecha on it. Everyone was speechless. Must they really name all their moves with mecha on it? Then, Mecha Sunny turned and spun as it sent a spinning kick onto Uranus. Uranus grunted as he blocked the blow. Suddenly, Mecha Sunny grabbed the sword mast attached onto its waist. It was Zoro's turn. Mecha Sunny's stance lowered, as it maintained that position of grabbing the sword handle, yet not unsheathing. Itoryu, Shishi, Sansen. Slash. With a single slash, Uranus' arm that blocked Chopper's kick earlier was cut down. AHHH, you fucking brats. Uranus roared in anger at the sight of his left arm being cut down. Just as Lucas was about to switch the control to someone else, Zoro seemed to remember something, so he added. Mecha version. Everyone was speechless. Stupid mosshead, let me show you how it's done. Sanji snorted as he controlled Mecha Sunny to jump at Uranus. Suddenly, Sunny's right leg glowed bright red for some reason when Sanji used his diable jam himself. Using the bright red feet, Mecha Sunny charged at Uranus and aimed for his face. Mecha Jiao shoot. DHHH. Uranus was once again blown away. Lucas chuckled wryly as he turned to the others. Anyone else want to try their mecha moves? The girls only stared at him with half-closed eyes and no longer bothered with them. Afterwards, Frankie, Brooke, and Jimb also made their moves. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Mecha Soul Salad. Mecha Sunny Biam. Mecha Buraken. The girls had stopped paying attention to them and began to just chill at the side as they played with Luna instead. It seems even Luna is not fond of robots too. As for Uranus, he had long been annoyed with all this farce. However, as powerful as he was still repeatedly beaten up by them. Actually, he isn't at fault. When the others used their moves against him, Lucas had been controlling the whole situation by controlling the water around Uranus, restricting and slowing down his moves. AOHH. Uranus roared in frustration. WHY, why is this happening? I'm supposed to be invincible. Lucas laughed. He took control of Sunny and a huge black scythe appeared on its hands. He had lived up to the name Reaper of the Seas that the others used to call him. So long, Uranus, it was fun, now go to hell. NOOO. That day, it was said that the whole sea was dyed red. The sight was etched in the minds of everyone present in the great battle. After that battle, no one dared to fight for the Pirate King position anymore. It was useless. Against such a force, it was impossible to defeat them. And so the Straw Hat crew sailed for the final island, where they finally saw the treasure of the Pirate King, Gall D. Roger. Lucas as well as everyone arrived at a chamber and saw it. One Piece. As they looked at the treasure that countless others fought for in the past few years, they all looked at each other in surprise. Then, he laughed. Like that, 10 years had passed. On a certain floating island, Lucas smiled as he looked out the window of his house. Father! An energetic voice called out to him when the door to his room opened. He saw a cheerful young lady with long white hair and orange eyes. Lucas smiled warmly. Luna, you've really grown a lot, huh? Luna rolled her eyes. Father, stop treating me like a kid already. Look at this sexy body. How am I still a kid? You're just 12 years old, of course you're still a kid. As for what sexy body, you're still too small, ha ha ha. HMPH, I'll grow soon, just wait and see. Lucas just laughed and patted her head. All right, what's up? Do you need me for anything? Did you already forget? Everyone's waiting for you. Oh, is it today? How time flies. Lucas smiled. It has been 10 years since they found One Piece, and Lucas was satisfied to finally know what it was. After that, a huge party was thrown on the global scale. Many things happened, and everyone eventually parted ways as they concluded their adventures. Luffy, now known as the Pirate King, went off on another adventure as he continued to explore every island in the Grand Line. Along with him was Hancock, who remained by his side at all times. Together, they were known as the Great Pirate King and Queen. Right, the two of them finally got married at some point. It was funny to see Garp and Dragon's expression when they taught Luffy about the wedding night. Usopp and Kaya returned to their village and got married there as well. Now, Usopp taught the young aspiring pirates in the village as he told tales of the greatest pirate crew in the whole of the Grand Line, while Kaya became a teacher to the young girls and boys who wanted to become a doctor. Chopper tagged along with Dr. Kureha as they continued to cure every disease in the world as they spread their teachings. Zoro and Kuina also traveled the world, challenging all the swordsmen and swordswomen that they could find. At one point, Tashigi had joined them as she wished to collect all the great swords that belonged to those unfit to wield them. It was quite funny to see Zoro's expression when he's often caught in between Kuina and Tashigi. Though Lucas seemed to have heard that the three of them finally got together at some point, that lucky bastard. It was said that when Sanji learned about it, a fountain of blood appeared in Dressrosa when he spat out blood in jealousy. Sanji first went to Fishman Island when they parted ways. But after he learned that most of the mermaids in the Mermaid Cafe had boyfriends already and was rejected by those without, he left dejectedly and somehow landed back in Dressrosa. There, he and Princess Violet got together, and they soon got married. Frankie, satisfied with building a ship that traveled the world and even fought with an ancient weapon, returned to Water 7 to teach other shipwrights his knowledge. Brook had finally reunited with Laboon, and he returned to his career as a singer, traveling the world with a huge whale along as he sang a concert on top of Laboon. Jinbei returned to Fishman Island and retired there as he taught fishermen karate to the young aspiring fishermen. As for Nami and Robin, well, they naturally followed Lucas along in the past 10 years. Lucas had completed his promise with Nami back then, and they completed making a whole map of the world. He also helped Robin and Alvia search the various poneglyphs that were scattered in the world to finally learn the truth about the Void Century. Hina, like always, silently tagged along beside Lucas for the past 10 years. Occasionally, Lucas would also return to Alabasta and be with Vivi. At one point in time, in a big celebration, Below Betty, who usually acted like Lucas' big sister, got drunk and one thing led to another. Well, you know what happened next. Nijiko and Karina had also joined in at some point. Tsuru had somehow caught Jewelry Bonnie and returned to her prime age. When she did, she retired from the Marines and went to find Lucas while pulling along Bonnie with her. Finally, there was Hiyori and Shirahoshi, who was able to shrink to the size of a normal person. All in all, Lucas' family had grown big. There were a lot of chaos in the process and in between, but after some time, they had come to accept each other. After Luna, Lucas had a baby with the others as well. There was Robin's son, Lupin, Alvia's daughter Rain, Hina's daughter Hana, Vivi's son Laver, Betty's daughter Bella, Najiko's daughter Nana, Karina's son Clark, Hiyori's daughter named after her mother Toki, and Shirahoshi's son Akahoshi. Tsuru said she was satisfied just being around Lucas and didn't ask to bear his child. As for Bonnie, she was just dragged along by Tsuru and wasn't even in love with Lucas. The reason she was there was simply because Tsuru wanted her to use her powers to maintain her age, and the occasional plays. Lucas said that he can just copy the ability, but after a while, it seems Bonnie had accepted her fate and just went along with it, leaving Lucas speechless. Regarding Hiyori, Lucas was quite conflicted at first, but just like her mother, Hiyori was quite stubborn and didn't give up. Eventually, Lucas gave in and got together with her. There was also Yamato and Califa who stayed beside Lucas but didn't get together with Lucas. They were satisfied with helping him and watching over the little kids. After Lucas finished reminiscing, he followed Luna out the house. Speaking of Luna, she had grown beautiful, and as the eldest daughter of their family, she was looked up to by her little siblings, and her charisma was even bigger than Lucas. Naturally, he had quite a lot of suitors. Mom and Asuk had tried to woo her before. Sadly, when Luna told her that her type was someone like Lucas, Mom and Asuk could only give up. Lucas sweated that time and wondered if his daughter would even get to find someone like him. As for accepting her feelings, Lucas decided to throw it at the back of his mind and just deal with it when the time comes. After the two of them walked out of the house, everyone was already waiting for him on the ship. "Come on, Lucas. We're finally going to meet Luffy and rest again after a long time." Nami smiled as she waved at Lucas. Lucas smiled as well and jumped on board along with Luna. "What took you so long? You weren't doing something weird with our daughter, right?" "I wasn't." Everyone laughed as they started chatting, and the kids started playing. As his children, each of them also got powers for some reason the moment they were born. However, none of them were as powerful as the firstborn Luna. Najiko controlled the ship as it floated in the skies and descended to the sea below. Chains appeared on the sides and sunk in the water. Shirahoshi called out in a soft voice, and soon, large sea kings appeared as they pulled the chains to guide them as well as move faster. In no time at all, they finally reached their destination. Wano Country. After 10 years, the Straw Hat crew finally got together again and reunited back here in Wano. Luffy and Hancock had 3 kids already, 2 boys and 1 girl. It seems Luffy had been quite busy adventuring Hancock. Zoro, Kuina, and Tashigi also had a kid each, both girls who also wanted to be like their mothers, strong swordswomen. Usopp and Kaya had a son who had unfortunately inherited Usopp's long nose. Chopper is not a bit taller and looked a little more mature. Sanji and Violet appeared together, and it could be seen that Violet's belly was bulging a little. Frankie had turned quite ridiculous with a lot of modifications on his body. Brook was a superstar. Somehow, Perona had started to tag along with him as well, who is now recognized as a famous idol. Laboon also tagged along with them and floated on the sky thanks to Najiko's help. Watching everyone happily chatting and celebrating, Lucas smiled from the bottom of his heart. Isn't this a nice ending? Lucas laughed as he joined the rest of the crew. Luffy, although 10 years older, was still the same as ever. Let's party. Capítulo 128, Author's Notes. Capítulo 129, Epilogue. As Lucas joined in the rest of the crew, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ilhun. Hi. Lucas paused and looked around him in confusion. What was that? P. Who's there? Lucas frowned. He used his observation haki to observe his surroundings, but couldn't find anyone else apart from Luffy and the rest. Nami noticed his expression, and her heart clenched. She felt that something had gone wrong. She doesn't understand it, but she feels like something bad was about to happen. After Nami, Robin and the rest also saw Lucas. They stopped partying as they turned to Lucas. Soon, everyone also noticed the weird atmosphere. "Lucas, what's wrong?" Nami asked. "I don't know, I keep hearing a voice in my head. Can't you hear it?" "Ida." Nami looked at everyone else, who all shook their heads. "We don't hear any." "Ugh." "Lucas." Lucas suddenly felt his head hurt. It was as if his brain was being prodded on and fiddled with. It was so painful. "Luca, whack up." "Who? What are you telling me?" Lucas roared, and the voice in his head started to become clearer and clearer. "Lucas, wake up now, Aizenis." The next moment, Lucas' eyes snapped open. When he came to, he was no longer in Wano. He was in the middle of a forest, and he woke a shabby-looking yukata. "What? Where am I?" He got up on his feet and looked around. Nami, Robin, Luna, they were all gone. Suddenly, he heard footsteps from behind him. Lucas suddenly went alert, and like always, he produced a black scythe from his hand, only to find that it didn't appear as he wanted. Lucas looked at his hand in confusion. "What? Where are my powers?" Lucas felt weak. His abilities were gone, his haki was still there at least. Then, Lucas saw the figure approaching him. There were two people. One was a short girl with black hair, and the other taller man had red hair. What are you doing here in the middle of the forest? Are you lost or something?" Lucas recognized their faces. Rukia Kuchiki, Abare Renji. Wait, am I no longer in the world of One Piece? Why am I now in the Bleach world? Capitulo 130, Extra Epilogue. In a land far, far away. A figure stood in front of a mysterious stone arch. The figure had white long hair and a slender body. On her hand, she held a little boy with similar white hair as her. The white-haired woman smiled as she turned to her sister, who stood a bit further away from them. "Anna, we'll be leaving now. Elsa, take care, okay? Lance, make sure to look after your mother." "I will, Auntie." Elsa smiled. Then, together with her son Lance, the two of them walked beneath the stone arch and disappeared. Meanwhile, in another world, a white-haired man looked at the clear sky as he reminisced the past. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him. He turned around and saw a familiar woman holding a little boy. The white-haired man appeared shocked. Suddenly, all sorts of memories locked up from within him resurfaced. He knew who these two are. Elsa smiled as she saw the figure in front of her. "Lucas." "Elsa." And the two lived happily ever after. The end. At the end,